From Simon & Schuster Audio.
A Rose for Her Grave and Other True Cases by Anne Rule. Performed by Laurel Merlington. This book is dedicated to women, to the friends I cherish and to the friends I will never know. Too many times I have to write about the tragedies that befall my sisters. A Rose for Her Grave is no exception. I am continually amazed at the strength women have shown in the face of catastrophe, particularly the survivors who pick up their lives and go on after losing a child to a conscienceless killer. I salute all women who have had dreams, for themselves, for their children, and for those they love. Their dreams were, and are, as different as the dreamers. Some came true. Many did not. Some women found love, and some found betrayal. Some were victims, and some were heroines. Some were both. Author's note. I have always believed that true crime writing should not only absorb its readers, but also educate them. There is no need to embroider spectacular cases. Human behavior is in and of itself more fascinating than anything to be found in fiction. Those who have read my work before know that I do not stress blood and gore and grotesque details. I focus my research on the whys of murder more than on the how. Every day, perfectly normal-appearing people commit crimes that seem inexplicable, leaving the rest of us to ponder, what happened? And there are the monsters, too, who make us ask, why did it take so long to happen? This series will, I hope, break new ground in the true crime genre. Each volume is designed to stand on its own, unveiling the details of aberrant and criminal behavior in the format that suits a particular case best, and yet the entire series will give the reader a deeper understanding of the psychopathology behind many types of crime. Among the 1,400 murder cases I have covered, there are many that I will never forget. They have become so much a part of my life that the families of the victims are still my friends, and so are the detectives who caught the killers. I cannot really tell you why these cases are as real to me today as they were the first time I delved into the police files and visited the places where the human beings involved once walked. It may be because these stories are, in a shadowy, frightening way, classics. In Volume 1, the title story covers the case of Randy Roth, a modern-day Bluebeard, whose alleged crimes went unpunished for more than a decade. The Roth case is an original book-length piece written expressly for this anthology. Randy Roth's trial was held in 1992. You will also find other true cases from my own archives. These have been revised and updated. Campbell's Revenge, The Hit Person, Equal Opportunity Murder, The Runaway, The Rehabilitation of a Monster, and Molly's Murder. I have selected each case for a special reason. Some I find extraordinary because of the insights they offer into bizarre and unpredictable human behavior. Others follow police investigators as they search for a killer and provide examples of the most remarkable detective work I have encountered. Some demonstrate the almost space-age advancements in forensic science, new techniques in blood work, computerized fingerprints, and in the identification of the most minuscule evidence imaginable. Even a decade ago, detectives could never have foreseen these giant leaps in their fields. And some cases point out tragic gaps that still exist in our justice system. I hope that you will find Anne Rule's True Crime Cases a series unlike anything you have read before. With best wishes, Anne Rule. The names of some individuals in this book have been changed. Bluebeard, La Barbe Bleue. The story of the wife killer of fairy tales and folklore has been part of the world's popular culture since 1697. There is a murderous husband in every version of the story, from Tales of Mother Goose to similar stories in European, African, and Asian folklore. The essentials of the oft-told horror tale are the locked, forbidden room, the wife's curiosity, and her 11th-hour rescue. Bluebeard is such an antiquated story that it seems strange that it might be played out in real life in the 1980s and 1990s. Down through the centuries, the most popular version has a cruel husband who leaves his bride with the keys to all the rooms in his home, but forbids her to open one room. The disobedient wife cannot resist the temptation to see what is in the room denied her. When that door swings open, she is transfixed with horror to see the bodies of her husband's former wives. The wicked husband discovers her treachery when he finds one telltale spot of blood on the key to that room. Knowing that she will die, the doomed bride calls out piteously to her sister who is watching from the tower for sign of rescue. Sister Anne, do you see anyone coming?" In the fiction, the frightened bride is rescued just in time. In real life, it is not always so. He was a man who hated women, truly hated women. Unlike the serial killer who chooses, stalks, and physically destroys women he does not know, this man knew his victims only too well. The serial killer is addicted to murder. Bluebeard was addicted to his own greed. He was, above all, a man in complete control. He had to be, of course, because his plans required timing, charm, charisma, cunning, and a complete lack of conscience or empathy. He was handsome and boyish, and his victims never saw the danger in his eyes until it was far too late. His victims were many, but he did the greatest harm to women and children. He wanted a family. He insinuated himself into a number of close families and became something of a cross between the young uncle and the oldest son. But when he formed families of his own, he destroyed them. Utterly. Unlike the serial killer whose crimes invariably have aspects of sexual aberrance, Bluebeard was more stimulated by an expensive car than by the women who desired him. He only used their passion to gain those things he wanted more. A Rose for Her Grave is the story of that man, and of the King County detectives and prosecutors who sought to stop him from acting on his obsessions. Part 1. Janice. 1. Janice Miranda was a little bit of a thing. She stood no more than an inch over 5 feet tall, and she weighed only 98 pounds. The few snapshots of her that remain are blurry. Even so, it was easy to see that she was pretty. She had long, glossy brown hair and green eyes, and a good figure that she kept by jogging and dancing. She admitted that jogging bored her, but she loved to dance. Oh, how she loved to dance. On the dance floor, she could forget the sad times in her short life. Too many failed dreams and too many broken promises. Her natural grace and a lot of practice drew admiring glances from other dancers, and she never lacked for partners. Janice left home young. When she set off on her own, her mother, Billie Jean Ray, was living in Dallas, Texas, and her father was off in Little Rock, Arkansas. At least he was the last time his daughter had heard from him. He had gone off and left Billie Jean with all the responsibility of raising their 4 kids. As long as Janice could remember, Billie Jean had worked 3 jobs at a time. Her mother was more philosophical about her husband than Janice was. She saw how exhausted Billie Jean was most of the time, and she would never forgive her father for what she perceived as desertion. When he tried to make up later by sending Janice birthday cards and offering to send small sums of money, she told him, "If you want to help somebody, start sending checks to Mom. Once you've caught up with all that you owe her, then you can think about your children." There had been many times when food was scarce, and Janice never forgot them. It wasn't easy for her to believe in men after her daddy took off, and yet her emotions were ambivalent. She longed for a good man even as she doubted that such an animal existed. Nevertheless, Janice married young the first time. She had known Joe Miranda for a year or so, and she was 18 when she and Joe got married on April 17th, 1971. Joe was in the Army, and they were transferred to Augsburg, Germany, where their daughter, Jalina, was born on October 10th, 1973. When they returned to Dallas, Janice worked at several jobs, first as a lab assistant and then for a security firm and a stockbroker. The romance went out of their marriage too soon, and Joe and Janice separated in late 1975. Their divorce was final on September 16, 1976. There were no bitter recriminations. They simply went their separate ways, and 24-year-old Janice got custody of Jalina. Somewhat reluctantly, according to Janice, Joe paid $250 a month toward Jalina's support. Janice tried to save most of that for her little girl's future. She found herself working as hard as her own mother had just to cover the necessities of life for herself and Jalina. She couldn't hope to get much help from her family. They were working to keep afloat themselves. Janice Miranda was a young woman of moderate habits. Occasionally she would have a drink or two when she was out dancing, but that was all. Drinking was against her religion, and besides that, the music and the excitement that she always found at a dance were enough of a high for her. Janice fantasized sometimes that she could be a professional disco dancer, and she also loved to dance to the big band sound. She didn't use drugs, except for diet pills once in a while. She was so tiny that her friends wondered why she felt the need to watch her weight, but she complained that every extra pound showed when you were short. If she went over 105 pounds, she worried. Janice, with Jalina in tow, moved often, looking perhaps for some geographic solution to the melancholy that periodically washed her world in shades of gray. She went from Texas to California, and then on up to Washington State. She didn't have anything in the way of earthly possessions, but she had what was most important, her daughter. Jalina's hair was a little darker than her mother's, but just as thick and gleaming with highlights. Janice combed Jalina's hair back and caught it up with a ribbon, letting it cascade to her daughter's waist. Mother and daughter were close, perhaps too close. Sometimes Janice confided too much in her child. She told Jalina almost everything. That's more than a little kid should know, Janice's friends cautioned more than once. But Janice shook her head. Jalina and I don't have any secrets between us. During and after her marriage to Joe, Janice was a Jehovah's Witness. She was heavy into religion, Joe remembered. She was always looking for something to belong to. Her family broke up after a divorce, and Janice was kicked around a lot from family to family. As an adult, Janice was close to her mother, sisters, and brother, and she had one other person she could count on, her friend, Louise Mitchell. The women met at their church in Dallas in 1975. Louise was a little older and had kids of her own, but the two women hit it off right away. Janice's size could make her seem almost waif-like sometimes, as if she needed someone who gave a damn about her. Louise did. They had similar problems, and the two women sometimes combined their households to save expenses. They got along fine. They trusted each other so much that they shared a bank account on occasion. Then one or the other would move, and their friendship would continue with long-distance calls and letters. Janice still longed for a man who would truly love her, but now that would mean loving Jalina, too. Janice was young and attractive, and most of the time she managed to show the world an upbeat attitude, even when she was sad and scared underneath. Half of her believed in fate and in love at first sight. Half of her clung to her own autonomy and made her treasure her independence. Pressed to reveal her real feelings, Janice admitted that she believed she would have a second chance at love. Sometimes Janice leapt without thinking, making decisions based on emotion rather than on common sense. She seemed to change her mind as often as she changed her clothes. The one thing she was absolutely steadfast about was her daughter. Jalina always came first. Janice would have given up her life for her little girl. Louise Mitchell had seen Janice discouraged and depressed, but not often. The only time she was really concerned was when they were living in California. Janice had looked upon the move to California as a whole new start, only to find that there was nothing magical there either. It was still hard to make a living and support Jelena, and sometimes she got so lonely. When Louise moved to Seattle in 1979, Janice followed a few months later and found an apartment right across the street from Louise's place. She hadn't found happiness in Texas or in California, and she missed having her best friend around. They fell immediately back into their old habit of visiting together every day, either on the phone or over coffee. Janice soon got a job working in the office at the Richmond Pediatric Clinic on North 185th, in the North End suburb of Seattle. The move from Texas had taken everything she had saved, except for Jelena's college money. She wouldn't touch Jelena's savings if she could help it. Janice had only her 1974 Pinto. She had no furniture at all, and no clothes for cold weather. One of the other women working at the clinic loaned her a little television set, and she was surprised and shocked when she brought it over to see that Janice and Jelena slept on the floor of their small apartment in sleeping bags because they had no beds. They were using a suitcase for a table, but neither mother nor daughter seemed to feel bad about it. They were camping out until they could afford furniture. Janice was a good worker, and everyone liked her at the clinic. She never complained about what she didn't have. She just worked harder to change things. She took a job at Kmart in the evenings, Shirley Lenz, the clinic receptionist, recalled. She wanted Jelena to have whatever she needed. Janice herself didn't even have a winter coat. She had to have 2 jobs to make it. If only on a subconscious level, Janice Miranda waited for a prince to come along and rescue her. She knew that wasn't likely to happen. Still, she could hope. Every time she went to a dance, she wondered if it might turn out to be her lucky night. She joined Parents Without Partners and attended all their dances. She went to their Halloween party and then to the PWP Thanksgiving dance. Faces in the crowd began to seem like friends. Janice went to a Parents Without Partners New Year's Eve dance on the last day of 1980. It was held at a dance hall over the Richmond Highlands Ice Arena. As always, there were 4 times as many women attending as men. The women brought the chips and dip and cheese trays and leftover Christmas cookies, and the men brought themselves, fully aware that their very scarcity made them more desirable. Most of the celebrants were over 40. Janice didn't really expect New Year's Eve to be any different from the rest of her nights. She just wanted to dance. Jelena was safe with a babysitter, and Janice knew she looked especially pretty in one of her few good dresses. When she heard a soft voice behind her asking for a dance, she turned around and got a pleasant surprise. She had danced with the man holding out his hand before, although they had never really talked. His name was Randy something. He wasn't very tall, but he had a wonderfully muscular physique, warm brown eyes, and a luxuriant mustache. He was handsome, and he was young. He looked no more than 25. He couldn't dance more than rudimentary steps. But that didn't matter. Suddenly they were talking as if they had known each other for a long time. He made no move to leave her side all evening. Maybe it was the thought that she wasn't really alone on New Year's Eve any longer. Maybe it was her sense that the physical attraction between them was very strong. Whichever, Janice was both thrilled and fascinated with Randy Roth. He told her he had just celebrated his 26th birthday on the day after Christmas. He'd been married once, but his divorce had been final on May 20th. He said he had a little boy, Greg, who was 3. He was raising his son by himself. She was touched by that. Right away, they had something in common. Janice looked at the picture Randy carried of his son and saw an adorable, chubby-cheeked little boy. It was obvious to her that Randy loved his child as fiercely as she loved Jelena. As 1981 arrived and the crowd whooped and whistled, Janice Miranda was already half in love. Inwardly, she marveled at that. She was the woman who didn't trust men. She had been bruised in the wars of love too many times. But this man was different, somehow special. When Randy Roth asked if he might call her, she agreed enthusiastically. And then she held her breath until he did call. So many men said they would, and then never did. Randy did. He seemed to be as interested in her as she was in him. Her friend Louise and her co-workers at the clinic warned her to be cautious, but Janice just shook her head and smiled. The more time she spent with Randy, the more she thanked her lucky stars. He was the dearest, sweetest, most romantic man she had ever known. His own life hadn't been easy. He trusted her enough to confide in her about his service in the Marine Corps in Vietnam, but only to a point. She sensed he was holding some of the horror back so that he wouldn't upset her. All he seemed to care about was her happiness. She had never known anyone like that before. Janice came to work one morning just beaming, Shirley Lenz would recall later. She was carrying a little bouquet of flowers and a note. Randy had left them on her car. She just couldn't get over that. She thought it was wonderful. When Randy sent Janice a dozen red roses, she was even more enchanted with him. If she had sat down and written out exactly what she wanted in a man, her list would have described Randy Roth. Except for the fact that he was only a passable dancer, he was perfect. She told Louise that Randy had held a steady job as a diesel mechanic for Vitamilk Dairy for a long time, and that he wanted the same things out of life that she wanted: a happy family, a home with a mother and a father to take care of both Greg and Jelena. Randy told her he was renting his house with an option to buy it. He had lived in the Linwood, Washington area most of his life. Randy seemed solid to Janice, not like the fly-by-night guys she had met before. Although Janice wasn't thrilled with working out and jogging, she accompanied Randy in those pursuits, puffing along behind him but grinning gamely. If Randy had wanted her to, she would have lifted weights and swum the English Channel. He was a stickler for physical fitness, and she wanted to be just the kind of woman he admired. When she saw how he detested smoking, she quickly quit. She hoped he would never find out that she had smoked. Loving Randy's son Greg was easy for Janice. He was a sweet little boy who didn't even remember his real mother. Janice was ready to be Greg's mother if Randy wanted her to be. Both Louise Mitchell and Shirley Lenz kept warning Janice to slow down. What did she really know about Randy? She just laughed and told them she knew enough to know she wanted to marry him and live with him for the rest of her life. Shirley had never even met Randy, but he sounded like the perfect man for Janice. Maybe too perfect. She suggested to Janice that a perfect man would be willing to wait a few more months. Real love could stand the test of time. From Janice's description of their dating, it sounded as though they were racing toward a serious commitment. Shirley's suspicions were right on target. One morning in February, Janice rushed into work and showed her co-workers her left hand. She wore a ring with a tiny diamond on her third finger. "He's going to take care of me," she cried joyously. "Randy's going to marry me and take care of me." Janice Miranda and Randy Roth were married in a civil ceremony in Municipal Court in Seattle on March 13th, 1981. They took a short honeymoon to Victoria, British Columbia on Vancouver Island. It was only 3 ferryboat rides away and a short drive from the Linwood-Everett area. Culturally, it was a world away. The historic Empress Hotel where they stayed seemed so grand and European, with its majestic structure and the afternoon high tea it was famous for. Janice was dazzled by the splendor and romance. After the honeymoon, Janice and Jelena moved into Randy's rented house at 4029 42nd Place West in Mount Lake Terrace. At his urging, Janice quit her job and stayed home to be a mother to the 2 children of their new family. She felt a little guilty because Randy was bringing so much into the marriage, at least financially, and she had nothing to contribute but her love. Randy told her he had $250,000 worth of insurance on his life, and that he had changed the policy so that she was the beneficiary. 3 weeks after they were married, Janice applied for a daycare license, had the house inspected, and opened a child care center in their home. The first of her 4 toddlers came at 6 a.m., and Jan was busy all day. She even kept one child from 10 p.m. until 4 a.m. for a registered nurse who worked a night shift at a nearby hospital. Jan didn't earn very much, $1.25 an hour during the day and $1.50 at night. But she had children there 16 hours a day for 5 days a week. Randy worked at Vitamilk from 7:30 a.m. until 5 p.m. He made $14.39 an hour, plus time and a half when he worked overtime. He led Janice to believe that he earned close to $30,000 a year. Janice and Randy hadn't been married long when Janice told Louise that someone had stolen her car. Louise thought that was almost laughable. 7-year-old Pintos were not exactly the most desirable targets for car thieves, not like Camaros or Pontiac Firebirds. Besides, Janice acted strange when she talked about it. Actually, she didn't want to talk about it at all, and she avoided Louise's questions. She had insurance on the car, however, and she and Randy accepted a cash settlement. What was left of the Pinto turned up a couple of months later, stripped and abandoned. In the beginning, Janice was deliriously happy in her marriage. Everybody who knew her was happy for her. It was Louise Mitchell who first became aware that things in the Roths' marriage might not be as blissful as they had been. While Randy had been an ardent lover during his headlong pursuit of Janice, she confided to Louise that he had cooled off rapidly. Even their honeymoon had been a disappointment. Randy told Janice that intercourse was painful for him because of an infection that set in after he had had a vasectomy. Janice didn't understand male physiology, and she was puzzled. Still, she accepted his explanation, although she was disappointed that the physical side of their marriage was so diminished. Randy also had a private area of his life that Janice worried about. During their whirlwind courtship, he hadn't talked about other women, but she had been around enough to assume that he'd had lovers in his past, just as she had. She did not expect that he would continue to see his old girlfriends. Janice was not happy to discover that Randy was still very close to Lily Vandeveer, a married woman who had been Greg's babysitter. He often had lunch alone with her. Indeed, he sometimes still had her babysit with Greg, which was ridiculous because Janice was available to care for Greg. Jolena told her mother that when Randy went to pick Greg up at Lily's house, he always made her stay in the car. Randy laughed at Jan's questions about Lily. "She just wants my attention," he explained. "There's nothing romantic about it." Jan wanted her husband's attention, too, and she was not getting much of it. Before her second marriage was 3 months old, Janice Miranda Roth began to worry that Randy might be seeing other women. And then she berated herself for being so suspicious. It was her own lack of confidence, she reasoned, and nothing that Randy was doing. After all, hadn't Randy brought up the idea of their buying a house? A man who had fallen out of love with his wife wouldn't do that. She tried to tell herself that they were building a future together, that Randy was simply a man who did not desert his old friends. Sometimes she had to try very hard to talk herself out of the jealous thoughts that crept into her mind. Everything was so different after their wedding. The romantic gestures that Janice had appreciated so much during their courtship had long since stopped. There were no more nosegays or love notes, no more roses. Janice no longer felt as if Randy saw her as the center of his universe. She rationalized that disappointment away, too. Randy was working hard, and so was she. Roses cost money, and they were saving to buy the house. She would be foolish to expect their relationship to continue as it had before they were married. Still, Randy's tender and impulsive gestures had ended so suddenly that it was almost as if he had thrown cold water in her face. One day she had been basking in his complete devotion. The next, she felt like a babysitter. Her husband seemed closed off to her, his face void of expression, his attitude toward her often almost one of annoyance. She couldn't understand what had happened. Feeling disloyal, she confided again in Louise Mitchell. "Sometimes I wonder if I didn't get married too quickly." "Does he hit you?" Louise asked. "Nothing like that. He's just different." Louise ventured her opinion that her friend's husband seemed to be wound up too tight. She felt that Randy was capable of violence, and she warned Janice to be careful. Janice shook her head. No, it wasn't that. She didn't know for sure what was wrong. They could sit down and talk things out calmly, and they often did. "I just worry about things," she admitted. "He lives so dangerously. He drives so fast. And he's so jealous of me. He's got no reason to be. I never even look at anyone else." Like Jan, who had been slow to tell her family about her marriage, Randy didn't seem anxious to introduce her to his mother or his siblings. In fact, she had no idea where they lived, nor had she heard any details about them. She would have been shocked to realize how close by they lived. However, they did visit Randy's father, Gordon, and his stepmother, Sandy, in southwest Washington in July of 1981. They went camping during their vacation and drove down the coast pulling a trailer. They camped at Ocean Shores in Washington and then at a campground in Astoria, Oregon, before they arrived in the little town of Washougal where Gordon lived. Gordon was built much like Randy, muscular and compact, and he was a strong man too. The elder Roth had a small farm near Washougal, and Randy helped his father harvest a crop of hay, something he had done often in the past. Janice liked her stepmother-in-law and Randy's step-siblings, Marcy, 13, John, 9, and J.R., 7. Jolena was thrilled to learn that Marcy had 2 horses, Stardust and Dusty. Randy, Janice, Jolena, who was 7, and Greg, now 3, camped at Beacon Rock State Park, about 15 miles east of Washougal, along the Columbia River Gorge. Randy suggested that they hike up Beacon Rock itself. Although Janice was not an avid hiker, she was swept up in Randy's enthusiasm, at least until she saw Beacon Rock up close. Beacon Rock was more of a mountain than a rock. It was a huge monolith that rose up out of the earth more than 500 feet into the sky. High up at its summit, it looked forbidding and dangerous. There was only stone up there. 8 or 9 stubborn fir trees clung to its inhospitable surface. Janice confided that she was terrified of heights, but Randy assured her there were easy hiking trails that even the children could manage. With his coaxing and soothing, Janice nodded nervously and said she would give it a try. They took Marcy and John along and trudged up the huge rock. The kids did just fine, maybe because their center of gravity was so low. The trail was well marked, and it had handrails and numerous switchbacks to ease the uphill climb. Even so, it wasn't for sissies. There were many other vacationers climbing along with them. Randy walked out on one shortcut about 200 feet from the top, and Janice saw other people ducking under the handrails. But she hung back. She knew she would get dizzy if she looked down. She kept a close eye and grip on Jolena and Greg to be sure they stayed well back from the edge of the trail, where the earth ended suddenly in nothing but a few scraggly shrubs and air. Janice felt much better when they were back down on flat ground. She was relieved when they headed north to Seattle, leaving the looming bulk of stone behind them. Back home, Janice and Randy went ahead with their plans to buy a house. In August, they found a place they could afford, also in Mount Lake Terrace. The community was Seattle's answer to the East Coast Levitt towns built during the post-World War II building boom. Just off the I-5 freeway, halfway between Seattle and Everett, it was the first town of any size to the north, Young couples flocked to buy the new homes that sprouted up as quickly as mushrooms, with only the color of the paint and other minor cosmetic differences distinguishing one from the other. Randy's service in the Marines allowed him to get a VA loan to buy the new house at 6207 229th Southwest. It cost $59,950, and there was no down payment required, only closing costs. Randy's rent for the old house had been just $250 a month. Now their mortgage payments were almost $900 a month, and it would be years before they built up any real equity in the new house, but it was theirs, not a rental. Janice was so excited about having her own home. Mount Lake Terrace wasn't as popular an area as it had been 3 decades before. There were scores of newer subdivisions around Seattle and Everett now, and the newness had worn off. The house wasn't fancy, but it was a huge step up from an apartment with no beds or tables. When they bought the little house, Janice felt slightly guilty that she had complained about Randy to Louise, even though she had discovered that Randy had only a part-time job as a mechanic for Vitamilk. He was the one who had made their buying a house possible. Her babysitting chores didn't bring in enough money to make much of a difference. "It doesn't seem right," Janice told Louise, mentioning again Randy's $250,000 insurance policy. The policy he had stressed was there to ensure that Greg and Jelena would always be taken care of. "Randy has all that insurance, and I don't have any. He wants us both to get a policy, and that seems fair to me. That way I'll be evening up the financial burden a little." Randy had made an appointment with Daryl Lundquist, an insurance agent for Farmers New World Life. Lundquist explained that both Randy and Janice were eligible for a VIP non-smoking policy with a payoff value of $100,000, and that the premiums would be negligible, only $15.90 a month apiece. Since they were both under 30 and lived clean and healthy lives, they were just the kind of clients that insurance companies wanted. "This way," Randy told Janice, "we will have mortgage insurance. If either of us should die, the other will be able to pay off the house and look after Jelena and Greg without worrying about losing our home." It sounded reasonable to Janice. On September 26, 1981, identical insurance policies were issued to the Roths by Farmers New World Life. They would go into effect in early November. Randy's beneficiary was, of course, his wife, Janice. He listed a neighbor couple, Ron and Nancy Aiden, who had become close friends, as secondary beneficiaries. Janice listed Randy first and the Aidens second. The Aidens belonged to the Baptist Church in Silver Lake that she and Randy attended, although Randy wasn't as faithful about attending services as Janice was. Randy seemed to have a real talent for making friends. His longest friendship was with Nick Amandi, whom he had known since 1977 when Amandi was only 19. They had been friends during the time Randy was married to his first wife, Donna Carlson Sanchez, Greg's mother. Donna had lived with Randy in the rented house he later shared with Janice. When Randy and Donna divorced, Nick had helped to move Donna over to Eastern Washington. She had a little girl by her first marriage and apparently agreed to let Randy have custody of Greg. Beyond that, Jan knew practically nothing about Donna. Randy and Nick Amandi punched the same time clock at Vitamilk Dairy, and they both were into fixing up cars and riding motorcycles. Randy seemed to be the leader and Nick the follower. "Randy liked to control me," Nick would recall years later. "He used the carrot and the stick approach. He would either give you something or punish you, so you'd do what he wanted." Nick was married and had a small daughter. Janice and Carrie Amandi were friendly, but it was mainly because of their husbands' long camaraderie. Janice hadn't told her family in Dallas that she had married again. Not at first. Maybe she was afraid they would question her impetuous decision after such a short courtship. Maybe she wanted time alone with Randy before they revealed their somewhat checkered family histories. She and Randy had been together for months before she broke the news. Once she told her mom, Billie Jean Ray, that she was married. She wrote to her often and seemed eager for Billie Jean and her sisters Cleta and Sharon and the rest of the family to accept and admire Randy. On October 12, 1981, Janice sent a long letter to Billie Jean. "It was good to talk to you again," Janice began. She told her mother that Jalina was now 4 feet 5 inches tall and weighed 65 pounds. Janice explained that she was not working outside the home and that it was good to be there when Jalina came home from school. She said that she was babysitting for a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old and hoped to build up to more clients. Greg's 4th birthday was coming up, Janice noted, and he made his own bed and helped her with chores. He's quite mature because Randy would not tolerate a sissy boy. Janice's affection for Greg was obvious. He is a good boy most of the time. Janice's letter was cheerful as she described the aftermath of Greg's attempt to shave when he cut himself, and how he had come home from playing with dog mess in his hair. Kids are kids. Janice told her mother that Greg told her she looked pretty as she fixed her hair and makeup every evening before Randy came home. She told her mother that Randy was 5 feet 7.5 inches tall and weighed about 155 pounds, and that he was very strong. He was a former karate champion with trophies to prove it. He doesn't do it much anymore. He'd get so involved that he couldn't sleep. Perhaps protesting too much. Janice wrote that Randy has many very good qualities. Sometimes his drawbacks are due to the years he spent in Vietnam. He used to have nightmares, some depression after his tour there. You probably wouldn't believe some of the things he had to do there. He isn't proud of them, but it's either you or the enemy. Also, if you don't do what you're told, then you go to the stockade. If we ever had another war and Randy got drafted, I wouldn't let him go. So many guys get messed up in Nam. That was a dumb war. The world itself can make you a hard, cold person, but so can war. He had to learn to be human again, if you can understand that. Janice hastened to assure her mother that Randy had never used any type of drug, and when they went out, they drank very moderately. She had never seen Randy even tipsy, and he had never smoked. As for her love affair with dancing, Janice wrote that she and Randy only went out dancing once every 6 weeks. She complained jokingly that she was getting old, and that at 29 she couldn't keep up the way she could when she was only 25. I don't take getting too old to disco lightly. Janice complimented Billy on getting a good job as a housekeeper for a wealthy couple and wrote nostalgically about the good old Texas home cooking, which she missed. She said Randy didn't care for vegetables much, and she tried to cook only the things he preferred. Janice wrote about the weather and the beautiful and hot summer the Northwest had just had. Temperatures had soared over 100 degrees. She was annoyed with her sister Cleta for giving their father her mailing address, which she still listed as Louise Mitchell's house, because she didn't want him to write to her. If he really ever cared about us, he would have sent you child support when he was working. When he has paid you a couple of $1,000s of back child support, then I'll speak to him. He forgot his responsibility to us, and now I forget mine to him, since I don't live a Christian life anymore. Janice wrote that she lived according to her own standards, as most people seem to. Although Janice was no longer a practicing Jehovah's Witness, she did attend church, and she was living a Christian life. But she was very hard on herself. "Think I'm bitter?" she wrote. "Damn right I am. I only appreciate those worth appreciating. That's my own opinion. It took me years and years to realize all this. He didn't care if we had clothes or food to eat. Now did he?" Whatever her father had done to make amends, Janice felt it wasn't enough. He had once offered to take Jalina to ease her burden. That wasn't the answer. I was the problem, not Jelena, she wrote, explaining that several times in her life, Jelena was the reason for her to keep trying. She loves her mama, and I needed that. It was a strangely ambivalent letter, sounding happy and confident, but with an undercurrent of what? It was more than bitterness over a lost childhood. A kind of dread, perhaps? It felt good, she wrote, reversing herself again, to know that it was no longer I alone who was taking care of the family. Janice concluded, I am the most secure and generally the happiest I've ever been. But sometimes I don't know if that's what I want. Sometimes playing housewife isn't always fun. Sometimes I miss my independency. Randy's good to all of us, and fair, but I sometimes remember liking to be my own boss. Janice Miranda Roth told her mother she had never had so much in the way of worldly goods, even though she and Randy longed for things they couldn't yet afford. They wanted a basement and a second bathroom, and money was tight. Their house payments took $871 a month, and the rest went for groceries, utilities, and insurance. This house is half mine, and if I choose to leave, I forfeit all rights. That's how the contract was written. Janice closed her letter saying, I do love Randy very much. However, sometimes I ask myself, is love really worth it? I don't know that answer yet. Bye. Janice enclosed money for her mother's birthday. She didn't explain, is love really worth what? Billie Jean Ray never got another letter from Janice Roth, nor did anyone else. 2. On Halloween, Randy Roth and his friend Nick Amandi took Nick's daughter and Greg and Jelena out trick-or-treating. The men talked as they waited in the road while the excited children ran across the lawns, giggling to knock on doors. Afterward, Nick Amandi could not recall how they got into a conversation whose topic was macabre enough to fit right in with the foggy, dark Halloween night. Could you kill your wife? Randy had asked Nick suddenly. What? Nick was startled. What do you mean? I mean, under certain circumstances, if you had to. Randy gave examples of situations where a man might kill his wife to save her from something far worse. What if we were invaded? Randy continued. What if the Russians were coming and you knew she was going to be tortured or raped? Could you kill her first? Amandi shook his head, chilled at the thought. Jan asked me if I could kill her if something like that happened, Randy explained, as if they were carrying on the most normal conversation in the world. Amandi changed the subject and tried to shrug off Randy's questions as Halloween spookiness, but he remembered the conversation for years. Randy had an intensity about him, a way of speaking softly and staring at someone with his brown eyes fixed. Sometimes he came up with the weirdest thoughts. Nick hadn't realized it, but Jan Roth had felt a chill for a long time, a sense of foreboding that drained the sunshine from her heart the way the northwest rains wash the sky of light. In the space of 7 months, she had gone from a bubbly bride to a woman with circles under her eyes, who seemed always to be watching for something behind her, something creeping up on her. When Louise Mitchell questioned her about what was wrong, Janice just bit her lip and looked away. Her marriage wasn't happy. That was patently clear to Louise. She knew Janice and had seen her put up with all manner of disappointments and still hide her pain from the world. This was something different. Janice didn't talk about Randy the way she had. There was no joy in her at all. Finally, she acknowledged quietly to her best friend that she had made a mistake. She had even begun to think of leaving her husband, although she had nothing but Jelena's college fund to see them through. Janice believed that if she left, she would have no claim at all on the property she and Randy now co-owned. Louise felt her skin prickle with goosebumps. It almost seemed that Janice was afraid of Randy. By November 1981, Nick Amundi saw the same depression in his friend's wife. One morning, Randy asked Nick to drive him to work. He said he was leaving on a hunting trip and didn't want to park his car at Vitamilk overnight. Nick obliged, using Randy's car, although he was puzzled. He had never known Randy to hunt. He felt sure that if Randy was staying away overnight, he wasn't going hunting for deer or elk. After he dropped Randy off, Nick drove the car back to the little house in Mount Lake Terrace. He stopped in to say hi to Jan and found a very sad and frightened woman. She said she was scared of dying, Amundi remembered later. I just know she wasn't happy. Why on earth would a perfectly healthy 29-year-old woman be afraid of dying? He wondered. Janice was still jogging and exercising. She was in great shape. She had every right to expect to be around for another 50 or 60 years. Nick Amundi couldn't cheer her up, and he left, perplexed. On November 25th, Janice asked Jelena to come into the master bedroom with her. She had something important to tell her, something that no 8-year-old child should ever have to deal with.
Jelena,
Janice said hopelessly,
you know I love you, and I want to stay with you forever and ever. But if anything should happen to me, if I'm not here, I want you to know I have some money put away. It's for you.
Janice showed Jelena the hiding place she had selected. She pulled out a drawer in a cabinet built into the wall. There was a white envelope taped to the back of the drawer. She showed her daughter the thick clump of bills inside.
Remember, honey, if I'm gone, I want you to come in here and take this and hide it.
Jelena nodded, but she was worried. Why was her mother talking like that? It scared her. Worried and frightened enough, Janice might have dipped into Jelena's money to get away from whatever she feared. Janice had promised Billy Ray that she and Jelena would come to Texas for either Christmas or New Year's, but she hadn't said one word about bringing Randy along. As far as anyone knew, their marriage was still a going concern. Randy gave no indication to anyone that there were problems. On November 7th, 1981, Randy's and Jan's identical VIP $100,000 insurance policies had gone into effect. They continued to work at fixing up their new home in Mount Lake Terrace. Janice made no move to leave her husband. It is likely she hoped that her fears were groundless and that things would go back to the way they had been at first. She had loved Randy so much when she married him, and she had loved their life together until all the affection and sharing trickled away. Jan had no idea what she had done wrong. All the makeup and dressing up for Randy's homecoming, and all her efforts to cook his favorite foods were met with a blank stare. Sometimes she thought he hated her. Sometimes she blamed Vietnam and what that terrible war had done to him. More often, she blamed herself. Randy announced that they would be going down to visit his father and stepmother in Washougal for Thanksgiving dinner. Janice was enthusiastic about the trip when she told Louise about it. Although she didn't look forward to the long drive, she liked Randy's family. Gordon and Sandy Roth were having their own marital problems and had separated, but they lived just across Southeast 380th Avenue from each other. It was an amicable parting. Randy still felt comfortable visiting them in their separate homes. He and Janice would stay at the farm with Sandy, though. Gordon Roth's bachelor cottage was tiny. Thanksgiving Day went well. The kids had a good time, and no one in Washougal sensed any strain at all between the newlyweds. They all talked about Christmas and where they would spend the holiday. On Friday morning, November 27th, 1981, Randy and Janice prepared to go Christmas shopping. When the kids heard about their plans, they all clamored to go. But Randy said no. This was just for Jan and him. They needed some time to be together. The weather was chilly but sunny, and he wanted to get started at once. He turned down Sandy Roth's offer to make her usual pancake breakfast for company. Marcy Roth and her little brothers were disappointed about that. Sandy didn't bother making pancakes just for the kids. Jolena didn't care. She was excited about spending the day with Marcy and riding the horses. Jan seemed happy to go shopping with Randy. In fact, she seemed to be happy and enthusiastic about the Thanksgiving weekend in general. It was her first real holiday as Randy's wife, and now there was a Christmas coming up when she and Jolena wouldn't be alone anymore. If she still had doubts about her marriage and fears about something unknown waiting to destroy her happiness, she gave no indication of them. But Randy and Janice didn't go Christmas shopping after all. As Randy explained later, they were barely down the road toward the huge shopping mall at Jantzen Beach on the Columbia River when Janice asked him if they could change their plans. "She suggested we climb Beacon Rock," Randy said. "She thought it would be romantic for us to climb up alone." Janice wore jeans and a bright pink ski jacket with white fake fur trim. Randy wore his street clothes and a jacket. Neither had shoes meant for rough terrain. It didn't matter. It wasn't as if they would be going mountain climbing. Randy reminded Jan that Beacon Rock had a trail where they could walk side by side, at least as they started up. Last summer's climb hadn't been nearly as scary as she expected. Had it? Skamania County, Washington, is one of the state's least populated counties, with much of its landmass covered over with forests and mountains. The Gifford-Pinchot National Forest sprawls across Skamania County and the Cascade Range, whose infamous Mount St. Helens erupted on May 18, 1980, thrust skyward from the land. Here is the Indian Heaven Wilderness and the Trapper Creek Wilderness. Skamania's small towns crouch along the Great Columbia River at the bottom of the county. Underwood, Home Valley, Carson, North Bonneville, Skamania, and Stevenson, the county seat. Except for its natural wonders, Skamania is not a rich county. It is a world away from the industry of Seattle and of Portland, Oregon. Its income even more depleted with the slump in the timber industry and the battle between the environmentalists and the loggers over the rights of the spotted owl. With the exception of an occasional drunken shootout and one tragically memorable family mass murder, Skamania County has a markedly low homicide rate. Lawmen are far more likely to have to deal with highway accidents and mishaps suffered by tourists. It is true now, and it was true in 1981. It was 11:23 on the morning of November 27th when case number 81-3885 began to unfold in the Skamania County Sheriff's Office. The day after Thanksgiving had been quiet for deputies on duty until Deputy E.L. Powell was instructed to respond to a possible fall victim at Beacon Rock. There was very little information available on the incident, if indeed there had been a fall. Powell asked that a team from Skamania County Search and Rescue respond. "Better roust Ray out, too," he said quietly into his radio mic. Ray was Undersheriff Ray Blaisdell. People didn't fall off Beacon Rock and walk away with a sprained ankle. If the report was true, the news could be bad. They had perhaps 4 hours of daylight to locate a fall victim. When Deputy Powell got to the Beacon Rock trailhead 10 minutes later, he was met by a worried-looking young woman who said her name was Shelley Anderson. She said her party of climbers, her husband, Stephen Anderson, Merle Quarter, and Edward Warfield, all from Vancouver, Washington, had noticed a man running up and down the trail, calling out some name they couldn't understand. Then he said, "My God, my wife has fallen." He wanted someone to come down and call for help, she explained, so I said I would. With only second-party information, Powell tried to determine just where the fall victim might have gone off the rock so that the ambulance crew and the search and rescue team could concentrate their efforts. So far, he was told, they had been unable to locate the woman. He figured that it would be best for them to go into the area from the intersection of Little Road and State Road 14. Under Sheriff Blaisdell arrived to take over the scene, and he talked with the distraught man who said his wife had fallen. He gave his name as Randolph Roth and his address as Mount Lake Terrace, Washington. Roth pointed out an area about 200 feet from the top of Beacon Rock and said his wife Janice had slid over and off at that point. They had been taking a shortcut, one that they had taken on a climb earlier in the summer, and he had climbed over the railing and Jan had crawled under. His wife was in the lead, Roth said. She made a sharp right turn. She started to slide on something, dried pine needles, loose dirt, leaves, something. He said he tried to reach out for her, but he wasn't close enough to grab her. As he watched in horror, he said, his wife disappeared from sight. He climbed down as far as he possibly could, trying to find her. He looked down from every vantage point possible, but was unable to find her. Roth said he thought maybe he could run down and come up from the bottom to find Jan, but that didn't work either. Desperate, he said he climbed back up and ran down the trail to find the hikers he had seen earlier and ask them for help. He led them up to the spot where he had last seen his wife. None of them spotted her either. Far down below the spot where Janice Roth had fallen, searchers looked for her in vain. Bill Wiley, coordinator for search and rescue in the county and a master at rock climbing, rappelled down the face 200 feet in his search for the victim. They were able to pinpoint the area where someone would land, but Janice wasn't there. She should have been. Wiley lowered a weighted rope to indicate the direction of fall. It didn't make any kind of sense. The woman could not have bounced so far off the predictable fall pattern. 2 helicopters, piloted by Jack Caseberg and Tom Nolan, were brought in from the 304th Air Squadron. It was a perilous situation for the searchers. The air currents around Beacon Rock were notoriously treacherous, with sudden wind shears that could tumble the copters themselves down the face of the giant monolith. The backwash of the rotors tugged at Bill Wiley, threatening to knock him from his precarious perch. A parajumper, who was also a highly trained paramedic, was lowered by a rope from the copter in a vain attempt to spot the missing woman. Down in the parking lot by the sheriff's cars, Randy repeated exactly what Jan had been wearing. Her new jacket was such a bright pink, he said, that she should be easy to spot. He was pale and sweaty as he paced frantically, his face a study in despair. From time to time he mentioned small things. Climbing Beacon Rock had been Jan's idea. It was her day. She could do what she wanted. I told her it was cold and asked her if she was sure. She was, he said hopelessly. She wanted to be alone with me. Minutes, and then hours passed. A score or more searchers raced against sundown. Sandy Cobart, Bob Hoot, Corey Doughty, Connie Davis, Lester McDonald, and Todd and Sandy McCaldy from the search and rescue team moved above the trail on the west side of Beacon Rock. Helping them were personnel from the Bonneville Fire Department, Greg Hodges, Jay Christensen, Mike Southard, Doug McKenzie, and Jim Duff. The Anderson rock climbing party stayed on to help search too. Finally, the aerial team and the ground searchers, working on a concentrated sweep together, caught a glimpse of pink in a dense clump of timber halfway down the rock. For the missing woman to have landed in the timber, she would have had to fall at a 45-degree angle from where her husband said she had gone off. Janice Roth lay 300 feet from the top on the west side of the Mammoth Rock. The chance that she had survived was almost minimal. The parajumper from Tom Nolan's helicopter was lowered on a swaying rope harness to where the victim lay, while her husband waited for some word of her condition. Blaisdell's radio crackled, and communication between the paramedics and the ground station was audible. The medics were requesting IVs. Blaisdell turned to Randy Roth. "It's possible that she's still alive." Randy Roth's face showed joy and relief. That was unmistakable. Policemen are by nature a suspicious lot. Blaisdell studied Randy intensely. The undersheriff figured that if there had been any foul play, Roth would have been stunned and horrified to learn his wife was alive. Randy Roth's expression revealed only elation that his wife still lived. Blaisdell worried that he might be building up for an emotional crash. It seemed incredible that anyone could have survived that fall with all the stone outcroppings along the way. 15 minutes passed. The word that came over the radio was what Blaisdell had expected all along. The small woman in the pink jacket was dead. There was no longer any question of that. She had been carried to a level field where medics got only a flat line on their life pack monitors. They found no signs at all of life. Blaisdell turned to Randy Roth and informed him of the tragic news. Roth began to sob. "Then why did they ask for the IVs?" he demanded. "She must have been alive." "I don't know," Blaisdell answered, and he didn't. It took a quarter of an hour for the widower to regain any kind of composure. He walked away from Ray Blaisdell to where his car was parked. He was still crying, but he gradually got control of his emotions. When the undersheriff asked if there was anyone he could call, Roth said he would be all right by himself. "Can I see her body?" "Yes, that would be all right, if you could identify her." Janice Roth's shattered body had been carried from a field on the south side of Beacon Rock by Skamania County ambulance crewmen Terry Weber, Dwayne Hathaway, and Sonny Cato. They had transported her first to the Pierce Ranch and then to the fire hall to await transportation to Straub's funeral home in Camas. "She doesn't look so good," one of the medics murmured to Randy, cautioning him. Ashen-faced, Randy Roth leaned into the ambulance to view Janice's body. Silently, he studied his wife as she lay in the ambulance. "She doesn't look so bad," he remarked quietly. "Her face doesn't seem as badly damaged as I expected." His tone was flat, washed of any emotion at all. Later, Randy remembered that he had to be absolutely sure that Jan was dead, absolutely beyond help, before he could let them take her body to the funeral home. If there was anything at all that could be done for her, he wanted it done. But he could see there was nothing to be done. Jan was dead. He turned away, stumbling toward Blaisdell's patrol car. His voice was suddenly full of tears as he said, "I've seen a lot of deceased people when I was in the service, but I've never had to look at a loved one like this. She didn't smoke and she didn't drink. That's the reason I married her. I loved her very much." He repeated that statement 3 times. Did he mean that literally? Was it so hard to find a clean, living woman that Roth had fallen in love with his wife because she had those attributes? Probably not. He was hurting and he was crying, and he probably didn't know exactly what he was saying. The men standing around turned away. What could anyone say? The poor man seemed overwhelmed with grief. Sonny Cato handed him Janice's engagement ring and wedding band. When Roth asked about the gold necklace that Janice had been wearing, they told him she hadn't been wearing it. It had probably been ripped off as she plummeted 300 feet down Beacon Rock. "Besides you," Blaisdell asked, "who are her next of kin?" "She's got a daughter, Jelena. She's back at my mother's house in Washougal." Roth paused, trying to remember. "And she has a mother in Texas someplace, but I don't know her address. I never met any of her folks." As it happened, the on-call ambulance driver from Straub's funeral home in Camas, the first good-sized town along the Columbia River, was ex-homicide detective Dick Reed. Reed had retired in 1979 after working for almost 15 years in the homicide unit of the Seattle Police Department. As he viewed the body of the young woman and listened to the account of what had happened that day, he got what detectives call a hinky feeling. A dozen years later, he still remembered going to the fire hall to pick up the body of the fall victim. It bothered me. Something didn't add up. I suggested to Ray Blaisdell that he at least ask the husband to take a lie detector test, but Ray wasn't receptive at the time. He felt that it had been a terrible accident, that the husband was so grief-stricken that it had to be on the up and up. Dick Reed drove Janice Roth's body back to Straub's funeral home. It was a little before 5 p.m. when he arrived. It wasn't long after that when Randy Roth himself came into the reception area. He was very definite about what he wanted. He paid in full as he insisted that Jan be cremated as soon as possible. She would have wanted that. We've talked about it, and she hated the idea of being in the ground. We promised each other that if anything happened to either of us, the other would see to cremation. It would not be an expensive procedure. Roth explained that he and Jan had also agreed that lavish funerals were a waste, that money should go to take care of the living. He paid Straub's $541. Ironically, it cost him less to dispose of his dead wife's body than it would have to fly Jan and Jelena to Texas for Christmas. Randy was a well-organized man. Even in such bleak circumstances, his wallet was equipped with data he might need. He added the number of Janice's insurance policy to the papers he filled out at the funeral home. The last time Sandy Roth had seen her stepson and stepdaughter-in-law, they were happily heading off for a day of Christmas shopping. She expected them home for supper any minute. Instead, Randy called and suggested that everyone come to Camus for pizza. They were all sitting in the restaurant before they noticed Janice wasn't with Randy. He evaded their questions about where she was. Finally and almost casually, he pushed a receipt of some kind across the table. Sandy looked at it and froze, all color draining from her cheeks. She seemed incapable of saying anything. Marcy pulled it over and gazed without understanding at the piece of paper. "What does this mean?" she asked Randy. "What's cremation? And who's Janice Miranda Roth?" "You know," he answered. "No, I don't know any Janice Roth." "Yes, you do. Think about it." Slowly, the 13-year-old girl understood. She had never heard Janice called anything but Jan. She looked at Jelena, but the little girl clearly didn't comprehend what Randy was saying. Marcy couldn't believe it either. It had to be one of Randy's sadistic jokes. Marcy looked at him. He wasn't crying. He wasn't upset in the least. He was gobbling his pizza hungrily. It was so weird that it couldn't be real. Jan was probably going to walk in any minute with a breathless excuse. Marcy looked at the door as if she could will her new sister-in-law to appear. But the door was closed to keep the cold air out, and nobody appeared. Feeling nauseated and scared, Marcy excused herself to go to the ladies' room. Jelena followed her, talkative and cheerful as always. She didn't realize that something awful might have happened. Marcy herself was only 13. How could she be expected to tell a little kid that her mother might be dead, that she might already be nothing but ashes? The pizza roiled in Marcy's stomach, and it seemed like hours before the rest of the family finished eating and they headed home to bed. As unbelievable as it seemed to Marcy, Jan was dead. Randy hadn't been teasing in the mean way he sometimes did. He was a widower, his bride gone in the flicker of an eye. Randy apparently couldn't bring himself to tell Jelena. As he often remarked, he had never been able to deliver bad news, to say it out loud. But Jelena started asking questions about where her mother was. He had to tell her something. He took the little girl aside that evening and told her only that her mother had fallen and was in the hospital. He seemed so calm that Jelena wasn't upset. She expected her mother to come home in a day or so. 3. Randy Roth was up early the next morning, Saturday, November 28th. He had several phone calls to make. On his way home from their doomed climb, he had arranged for his dead wife's cremation. But there were other arrangements that he felt should be accomplished as soon as possible. Who would have ever thought that all the safeguards they had built to hold off disaster would have to be put into place so quickly? As Randy had told Janice only 2 months before, it was extremely important that their mortgage be paid off if anything happened to either one of them. They had 2 little kids to think about, 2 kids who would need their only parent free of financial burdens, and Janice had agreed with him. Randy ate breakfast and then placed a call to Darrell Lundquist, his insurance agent in Seattle. It was early on Saturday morning. In fact, Lundquist was still in bed when his phone rang. When he heard Randy's voice, Lundquist's first thought was that he wanted to cancel his policy. But it wasn't that. Randy said he wanted to file a claim. But there has to be a death before you can file a claim in this kind of policy, Lundquist explained. My wife died yesterday, Randy said flatly. Randy told Lundquist that Janice had been killed in a terrible accident. He wanted to begin to process his insurance claim at once. Lundquist woke up in a hurry and muttered condolences. Answering Randy's questions, the agent explained what Randy would need in order to collect on the $100,000 policy that had been written on Janice's life in September. The company would require a certified copy of Janice's death certificate, of course, and will need to have her Social Security number. Randy promised to get back to Lundquist as soon as possible with the necessary documents and information. Janice had been dead only 20 hours. Randy Roth didn't know his wife's Social Security number, but he figured her former employer at the pediatric clinic must have it on record. Shortly after 8 a.m., he placed a call to Shirley Lenz, who ran the doctor's office up in Seattle, and asked if she knew Janice's Social Security number. Shirley explained that she didn't have access to the information that Randy wanted, that it was locked up in the doctor's files. She asked him to call back after 9 a.m. when she could talk to the doctor. "Doesn't Janice know it?" she asked belatedly, but Randy had already hung up. When Randy called back after 9, Shirley Lenz read off Janice's Social Security number to him, 452065537. But she had had an hour to wonder and worry about his request, and she asked him if anything was wrong. "Yes," he told her. "We had an accident when we were hiking, and they had to fly Janice out in a helicopter." "How is she?" Shirley asked, concerned. "I don't know," he said. "You don't know?" she persisted. "What hospital is she in?" He grunted something she couldn't understand. How peculiar, she thought, and how frightening. But before she could question him further, Janice's husband had gone off the line. Shirley held the dead phone in her hand, staring at it. Randy packed up his family's things, bundled the 2 children into the car, and headed toward Interstate 5 to Seattle. He had told Jelena that her mother was in the hospital. As they drove out of Washougal, Jelena craned her neck to stare out the back window and asked, "Couldn't we go just see her?" "She can't have visitors," Randy answered. They could be home in 3.5 hours if traffic wasn't heavy. Despite Sandy Roth's offer to take care of his children until he made funeral arrangements for Janice and recovered a little from the shock of his sudden loss, he insisted on taking Jelena and Greg with him. He told his stepmother he was fine. The rest of the family was not fine. It was difficult, well-nigh impossible, for Sandy and Marcy and the boys he left behind in Washougal to cope with the thought that Jan had been there with them, laughing and smiling at Thanksgiving dinner, and now she was gone. Randy called no one in Janice's old world to tell them that she was dead. Not her mother, not her sister, not her best friend Louise, not Jelena's father, Joe Miranda. Randy didn't even call his own best friend, Nick Amundi. He could not stomach being the bearer of sad news, and there could be nothing sadder than the sudden end of his second marriage. When he arrived in Seattle, Randy stopped by Louise Mitchell's house to pick up Janice's mail. Louise wasn't there, but her children were. He thanked them for keeping the mail. He did not tell them that Janice had fallen to her death the day before, nor did he ask that they have Louise call him. Nick Amandi called shortly after Randy got home. He was shocked to hear Randy say bluntly, "Janice is no longer with us." When he finally realized what Randy was saying, Nick rushed over to Randy's to see if he could help out, but Randy seemed annoyed and sent him away, saying, "Everything is fine." Nick was back in his car before he recognized the smell in Randy's house. It was the aroma of cookies baking. Randy called the mothers whose babies Janice had taken care of. He didn't tell them that she would never be able to look after their youngsters again. He just said they would need to find someone else to sit on Monday. One mother stopped by to pick up her playpen, and still, Randy never mentioned that Janice was dead. Shock can do funny things to people. Randy Roth seemed to be in complete denial. He took care of business, and he took care of his children. He considered that Jolena was his, too. Her mother was dead, and he was her father now. He baked cookies and tucked the children into bed. Sometime he would have to tell them that Janice had gone away forever, but not right away. On that Saturday night, one of the other receptionists at the clinic called Shirley Lenz to tell her she had just heard about the climbing accident on the radio. Janice wasn't recovering in a hospital. Janice was dead. The two women could scarcely believe it. "Her husband didn't tell me," Shirley said. "He didn't even sound very upset." The next day was Sunday, and Randy took Greg and Jelena to church. He saw his friends, Ron and Nancy Aiden, there, friends whom Randy felt so close to that he had listed them as alternate beneficiaries on both his and Janice's life insurance policies. Ron Aiden grinned when he saw Randy and joked, "Where's your better-looking half?" "She died." "What?" "She's dead," Randy repeated. Dazed, Aiden realized that Randy wasn't making an exceedingly tasteless joke. Janice was dead, and there seemed to be no comforting Randy. He was handling his loss in his own way, sitting there in the congregation dry-eyed as Ron directed the choir with wooden arms. Randy was grieving stolidly, apparently unable to let himself cry anymore. His friends concluded that he was forcing himself to stay strong for the children. They had never seen a human being exercise such control. The Aidens were surprised to learn that Randy and Janice had listed them as alternate beneficiaries on their insurance policies. They had not known. It was academic anyway. Thank God Randy was alive and well and able to care for the half-orphaned children. Although Randy would have preferred not to have an autopsy performed on his wife, Skamania County Coroner Bob Like ordered that a post-mortem exam be done. It was standard in violent deaths. Dr. Eugene Blizzard of St. Joseph's Hospital in Vancouver performed the autopsy. There were no surprises. Jan Roth's petite body bore scratches and terrible head injuries, the expected result when a human skull comes into contact with rock outcroppings at the speed generated during a 300-foot fall. It wouldn't have mattered if they had found her a moment after she landed in the dark thicket of evergreens. No medical procedure could have saved her. After the post-mortem, Janice's body was cremated according to her widower's orders. He requested that her cremains be boxed and sent to his home. Ultimately, Jelena had to be told that her mother was dead. The story of the tragedy was headlined in the Seattle Post-Intelligencer on Sunday, November 29, 1981. Hiking accident takes life of young mother. Shirley Lenz called Randy on Monday to ask him when Janice's funeral would be, and then she asked him, "Why didn't you tell me she was dead when you called on Saturday?" "I've never been able to tell bad news," he said quietly. Poor little Janice, she thought. Poor, poor little Janice. Shirley could close her eyes and picture Janice's blissful face when she had brought in the bouquet from Randy. And now it was all over. So soon. Randy did not tell Louise Mitchell that her best friend was dead until the Monday after the accident. Louise was devastated and appalled to think that he had come by her house, picked up his mail, and never said a word. Confronted, he confessed again that he simply could not bear to deliver such awful news to anyone, especially to Louise. He knew how close she and Jan had been. It was Louise who notified Billie Jean Ray that her daughter was dead. She called Billie Jean on Monday, November 30th, wondering how she was going to explain that Janice had been dead for more than 2 days already, and only now was her mother being notified. "I only found out myself today," Louise explained, "and I was the only one who had your number." Down in Skamania County, Ray Blaisdell had no way of knowing how strangely Randy Roth was reacting to being an instant widower. Still, Blaisdell tried to look at Janice Roth's death from all angles. Belatedly, he asked Roth to take a lie detector test. He pulled a fresh sheet of paper and printed a heading and a list. Possible reasons to believe death was other than accidental. 1. No witnesses. 2. Married March 13th, 1981. Accident November 27th, 1981. 3. $100,000 life insurance policy. Claim already filed for. $7,500 under name of Janice Miranda. No double indemnity. 4. Refused to take polygraph examination. 5. Conflicting statements. Told me he was behind wife when she fell. Told Bill Wiley he was ahead of her. 6. Roth didn't tell Vic's best friend of her death. Louise Mitchell very upset. 7. Ex-husband asked not to attend funeral. The Skamania County undersheriff had located Joe Miranda, and Miranda told him he was planning to come up and get Jelena. Janice's ex felt that at least half of any insurance Janice had should go to her daughter. All she had of value in her life, Joe said, was Jelena. Jelena Miranda remembered what her mother had told her the day before they left for Washougal, although it seemed like a bad dream now. Janice had gone into the bedroom, pulled the little drawer out from the wall, and shown Jelena where the envelope was taped. She had shown her all the bills and papers and a couple of checks that had not been cashed. With her mother's voice leading her in her mind, the little girl hurried to the bedroom and repeated the same sequence of events. Jelena held the envelope in her hand. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to do with it. She was only 8 years old, and her mother was dead. She was heading toward her room when Randy walked up and asked her what she had in her hand. Jelena held out the envelope and explained that her mother had told her to find it and keep it if anything bad ever happened. Randy reached for it and looked at the contents. "This is something else she's been hiding from me," he said quietly. "I think I should take this, Jelena." Jelena wasn't sure what to do. She liked Randy. He had been very good to her ever since she had known him, almost a whole year. And for an 8-year-old, a whole year is a very long time. But she kept hearing her mother's voice telling her that the envelope was their secret and that she mustn't tell anyone. Randy still held the envelope. He was smiling when he said, "I'll keep it, and I'll use it to buy you presents." He wasn't asking her a question. He was telling her what they should do, and that seemed all right to her. He was like her daddy, and he took good care of her. Randy Roth had become the only security Jelena had, and she felt that she had no choice but to believe everything he told her. Billie Ray had never met her daughter's new husband. In shock, she prepared to fly to Seattle for Janice's memorial service, which Roth informed her would take place on Friday, December 4th. She and her daughter, Sharon Waldrep, arrived in Seattle before dawn on the morning of the service, and they had reservations to fly out the next morning. They were not invited to stay at the Roth home and checked into a motel. Somehow it seemed as if they could handle Janice's sudden death more easily if they just knew more about it. But Randy didn't volunteer any information about the accident, and he answered their questions with the briefest responses. He seemed very calm and under control, but they didn't know the man at all. They had no idea what normal behavior might be for him. Billy Ray knew from Janice's letters that Randy still had flashbacks and nightmares from his Marine service in Vietnam. She didn't want to ask him too many questions for fear of making everything worse. On the Tuesday after Janice fell, December 1st, Joe Miranda arrived in Seattle to pick up his daughter. Randy was adamant that he didn't want Joe in his home, nor did he want Jelena to go and live with her natural father. Jelena didn't want to leave Randy either. He was the only father she remembered. He had always been kind to her, and she had grown to love Greg like her own little brother. But her father and his new wife wanted her. Her real daddy loved her, although Randy didn't tell her that. He seemed furious as he threw a few of her things in a bag and delivered her to Joe Miranda. With all he had on his mind, Randy never got around to buying the presents he had promised Jelena he would buy with the money that Jan had put aside for her daughter. Nor did he mention the money to Miranda. Randy didn't give Jelena any of her mother's clothes, jewelry, or keepsakes. He didn't even give her a picture of Janice. He told her to pack what she wanted. She was only 8 years old. She didn't know what to take. He sent her down to Texas with little more than the clothes on her back. He later explained that glibly enough. He thought she was only going for a Christmas visit and would be coming back to live with him. But Jelena never came back. In the years ahead, Jelena Miranda never heard from her stepfather again, and she didn't get 1 penny of the money her dead mother had saved so carefully for her. If her mother had left her a letter, she never got that either. Randy told Billy Ray that Janice had just taken out an insurance policy, but he wasn't sure if the face value was enough to cover her funeral. Either he was lying, or his memory was clouded, because $107,500 would pay for the most lavish of funerals. Janice's memorial service at the Silver Lake Chapel was not lavish. The funeral home in Camas had charged Randy only $541 to cremate her. The service in December was simple and tasteful. Randy explained that he had arranged to have a hand-carved wooden chest made to hold his dead wife's ashes, but it wasn't done in time. He broke down at the funeral and sobbed as if he would never get over losing her. Shirley Lenz, curious about Janice's husband, noted that. So did the Aidens. They vowed to have Randy and Greg and Jelena over for dinner often in the next weeks and months. But Jelena was gone, living somewhere down in Texas, and Joe Miranda wanted nothing to do with Randy Roth. Randy and Greg were alone again, batching it and trying to recover from the loss of the woman who had brought warmth and love into their home for such a short time. Randy was so grateful to the Aidens for their support that he took their family along when he and Greg flew to California for a vacation at Disneyland. He insisted on paying for everything. When they saw how much it meant to him to have them share the Disneyland trip, they were touched. Randy seemed to long for a family, and he had almost created one with Janice. The Aidens felt sorry for him. He had lost Jan and then Jelena. 150 miles away, Skamania County Detective Mike Grossi, paramedic Dwayne Hathaway, and State Park Ranger Don Bauer climbed Beacon Rock to the approximate point where Janice Roth was reported to have fallen. It was a shortcut off the main trail, and it led up a small dirt and rock cutoff trail to a second cutoff trail that ran along a rock ridgeline. They could see that if someone went south along the rocky ridge, he or she would have an exposed rock cliff on either side. The climber could go no more than 100 yards before coming to a sheer drop-off to the southwest. To the northeast, the trail cut up through some small trees and came out onto the main trail close to the summit of Beacon Rock. Apparently, after getting to the top of the first cutoff trail, the victim had fallen to her death off the left-hand side of the trail. Near the place where they had been told that Janice had fallen, there were several protruding roots and brushy shrubs that she might have grabbed hold of. The mud was hard, just as it had been on November 27th, and there was no standing water or ice on the trail. Bauer could walk easily at least 20 feet down the slope that led to the ravine without fear of plunging over. Odd. The three investigators had no difficulty keeping their balance on the shortcut, although they did have to crawl on their hands and knees to get to the top. Once they got there, they were able to stand up, although they noted that the slope of the rock made them all automatically bend forward as they turned to the right. It sure would be possible, Grossi speculated, for someone to fall from this spot if she was accidentally bumped or if her back was to the ravine. Randy had said something about Janice taking a picture at this height, but he didn't have their camera when the deputies found him, nor had they found a camera on or near Janice. It might have been caught in the trees below, just as her gold necklace probably was. The investigators now took photographs from both sides of the trail and then aimed their cameras over the edge, catching the trees, the fields, and even the mighty Columbia River far below in their lens. The view was awesomely beautiful and, given the circumstances, ultimately chilling. Down and down and down. 4. On January 24, 1982, Detective Mike Grossi traveled to Mount Lake Terrace and talked with Randy Roth in the kitchen of the home he had shared with Janice Roth. Mike Grossi could hear a man's voice somewhere in the house, but Roth didn't offer to introduce whoever it was, and Grossi didn't ask. Nicomondi had come over to entertain Greg at Randy's request. Curious, he shushed Greg and listened to Randy repeat his story of the tragic accident. The more he had thought about it, Randy told Grossi, the more he blamed himself for letting Jan climb Beacon Rock wearing slippery, leather-soled shoes. Sure, it had been at his wife's insistence that they climbed the rock that day after Thanksgiving, but he should have known better than to let her talk him into it. If he had only refused to indulge her crazy romantic impulse to climb the mountain that day, he wouldn't have lost her forever. Despite Randy's grieved expression, Grossi noted that he kept veering off the subject of Jan's accident, and he would not sit down and talk with Grossi. Randy was continually doing dishes, wiping down counters, and sweeping the kitchen floor as they talked. It was unsettling to talk to a man about his dead wife while he went about his chores. Grossi would remember that Roth had rarely, if ever, looked him in the eye. Randy Roth's main concern was what he should do with his wife's ashes. Where to store them was his biggest worry. Grossi had no opinion on that. He was a frustrated detective. It was a most unsatisfactory interview. After Grossi had gone, Nicomondi walked into the kitchen and stared hard at Randy. He had heard everything that was said in the interview with the Skamania County detective. "What's going on?" Randy looked away. "Don't ask me to tell you something you'll have to lie about." Long acquaintance had taught Amandi not to press his luck, and he asked nothing more. While the officers of the Skamania County Sheriff's Office kept their death investigation file open on the tragic demise of Janice Miranda Roth, they were having difficulty finding evidence that would prove her fall was anything but accidental. They didn't have solid physical evidence, and they didn't have any eyewitnesses to Jan's actual fall from Beacon Rock. They only had witnesses after the fact. It was quite possible that the case would have to be closed and stamped accidental death. The early months of 1982 were hard for Billie Jean Ray. She had lost not only her daughter, but also her granddaughter. She hadn't seen Jelena since Jelena had left Texas. She wrote to her dead daughter's second husband, and Randy answered quickly. I received your letter today and felt compelled to respond immediately that the facts might be properly presented. First of all, Joe never asked for any shot records at all. He wanted a death certificate, birth certificate, and a Social Security number. These items are necessary for him to collect monthly payments from Jan's Social Security for Jelena. I informed him that I was aware of how he was handling Jelena and would not help him. The sheriff had already informed me that Joe was trying to get in on insurance money, so I was very abrupt. I absolutely will not cooperate with him while he is circling like a buzzard looking for easy money. But if anyone had been circling like a buzzard, it had been Randy, not Joe. Randy went on to prophesy that Jelena's life would not be happy with the Mirandas, which didn't ease Billie Jean's mind any. But he ended with a cheery report on the weather in Seattle. He said that he and Greg were staying really busy, working and playing all day and cutting wood. He ended, so life can go on. He promised to send Billy Ray a picture of Jan and some of Jan's things so that she could save them for Jelena. He never did. He had so much on his mind. Randy had cogent reasons to want to block Joe Miranda's application for Social Security survivors' benefits payments for Jelena. He himself had already applied for benefits for Jelena on December 14th, a little over 2 weeks after her mother died, and 12 days after Joe Miranda had taken her back to Texas. Jelena is in my custody, Randy had told the Social Security interviewer. She's with relatives in Texas for Christmas. Although Joe Miranda had given him his phone number in Texas, Randy said he had no way to reach him, no number, no address. Randy was also applying on Greg's behalf. Although Jan hadn't given birth to Greg, Randy was gratified to learn that she had been Greg's stepmother just long enough for the little boy to qualify for Social Security payments as if she had been his own mother. After the Social Security representative processed the applications, Randy began receiving payments monthly for both Greg and Jelena. When Jelena never returned from Texas, however, the Social Security Administration learned that she was not living with Randy Roth. He was required to reimburse the government for the benefit checks he had received and cashed for her. It was a question of interpretation, Randy explained. I was attempting to get legal custody of Jelena. My intent was to contact the Social Security office and inform them that she was not living with him. In my mind, I had not relinquished custody of Jelena. Randy had a great deal of paperwork to wade through. He furnished all the documents that Darrell Lundquist asked for to facilitate the payoff of the $100,000 farmer's VIP policy on Janice's life, and waited months for a decision on that. He had also remembered that he had an older policy with Allstate Insurance. Anyone who had a Sears charge card could elect to have a family policy for $7,500 accidental death benefits. Randy had taken it out for himself and Greg, and when he married Janice, she became part of that. He had that policy for years before he met his second wife, but he suddenly remembered it and filed for those benefits too. It was ironic. When Jan was alive, they had struggled so hard to meet their financial obligations. Now that she was gone, Randy no longer had to worry about money. He filed his 1981 tax return as a widower, listing only his own income from Vitamilk. He didn't file for Jan. His late wife had done all her own paperwork for her daycare business, and he said later that he couldn't find it. When the IRS contacted him by mail about the fact that Janice Miranda Roth had not filed a return for 1981, he wrote back, explaining that she was deceased. He heard no more from them. Even though his friends tried to make things easier for him and for Greg, Randy said he could scarcely bear to live in the home he had shared with Jan for only 3 months. I had a lot of bad feelings about being in the house. "We bought the house together. It was the house that she wanted," he would say sadly. "It was her dream house. I don't know that I would have been able to feel comfortable and live in that house." Besides that, he was having trouble making the $871 monthly payments on the new house now that he didn't have Janice's babysitting income to add to his paycheck. He couldn't keep up with his utility bills or other pressing commitments either. He didn't know if he would ever get the $100,000 due him on Jan's insurance. The thought hadn't occurred to me that I could borrow money on the insurance policy to make house payments. Randy received the $7,500 from the Allstate policy and gave $5,000 of it to a real estate agent to sell the house he could no longer bear to live in. I felt bad and empty being in the house. This was my first house, and it was her first house to buy. Because he had no equity built up, it cost him money to sell the house. He sold it to the listing agent. On March 23, 1982, Randy received the proceeds of Jan's $100,000 policy. Policy number 1611546 with Farmers New World Life Insurance Company paid $100,014.11. The $14.11 was a premium refund for money automatically withdrawn from Randy's bank account after Janice was already dead. With the money, Randy was finally able to move to another house, where he and Greg hoped to patch their lives back together. He had found a house in the Amber Hills district of Bothell, Washington. Randy put $50,000 of Jan's insurance down on the house, which cost $89,950. His mortgage payments were far lower than what he and Jan had paid on the Mount Lake Terrace house, and he had a solid equity besides. In his loneliness, Randy had turned to Lily Vanderveer, his one-time babysitter, for comfort. The question of whether their affair was platonic or intimate is obscured by supposition and gossip. Lily's husband, Carl Vanderveer, later said they had once been lovers, and he believed they had never stopped. He said he came home early on one occasion and found them stretched out in front of the fireplace in an intimate embrace. He confronted Randy. "I told him to stay away from my house, or I was going to the Skamania County prosecuting attorney." The relationship, which Lily insisted was only a matter of two old friends having lunch together from time to time, ended abruptly, even though Carl Vanderveer never did report it to the Skamania County investigators. In truth, that threat had been a bluff. There was something about Randy Roth that stopped him. "Hell," Vanderveer said. "I was afraid of him." Even without Lily's emotional support, Randy Roth's life, which had seemed so bleak, was looking up. He put many thousands of dollars and his own sweat into landscaping his new yard. He had the finest roses on the block, velvety grass, and lush evergreens. He might have spent $5,000. It might have been $10,000. He wasn't sure. He turned his Amber Hills home into a showplace. Randy put the balance of the insurance payoff in the bank to use over the next few years. He had been pinched for money for so long, and suddenly he no longer was. He spent freely. He bought 2 motorcycles, one for himself and one for Nick Amandi. He loaned Nick and his wife $1,500. He bought 2 chainsaws so that he and Nick could cut firewood for extra income. Somewhat surprisingly, Randy and Greg didn't live in the new house in Amber Hills for very long, only 2 years. Randy's money from the insurance settlements hadn't lasted as long as he expected, and his large equity in the home didn't help him with his monthly bills as much as he thought it would. In May of 1984, he sold the Amber Hills place for exactly what he had paid for it, despite all his landscaping improvements. He had a cash offer and took it. He bought a house at 3012 169th Southeast in Misty Meadows, a pleasant area less than 2 miles away. The Misty Meadows home was only in the $70,000 to $75,000 bracket, but it was very nice, Randy kept some of his cash-out money for expenses, and he loaned Nick Amundi another $4,000, this time so Nick could buy a double-wide mobile home to put on some property Amundi had purchased. Amundi, who now worked for a local fire department, remained ambivalent about Randy. Ever since Randy had asked, "Could you kill your wife?" on that Halloween night weeks before Janice died, Nick had tried to pull away from Randy. But that wasn't easy to do. No one left Randy. He had to be the one who decided a relationship was over, and quite frankly, Nick needed money badly and Randy had it to lend. They agreed that the Amundis would repay Randy in babysitting. Carrie would take care of Greg, and for each week of childcare, Randy would reduce the amount of their debt by $50. In 2.5 years, they would be even. But then, suddenly, Randy moved Greg to Lily Vandeveer's home. Nick promised to make payments on the debt, but he wasn't making enough to repay the $200 a month Randy demanded. Randy's newest home was painted brown and cream, a pseudo-Norman split level with massive exposed beams. It was built on a cul-de-sac where Greg could play outside safely. The lot was pie-shaped. Randy planned to landscape this yard and make it the most beautiful on the block. There was a tall stand of fir trees out in back of all the homes on their block and, behind that, an easement where high power lines hummed and throbbed. Misty Meadows was a friendly neighborhood. There was an older couple right across the cul-de-sac who doted on Greg and were like foster grandparents. Best of all for Randy, another couple, Ben and Marta Goodwin, whom Randy had known since 1982 through Greg, moved from a rental a few blocks away and became his next-door neighbors. Their son Ryan was Greg's age, and they had an older boy named Travis and a daughter, Brittany. Randy hadn't seen his own brother, David, for a long time, and Ben became like a brother to him, just as Randy became Ben Goodwin's best friend. Randy was an avid classic car buff, and he had always supplemented his salary by buying older cars, fixing them up until they were in cherry condition, and reselling them. He and Ben Goodwin both admired old Chevy pickups. Ben, a handsome but laconic Vietnam vet 6 years older than Randy, recalls the first time he ever saw Randy Roth. He was driving down the street in a 1973 Chevy pickup, just like mine, except it was gold. And I said to Marta, "Now that looks like my kind of guy." I guess those old trucks made us friends first. His Chevy was just like mine, only it was a 4-wheel drive, and he was pulling a trailer all full of stuff. He missed the turn, and then I saw him coming back and he turned into our street, and that's the first time I ever saw him. Ben and Marta Goodwin would become perhaps the best friends Randy Roth ever had in his life. Their closeness would last for almost a decade, and they would share traditions as if they were family and not just neighbors. Randy had no family any longer, not since Jan died, but with the Goodwins he did. The Goodwins saw a side of Randy that no one else ever glimpsed. Although they never forgot the good times they shared, their closeness would cost them dearly. Marta was a pretty, slightly plump woman in her late 20s, and Ben was a whipcord tough 6-footer in his mid-30s when they met. Ben came from a huge family. He'd made his own way and had seen a great deal of action in Vietnam. Randy confided that he, too, had been in the thick of battle in Nam and hinted at darkly violent missions that had left him with nightmares. "He was my best friend for 8 years," Ben Goodwin recalls. "But we knew he hated women. He especially hated women who, he said, looked like whores. He was always nice to Marta, respectful, as if she represented his ideal of what a woman should be." Perhaps she did. Marta never saw Randy do anything wrong. He seemed to want her to see him as perfect. When she quit smoking, a habit Randy detested, he sent her flowers. But he never even came close to making a pass at her. She was the perfect wife, the perfect mother. Ben Goodwin's first meeting with Randy was anything but cordial. Ben Goodwin is a brusque, sometimes artless man. He loves his own kids and is concerned about all kids, long before Randy and the Goodwins became next-door neighbors. When Ryan Goodwin was 6 and in the 1st grade, he asked if Greg Roth could come home with him and stay after school at their house every day. "Where's his mom?" Ben asked. "He doesn't have a mom," Ryan explained. "His mom fell off a cliff and his dad has to work all day. See, here's his picture." The child in the school picture was adorable, with cheeks like a little chipmunk, and small. He looked about 4 years old. The Goodwins stared at each other as they realized that 6-year-old Greg went home to an empty house every day after school and spent hours alone. Ben marched over to Randy's house and punched him in the chest and demanded, "Look, you SOB, what do you mean leaving that little kid all by himself?" That should not have been the propitious beginning to a friendship, but it was. They worked it out without an argument. Randy said he was a widower who had just moved into the neighborhood, and he didn't know anyone who could look after Greg. Marta felt sorry for him and agreed to look after Greg until Randy got home from work. Ben and Randy soon found they had a lot in common: cars and rock and roll golden oldies, camping, and, of course, their service in Vietnam. Randy was a good-looking man with a well-trimmed beard and mustache. He had dark brown eyes and, although he was short, he had the massive biceps of a weightlifter. There wasn't anything he didn't know about the innards of a car. He was definitely a man's man. As Randy got to know the Goodwins, he confided in them, sharing memories of his own bleak childhood. He explained that his mother was now very old and bedridden, too senile for him to visit, but he remembered how she had punished him when he was very small. He said she made him take his pants off and kneel on the tile floor in the kitchen for hours until his father got home from work to punish him, Marta recalls. He didn't talk much at all about his brother or sisters. He did not talk at all about Janice. They hadn't the vaguest notion that Randy's marital history was complicated. They had heard only that he was a widower, and the story Ryan repeated about Greg's mom falling off a cliff. Ben finally mentioned that story to Randy, and Randy acknowledged that it was true that Janice had fallen, but it was too painful for him to discuss. The Goodwins believed Randy had only been married once. They didn't know that there had been a wife before Janice, Donna Sanchez Roth, who was Greg's natural mother. He never volunteered anything about the women in his past, Marta remembers. He'd answer questions, but he wouldn't tell you much. Randy Roth came into the Goodwins' life like a whirlwind. He was the most energetic man either of them had ever met, and he was a truly good neighbor. After Ben mentioned casually that they had to do something about cleaning out an eyesore area in their front yard, they woke one Sunday at 7 to hear the roaring of a rototiller. Randy tilled the yard and then shrugged off their thanks. When they wanted to cut down a tree that was growing too close to their back deck, Randy said, "You want it down? Let's take it down," and took a running leap off the deck, clung to the fir 20 feet off the ground, rocked it back and forth with ever-widening swings, and rode it to the ground when it snapped at the base. That was Randy. If something needed to be done, he did it right now. He was a little guy, but powerful. In one day, he built a 200-square-foot outbuilding to use as a gym and weight room, amazing Ben Goodwin. He and his friend Nick sawed and split wood all day long to earn extra money, and Randy never tired. He could split a log into 5 sections at a time for firewood. He looked like a teenager, but Ben knew he had to be older because he'd served in Vietnam. Ben had a bronze plaque honoring his Marine service. On one of his few visits to Randy's house, he was a little surprised to see that Randy had an identical plaque on his wall with his own name emblazoned on it. Randy was totally gung-ho about the Marines. He had his picture on the wall in his dress blues and innumerable shoulder patches and framed memorabilia. While Ben would just as soon have forgotten Vietnam, Randy was obsessed with his service years, as hellish as they might have been. "For the 8 years I knew him," Ben says, "he wore Marine camouflage fatigues, and he had his kid and my boys wearing them. On patriotic holidays, he wore his uniform. I told him the only difference between us was I wanted to forget Vietnam, and he kept reminding himself about it." The Goodwins found their new neighbor fascinating. "He kept us active," Marta recalled. "With Randy around, we couldn't stay home and watch television. We had a good time. He would come over and drag us out to go motorcycle riding, river rafting, or out to dinner. He'd call up and say, 'Hey, I got a car for us to look at,' or 'Let's go look at the Christmas lights.' You couldn't say no to him. He could cheer anybody up. Every year he went out and chopped us a Christmas tree. Never one for him, but he always got ours." There was one television show that Randy never missed, however. Every Thursday night, religiously, Randy came over to the Goodwins to watch The Cosby Show. He always brought an apple pie and a gallon of vanilla ice cream for them all to eat while they watched. "I asked him once," Marta says, "why he didn't bring lemon meringue or blueberry pie once in a while, and he just looked at me solemnly and said, 'Ben likes apple.'" The macho ex-Marine was an immaculate housekeeper and a good cook, too. A perfectionist. He cooked for himself and Greg most of the time, although they were frequent guests at the Goodwins' table. Randy almost always contributed something. He made the dressing for the holiday turkeys. He baked date cookies. And one year, when Ben cooked Thanksgiving dinner, Randy furnished the dessert, a rather bizarre-looking angel food cake with bright blue frosting. Everyone ate it so that his feelings wouldn't be hurt. He was a paradox, though, and the longer the Goodwins knew Randy Roth, the sharper the dichotomy in his personality became. He would help in any way he could, but there was a quality about him, a watching sense. He was someone who stood off to one side and studied people. There was a calculating air about Randy, as if he was always taking someone's measure and thinking his own private thoughts. The Goodwins put it down to some residue of his experiences in Vietnam. Ben and Marta knew he was strict with Greg, and that he thought they spoiled Ryan, Travis, and Brittany. "We let the kids take turns unloading the dishwasher, bottom, top, and silverware, and for some reason that bothered him. He said it wasn't efficient. They should each unload the whole thing for a week. It was a dumb thing, but it drove him nuts. Greg did all the chores by himself, and without question. Randy bought Greg the very latest and most expensive toys. He had a Nintendo and dozens of games to go with it as soon as they came on the market. Greg had new four-wheelers 3 times a year and expensive bicycles. It was hard for Ben Goodwin to explain to his sons why Greg had so many things. He couldn't hope to keep up, even though he had a good job at Safeway, while Randy never seemed to hold a steady job. In fact, Ben was puzzled at how Randy managed to afford all the toys, especially when he was cut back to half-time at Vitamilk. Randy hugged Greg and often told him he loved him. Greg always called Randy when he got home from school to talk to him. No one could deny that there was a strong bond between the little boy and the only constant parent in his life. Greg rarely spoke of his natural mother, who visited infrequently, and Janice had been in his life for less than a year. His father was always there. And yet there was a dark side to Randy's parenting. Maybe it was the vicious circle that all social workers recognize. An abused child becomes an abusive parent. Greg could say thank you, but he was not allowed to say please, Marta Goodwin remembers. Randy told Greg that please was a begging word, and he must never beg for anything. Greg was disciplined as harshly as any young Marine in boot camp. When he forgot to put the garbage can out one scheduled pickup day, Randy dumped the whole can and spread the trash all over the cul-de-sac. In the pouring rain, he made Greg gather the refuse up with his hands.
He was out there on his hands and knees, and he got it all picked up, Marta recalls, all except for one little scrap of paper. When Randy saw that, he dumped it all out again, and Greg had to start all over.
If anything was out of place in Greg's room, Randy ransacked the closet, the drawers, stripped the bed, everything, and made Greg put every item back in place. Ryan Goodwin had seen that happen, but Marta and Ben never had. They thought Ryan was exaggerating until they saw the garbage can incident. The worst example of Randy's discipline came when Greg's third-grade teacher called him and said Greg hadn't turned in his homework. Randy grounded his son. Greg completed his homework all right, but he apparently was so frightened that it might not be perfect that he didn't turn it in. The third time his teacher called, Randy was livid, so angry he was frightened by his own rage. "He called me at work," Ben says. "He asked if Greg could stay at our house for a few days because he was afraid of what he might do to him. We said fine, and Greg came over with his sleeping bag and his little suitcase." But Randy called at 9 the first night and summoned Greg home. He had changed his mind. Randy told Ben he was fine, all cooled off. Ben questioned him carefully. He wasn't about to send Greg home if Randy was still out of control, and in his own rough way, Ben warned Randy that he would have to answer to him if Greg was harmed. No, I'm fine, no problem," Randy said easily. He sounded perfectly calm. But he wasn't. That night, Greg forgot to flush the toilet, and Randy erupted. He held Greg's head in the toilet and flushed it again and again until the boy almost drowned, and then he kicked him in the stomach until Greg vomited. Ryan Goodwin heard about it the next morning when he could see that Greg winced with pain and favored his stomach. 8-year-old Ryan marched into the principal's office at school and told on Greg's father. Randy was reported to Children's Protective Service and put on probation. He didn't speak to Ryan Goodwin for months. But he still came over to the Goodwins every Thursday night with pie and ice cream to watch The Cosby Show, about the perfect American family where no one ever got angry and each episode ended happily. There were so many things about their bachelor neighbor that the Goodwins didn't know, so many little lies and so much cruelty that lay just beneath his almost boyish veneer. Randy did not care for animals. When another neighbor's cat left footprints all over the hood of his newly waxed car, he didn't complain to the owner. Instead, he caught the cat and bound it to the drive shaft of its owner's car with duct tape. When the car's engine started, the cat was quickly dismembered, its screams muffled by the sounds of the engine. One of the young women who worked with Randy would never forget Randy's idea of a joke. She had found a little frog and had shown it to Randy. Later, he called her into the shop and pointed to a damp spot that no longer resembled anything alive. He had placed the frog under a rotary sander. He laughed when she started to cry. It might have been Randy's family relationship with the Goodwins that made him distance himself from Nickamundi, or it might have been one of the surest destroyers of friendship, money. Nick and Carrie were unable to repay the money they had borrowed as quickly as Randy wanted, and he bombarded them with letters that had the thinnest edge of threat in them. The first was scrawled on the back of a torn envelope. "Nick, I received a bankruptcy letter, and if you are treating me the same as all your creditors and have no intention of paying back the money, then we have got some serious talking to do. I can't believe you would destroy the most valuable thing I know, faith and trust of friendship. Call me so I know what is going on." The letter was signed, Randy. When Nick did not respond with payment, Randy wrote again, "Nick and Carrie, I would like you guys to consider, seriously consider, payments of $75 a month until the money is repaid. I am somewhat disappointed that you have given me to date only $50 toward the loan. I lent you the money against my better judgment for fear something like this would happen. However, I gave it to you in good faith and trusted you to repay $1,000 a year. I believed you, Nick, and that is the only reason I went against my instinct. You have made no attempt to make good. Our friendship is very much cherished by me, and I don't want to lose it over this."
Randy went on and on about his hurt and his disappointment that his faith in his old friend had been misplaced. He had always been the dominant man in their friendship, and Nick had walked softly around him. Now Nick had betrayed him where he lived. Money was very, very important to Randy. Even though Randy was the one who changed the terms of repayment, his resentment over Nick's failure to return his money ate at him. On July 30th, 1984, someone spray-painted obscene threats on Nick Amundi's home. Randy finally recouped his money from Nick after Amundi's home was burglarized in January of 1985. Nick Amundi's insurance was enough to pay back his old friend. Part 2. The Second Donna. 5. Marta and Ben Goodwin were surprised that Randy seemed in no hurry to remarry. Greg needed a mother, and Randy was certainly attractive to women. He never had a problem getting dates. To begin with, he was a good-looking man, and he could flash a heart-melting smile. Beyond that, he had Greg, who was cute enough to do commercials. It was hard for pretty young women to say no to the adorable little boy who approached them and said, "Would you go out with my dad?" At the very least, the majority of women Greg approached, always on Randy's orders, agreed to meet Greg's father, and a lot of them found the father as appealing as the son. Randy dated, but he moved from one woman to another, changing partners as often as he bought and sold automobiles. And then, as 1984 came to an end, he met Donna Clift. She was his second Donna. His first wife, Donna Sanchez, seemed relegated to his distant past. Randy explained to Donna Clift that Greg's mother had not been the mother Randy hoped she would be, and Donna Clift respected him because he didn't badmouth his first wife beyond that simple statement. He had had a second wife, too, he said softly, but he was now a widower. She didn't press him for details. Donna was 21, a young divorcee who had taken back her parents' surname with a 3-year-old daughter. She had moved to the Seattle area on December 1st, 1984, to be close to her father and stepmother, Harvey and Judy Clift. She was a very attractive young woman with long brown hair and a perfect figure. Donna had taken a job as a clerk at the Plaid Pantry, one of a chain of 24-hour fast service markets. This one was in Bothell, close to Randy's Misty Meadows neighborhood. She had only worked there for a day or two before she noticed the darkly handsome man. They made eye contact and smiled a few times. She was 5 feet 4 inches tall, and he seemed no more than 1.5 inches taller than she was, but he was very muscular, and there was just something about him that she liked. His eyes. When he stared at me with those dark, dark eyes, I was drawn right into them. Donna didn't realize then that Randy had the large, bright eyes that most nearsighted people do, lovely to look at, but almost blind. He would not wear glasses, but his vision was corrected with contact lenses. When Randy sent Greg up to the counter to buy something, Donna looked over at Randy and smiled. Randy and Greg asked her how long she had lived in Bothell, and she explained she was fresh from Arizona and didn't know anyone. Randy asked her if she would like to go out to dinner. He said he belonged to Parents Without Partners, but he hadn't met anyone who was right for him, and for Greg. He suggested that maybe Donna would like to go to a PWP dance. Just as he had been for Janice Miranda, Randy Roth seemed the perfect man for Donna Clift, the suitor that a young mother alone hopes for but doesn't really expect to find. Donna soon responded to the double whammy of 2 lovable males, Randy and Greg, a seemingly inseparable duo. Donna Clift had gotten pregnant right out of high school. "I wasn't prepared for it," she said. "It really devastated me."
She married her baby's father, but they were too young. It didn't work, she recalled. Now Donna was escaping Arizona and the ashes of a burned-out marriage. She was lonely, despite the open-armed welcome she had received from her father and her stepmother. Brittany was 3, a beguiling, blonde little girl. Greg Roth was 7, a sweet kid who deserved to have a mother. When Randy took Donna to see the house he had recently sold, the Amber Hills home, she was very impressed. It was huge and very expensive-looking. The Misty Meadows home next to Ben and Marta, where he currently lived, was very nice, too, and perfectly kept, if a little Spartan. There were no pictures on the wall, no homey touches. Rather, he had a weird medieval-looking weapon hanging on his bed, a chain with 2 balls. He had a club with nails poking out, throwing stars, macho things. But all the landscaping Randy had done was wonderful. He seemed to have a real affinity for growing things, and he pointed out bushes and trees that would bloom come spring. Randy never came across like he just wanted me to go to bed with him. It didn't seem important to him. He just seemed to like me for me. Nevertheless, he proved to be a wonderful lover. He was sweet and passionate. He called Donna all the time. He sent her a dozen American Beauty roses 3 or 4 times a week. He bought her a solid gold necklace and 2 leather coats. They were exactly my size, and they were fitted coats. I don't know how he knew just what to buy. I thought he was really handsome and well-built. He had a beard and a mustache. I thought his son was really well-mannered. I thought it was really neat that a single parent could be a man. Donna Cliff's parents met Randy, and they liked him. Randy explained that he was working part-time at Vitamilk Dairy, and that he also worked the graveyard shift as a chemist in Linwood. "How can you leave Greg alone all night?" Donna asked, horrified. "I just tuck him into bed and make sure he's asleep, and then I go to my night job. I have no choice." Donna already loved Greg, and she hated the thought of his being alone every night. She worked the graveyard shift often herself. She knew Randy was out late at night because there were many nights when he came to her house and threw pebbles at her window at 2 or 3 in the morning. When she peered out the window, she could barely see him. He was like a dark ghost, dressed all in black. She could hear him call out softly, but he darted around the yard just out of her line of vision, and then another pebble would drop next to her window. It didn't scare her, not really, but it gave Donna Clift a prickly sensation along the back of her neck. "I told him not to do that because my dad would be mad." Perhaps not. Donna Clift's father and teenage brother, Todd, found Randy energetic and fun to be with. Randy and Greg were welcomed into Donna's family almost from the beginning. At Christmas 1984, Randy gave Donna's parents a studio portrait of himself and Greg. On the back, Randy wrote, "December 84, Randy, 30 years, and Greg, 7 years. To Mom and Dad, love, the Roths." It was kind of sad, Randy trying to make himself and Greg sound like a whole big family when there were only the 2 of them. Just as he had with the Goodwins, Randy drew Donna's family into his lifestyle of outdoor exercise, camping, rafting. He was fun to be with. Randy told Donna about his days in the Marines, haltingly, as if the memories were so full of pain that he could hardly stand to speak of them. He had been in a special forces unit, he explained, with only 10 highly trained men. He told me that one night they had to kill a whole village of women and children in Vietnam. He was so badly wounded himself that he had to be in a special hospital for 90 days. Randy had scrapbooks filled with gruesome pictures, including photographs of bodies lying in ditches in Vietnam. It helped Donna to understand why he had such terrible nightmares. He was still reliving his Marine days. He had stacks of military magazines like Soldier of Fortune, and he once gave her a book on Vietnam, suggesting that she read it. "If you want to see what I've been through, read this. The authors interviewed me, And this part in the book is about me. It is me."
The book explained a lot to Donna. Randy had been through hell, and his life had continued to be marked by tragedy. Randy explained to a stunned Donna Clift how his second wife, Jan, had died. This was why he had been as lonesome as she was, maybe more so. Donna Sanchez had left him and Greg, and he had lost Jan in a tragic accident. Painfully, Randy described how he and Jan had been taking a shortcut down a mountain.
"I was in front of her. I heard gravel."
Donna held his hand as he said that Jan had slipped on pine needles and rocks, describing how he had grabbed her but couldn't hold on and had to watch helplessly as she fell to her death. His memories of the tragedy made Donna cry. What a terrible thing for him to have gone through, and how awful for Greg, too. Randy never told Donna he loved her, not in so many words. She was infatuated with him, and she understood that a lot of men never said, "I love you," even if they did love a woman. Randy seemed to her a highly educated man. He used big words and spoke in a careful, almost emotionless manner. What he did say to Donna was, "I want to make an investment in you." "Why are you doing all this for me?" she asked. "All these presents." And he answered again, "I want to make an investment in you." Donna Clift took that as a sign of Randy Roth's love. Although she had some reservations about Randy, Donna couldn't help falling in love. She felt Randy was too rough on Greg, his punishments too harsh in her view. But she thought she could talk Randy into taking it easier on his son if they were all living together. She was sure there was a sensitive, loving man under all that macho veneer. On Valentine's Day, Randy took Donna out to dinner and dancing at the top of the Hilton. It was an incredibly romantic evening. At just the right moment, he produced a small velvet box. There was a ring inside, gold with a tiny diamond set in a swirl of black onyx. A gold wedding band would nest beside the diamond. She accepted the ring, believing that he truly did love her. The flowers and the presents continued to arrive, and Randy urged Donna and her daughter to move in with him and Greg. In March 1985, she agreed. My mom didn't like it at all. She's really my stepmother, but I call her Mom. We're close. She was always telling me to go slow with Randy, but I was infatuated. I guess I shut my eyes to a lot of things I should have seen more clearly. Shortly after Donna Clift moved in with Randy, she cleared out the floor of the bedroom closet so she could put her shoes away. At the bottom of a jumble of Randy's clothes and shoes, she found a black box. At first, she thought it was a videotape. She carried it to the light and saw that it was not an overdue movie rental. The name Janice L. Roth was written on the top of the black plastic box. Randy had not even gotten Jan's middle initial right. Donna had inadvertently stumbled across her predecessor's ashes. The cremains of Janice Roth had been in the closet even as Donna shared the bed with Randy. At first, I was really upset. Why would he still have them? And then I tried to think of reasons that Randy kept her ashes there. I'd had a friend who kept her husband's ashes near her, and I tried to tell myself that it could just be a loving thing to do. But not like that, not just shoved under everything in the closet. I went over to my mom's house. Randy knew where I'd be. I didn't know anyone else. He came over and he was sweating bullets. He told me that he just forgot about Jan's ashes. He said, "I'll take care of them." And he came home later and told me he had thrown them in Silver Lake. He showed me the box, and it was empty. Later I found he'd thrown the box away in the garbage. There was another occasion that startled Donna Clift. She and Randy were still just living together when he brought home a stack of papers. He explained they were insurance applications, and Donna somehow got the impression it was something that was being offered as an employee benefit from Vitamilk Dairy. I remember we were sitting on the bed discussing it, Donna says. He explained that if anything happened to me,
he would be left alone with Brittany and Greg, and we should think about insurance. We had never talked about it before. He just came home with the information. There was a $250,000 policy. I remember that. That would pay off if I drowned. If I lost an arm, it would be so much. If I lost a leg, it would be so much. And if I died, it was more. But I can't remember how much. I know I didn't sign anything, and I don't think we talked any more about that. Randy and Donna were married at the Chapel of the Bells in Seattle on May 18th. They had a sweet lady minister, and Donna wore a burnt amber chiffon dress and a crown of baby's breath. She carried a bouquet of white roses in baby's breath. Her stepmother, Judy, was her matron of honor in a pale pink dress similar to Donna's. Randy and his best man, Donna's father, wore gray tuxedos, and Greg's was just like theirs, only in miniature. Brittany wore gray-dotted Swiss, a picture hat, and a wrist corsage of roses. The sun shone brilliantly, and it was a lovely wedding. But it wasn't legal. Randy had pushed and pushed Donna to get married now, and she had gone ahead with the ceremony, even though she wasn't positive that she was legally divorced from her first husband. Actually, her divorce came through 3 days after her second wedding. I went to my lawyer, and he did the paperwork so Randy and I really were legally married. Randy was so anxious that we were. They left for their honeymoon in a 1974 two-toned Pinto, one of Randy's gifts to his bride. Donna had no idea it was identical to Janice Miranda's car, the one that was stolen, destroyed, and paid off by an insurance company a few months after Jan's marriage to Randy in 1981. How could Donna have known? She knew virtually nothing about Janice Miranda, only the way she had died. The 1974 Pinto was perhaps only a macabre coincidence. A second coincidence, another that Donna didn't know about then, was that she and Randy honeymooned in the very same spot where he had taken Janice, the Empress Hotel in Victoria, British Columbia. It might have even been in the same room, Donna said later. I felt something wasn't right on our honeymoon night, but I didn't know what it was, just an eerie feeling. I suddenly realized I didn't really know him at all. Randy's sexual ardor faded shortly after he and Donna became husband and wife. A couple of weeks after we got married, everything changed, Donna said. Everything changed. Sex was great before we got married. It wasn't long before he didn't want sex at all. I kept wondering what I was doing wrong. He wouldn't even kiss me. I was so young, so stupid. Donna had married Randy because she loved him, and because she was beguiled by his apparent absolute devotion to her. Like Janice Miranda before her, she brought few assets into the marriage, and she soon learned that Randy was in charge of all finances. He did not add her name to his checking account. If I ever needed anything, I had to go to him. But she seldom needed anything. Donna wasn't even allowed to shop for groceries. Randy took care of that. He bought the cars, the sports equipment, their clothes. She became completely dependent on his decisions. The marriage limped into that summer of 1985, and Donna Clift Roth became more and more attached to little Greg. He bloomed under her love and attention, even if his father did not. Although Donna had thought Randy's discipline of his son was a little strict before their marriage, she was appalled at how Spartan, even cruel, it was after. It was as if Greg was in the military, she said. Randy beat him with his belt, or he'd put him under a cold shower, or he'd make Greg do like 1,000 push-ups outside in the cold. One time he knocked Greg so hard in the head that he swelled up so fast. I flipped. I ran out of the house, and Randy was running after me, and I screamed, "Leave me alone! Keep away from me!" That time Randy had hit Greg with a removable shower nozzle, and Donna had inadvertently walked in on the discipline session in the bathroom. She couldn't bear to see the little boy she had grown to love being treated so badly, and she tried to cover up for him.
I didn't know what to think. Greg wet the bed all the time, which wasn't surprising. I used to hide his sheets from Randy so he wouldn't punish Greg more.
It seemed that every day or so Donna would learn something that jarred her. The least of it was that there were no more gifts, no more flowers. The romance was seeping out of her marriage, but she couldn't bear to tell anyone. She felt like such a fool. On the surface, when things were good, Randy could seem like the old Randy, the one she had fallen completely in love with. Greg loved his father, and Randy coached a little league baseball team. Their home was neat, their yard was green and perfectly manicured, and Randy's roses bloomed without blight or bugs. But when Randy was in a black mood, which was more and more often, Donna tiptoed around him. She would go to Marta Goodwin and ask for advice.
I knew something was wrong with our marriage, she explained. And I'd say, golly, I don't know what to do. I've tried everything.
But then things would get a little better, and Randy talked as if they would be together forever. He wanted to adopt Brittany. He was vehement about that, but Donna explained she could not allow that.
Brittany already had a father. Her father was her father.
By July, Randy was unemployed. He explained that he had been working on an on-call basis at Vitamilk and that he had simply told them he needed a regular income. In truth, there had been a severe misunderstanding about Randy's use of company gas in his own vehicles. Donna's father got Randy a job where he himself worked, at Cascade Prestige Ford in Bellevue, and they carpooled together. Randy had to take a salary cut of almost $4 an hour. Donna Clift was barely 21 and in way over her head only a few months after her wedding. There were too many secrets, more each day. She knew nothing about Randy's family, and he volunteered little. "You will never meet my mother," he said flatly. "She's hooked on Valium." He added that his mother was totally obsessed with rock singer Rod Stewart. Donna believed that Randy had one sister and thought her name was Lisa. She didn't know about any other siblings. She did meet Randy's father, Gordon, however. Randy looked like his dad, only about 20 years younger. She liked Gordon Roth. He lived in a tiny one-room cabin down across the river from Portland. Perhaps the most chilling information Randy gave his bride about his family concerned his younger brother, David Marvin Roth. David, Randy said, was in prison. He had run into a girl from their home state, North Dakota, and given her a ride. Randy said they got in a big old fight and David, who was 20 then, strangled that girl, Donna explained. Then he put her body in the trunk of her car and filled it full of bullet holes. It was really weird how he told me. In one version, he said he helped his brother hide the car for a while before he finally talked him into turning himself in. Then he said his brother stabbed her to death before he put her in the trunk. Donna didn't know whether to believe him or not. It could all have been some of Randy's weird teasing. All in all, Donna Clift's perfect bridegroom was turning into something she could never have imagined. She had seen only the mask he wanted her to see, and now she realized that there was horror behind the mask. What horror she didn't fully comprehend. His stories of violence were so troubling. She could deal with the Vietnam memories, but she wasn't sure if he was simply teasing her sadistically with the things he told her about his brother having murdered someone, or if he was telling the truth. She had learned that he was cruel when he teased. I had heard about the Green River killer, the one they never caught who was supposed to have murdered all those girls, before I came up here from Arizona. The police had been looking for him since 1982, and it was still on the news all the time. Randy liked to scare me by teasing me about him. The secrets multiplied. Randy would never tell Donna how old he was. "You don't need to know," he said flatly. In the beginning, his age had not mattered. He looked to be only a few years older than she was, and he was in excellent physical condition. But then, with all the ugly surprises that kept popping up, Donna became obsessed with finding out everything she could about this stranger she had married. She had begun to feel like the heroine of a Gothic novel, like Jane Eyre or Rebecca. Did Randy have an insane wife or a psychotic relative hidden away someplace? Or was he planning to do something to her? He kept the shed out and back locked all the time. She wasn't allowed to look in there. Marta and Ben Goodwin had known Randy for a long time, and they thought they knew him well, but Randy had never told them much of substance about his background. They had seen a woman and young children come to his house once on Christmas Eve, watched as she knocked futilely on his front door. When she finally gave up and drove away, Randy and Greg came over to their house to celebrate Christmas as usual.
He told us that was his sister, but he had no intention of letting her in,
Marta recalled. The more secretive Randy became, the more determined Donna was to find out the truth.
I snooped through a lot of stuff. I found his birth certificate, his military papers, and an old expired driver's license. They all had different birth dates on them. His birth certificate looked as though it had been altered. I did a lot of snooping. I broke into his file cabinet. He kept it outside under lock and key, and I found the key. I went through his papers trying to find out something about him.
She found out a great deal. Although he had warned her they had to be very cautious about spending money, she found a savings account passbook that showed a current balance of $99,000.
I figured it had to have been from when he sold his house, she said. He told me he had no money, but he had a red Ford panel wagon, all race-ready. I knew that was worth at least $20,000. I knew a lot about cars because of my dad. We used to go to the drag races together. Randy had other toys that cost a lot of money.
Randy also had a bank account in Arizona, something Donna had had no knowledge of until she found a statement in his papers. She discovered that Randy had received 2 Social Security checks a month at one time. From what Donna could make out, he was getting almost $1,000 a month from Social Security.
It made me suspicious. He was working. Why would he be getting Social Security checks?
Donna discovered Social Security numbers for 2 children whose names she had never heard. She had no idea what that could mean. In what Randy would have called a reconnaissance mission, his new bride looked through files he had never meant her to see. She found to her surprise that Randy was embroiled in a lawsuit. She hadn't known that either. He was suing the state of Washington for $1.8 million for negligence in the death of his late wife, Jan. According to the legal papers, Randy was maintaining that the trail had not been marked clearly. How odd, Donna thought. Randy had told her that they weren't even on the trail when Jan fell, that they were taking a shortcut off the trail. Randy and Donna Roth had not even been married 3 months, and yet the marriage was disintegrating like a cheap condominium in a hurricane. His cruelty to Greg, his lies, and the secret life that Donna was uncovering in her desperate search for answers had well-nigh destroyed the love she felt for him. She also suspected he was being unfaithful to her. If he wasn't, he was living the life of a celibate monk. He certainly wasn't satisfying his sexual needs with her. The woman she sensed was her rival was a most unlikely candidate. Lily Vanderveer, his former babysitter, the same woman who had worried Jan so much. Lily was also the mother of one of Greg's best friends, Brad.
Lily always seemed to be around, Donna said later. She used to live near Randy in Amber Hills. He was a widower, and she had just gotten divorced, and she seemed to be terribly in love with Randy. He told me he wanted nothing to do with her. He just felt sorry for Brad. She called the house constantly. You know, it was Randy, my car needs fixing. She was a lot older than I was, and older than Randy.
however old he really was. Randy didn't drink, except maybe we'd have a Smith and Kearns with dinner. But I found beer in the back of his pickup truck. I knew he'd been over to Lily's. When he took Brad home, he wouldn't come back for hours. Donna couldn't prove infidelity, though, with Lily or with anyone else. Actually, Randy's being unfaithful would have been easier to deal with than the sense of foreboding that walked with Donna always. Randy still liked to dress in dark clothes, and he often went running at night wearing a full black bodysuit. Sometimes Donna noticed that his hands were scratched. But he was, after all, an automobile mechanic. It would be natural for his hands to be scratched and bruised. Their marriage had already begun to wind down when Randy grabbed Donna's 3-year-old daughter by the ear and pulled her upstairs. I couldn't stop what he was doing to Greg, but I wouldn't let him touch my daughter. My mother really told him off, too. The only other person who could make him back off was Ben Goodwin. Ben loved kids, and he would get right in Randy's face about how he treated Greg. I thought they would come to blows over it, but they never did. And then one day Donna went outside and caught Randy coaxing Brittany to jump from the roof. He said he was going to catch her. He was teaching her to trust him. It was all too obvious that Randy didn't like little girls. 6. Randy Roth lived a clean life. He was an athlete, an outdoorsman, a jogger, a man who utterly detested smoking and frowned on alcohol. He was apparently not highly sexed, or, at best, he was only sporadically moved by desires of the flesh. Both Jan Miranda Roth and Donna Clift Roth could have attested to that. He was, however, thrilled with grown-up toys, cars, beautiful homes, and money in the bank. And power. Randy Roth exulted in having complete and utter control over people around him, especially over his wives. Whatever Donna tried, it was never enough to please him. She did agree to change the beneficiary of her one existing life insurance policy, a policy with a payoff of only $3,000. It was supposed to go to Brittany, she explained, but I changed it to Randy's name. It didn't seem that big a deal, not when she knew that Randy had almost $100,000 in the bank. Donna, and often her parents too, went on outdoor expeditions with Randy. Her dad and her brother liked him so much that she began to wonder if there was something the matter with her. But her stepmother, Judy, agreed with Donna. Randy had a mean streak in him. He certainly showed it with Greg, and despite his entreaties that he still wanted desperately to adopt 3-year-old Brittany, he sometimes grabbed at her as if she were a rag doll, lifting her by her cheeks, by her ear. He made the mistake of grabbing Brittany's cheeks one day in front of Ben Goodwin. He never did it again, at least not in front of Ben. Donna might have taken physical punishment herself, trying to patch up the marriage that had never really begun. But she loved her daughter with a visceral fierceness, and her love for Randy had begun to die. Randy had bought still another set of ATVs, all-terrain vehicles, and he and Donna went alone to test his newest rig on a steep hill. She was not afraid of taking chances. Indeed, with the encouragement of Harvey Clift, who was a huge Bob Glidden fan, she had participated in figure-8 stock car races. But riding with her new husband straight up a hill made Donna's stomach contract. Just as they almost crested the hill, Randy suddenly jumped off. The ATV stalled, rolled over, and Donna tumbled over and over to the bottom of the slope. She looked up to see the ATV bouncing backward toward her, as if in slow motion. There was nothing she could do. It landed on top of her, bruising and twisting the lower part of her right leg. She could not stand up, and she ultimately lost sensation in that part of her leg permanently. Randy laughed at her before he finally came down the hill to help her up. The Skykomish River courses along the route leading to Washington State's Stevens Pass, a deceptively treacherous waterway full of hidden currents, sudden froths of whitewater, and undertows that have pulled scores of waders and rafters to their deaths. Snohomish County Sheriff's deputies specializing in search and rescue have pulled both living and decaying bodies from its heedless path, but yearly warnings to neophytes seem to do little good. Randy couldn't swim. He had explained that to Donna, and when they went to the athletic club pool, he always stayed in the shallow end. She had never seen him in water any deeper than 3 feet. He always stayed in the shallow end with Greg. He was so muscular, always bench-pressing in his weight room in the basement, that she wasn't surprised Randy didn't float. She was surprised that he was so enthusiastic about going rafting. They had rafted once with her parents, Harvey and Judy, at a Cascade Ford Company picnic, but he hadn't seemed to enjoy it that much. Now he bought a cheap raft made of such thin material that it seemed better suited to a backyard pool than to a river. Donna was a good swimmer. That wasn't why she didn't want to go rafting. It was more than that. She had grown afraid of her husband. Only when Randy suggested that they invite her parents to accompany them on a rafting trip on the Skykomish would Donna agree to go. But she wasn't happy about it. It was a hot July day, but the Skykomish is always cold, chilled by the snowpack high in the Cascade Mountains. They took 2 rafts along, the larger raft for the elder couple and the cheap 2-man raft for Donna and Randy. Donna's parents had a net bag with life jackets and extra paddles with them, but they left it in the car, taking only a paddle for each raft. Randy and Harvey both had great upper body strength, and they would paddle while the women enjoyed the scenery along the river. Randy suggested that Brittany and Greg go with the Cliffs, and that they take the ice chest, too. Judy Clift whispered to Harvey,
"Do not let my daughter out of your sight."
Harvey looked puzzled at Judy's insistence, but he nodded. Keeping Donna and Randy in sight wasn't as easy as it sounded. Although the river was fairly calm that day, Judy and Harvey Cliff's raft was caught up in the current, and they sped ahead of Randy and Donna. The Skykomish has bends and turns so sharp that there is no way separate parties can travel downriver together, or even hope to keep each other in sight. The roar of the water blocks out all but the loudest sounds. When Judy and Harvey's raft had disappeared from view, Randy suddenly started having trouble steering. Alarmed, Donna turned to see that they were headed toward the huge sharp rocks that wait beneath the Skykomish. Instead of paddling away from the rocks, Randy seemed to be deliberately steering their tiny raft toward them. With no paddle, Donna had no control at all. Far ahead, Judy insisted that Harvey Clift pull their raft over where they could grab onto an overhanging branch and wait for Randy and Donna to catch up. She stared back at the river. "What are you doing?" Donna screamed. But Randy ignored her as he drew closer and closer to the jagged boulders that could easily pierce the thin raft. Ahead, Judy Clift turned again to look for Donna and Randy. 5 minutes had gone by. She could no longer see them, but she heard something. A bird's screech? Maybe just the slight change in the river's song as it widened, narrowed, and twisted past the land. Judy was worried. She had come to believe Donna when she said there was something strange about Randy Roth, possibly even something dangerous. "I was afraid my daughter would not come off that river," Judy remembered with a shudder. "Listen!" Judy shouted. "I hear something!" And she did. She heard Donna screaming in complete panic. "Dad, I'm going to die! Save me! I'm going to die!" Judy also heard Randy's voice. He was shouting, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Harvey Clift kept his raft motionless, waiting helplessly. When the small raft finally rounded the crook in the river, they saw that it was barely afloat, so filled with water that it rode low in the Skykomish River. Randy seemed calm. Donna was nearly hysterical with fear. They got the 2 rafts to a spot where they could pull onto the bank of the river. Judy calmed Donna while her husband helped Randy put patches on 2 holes in the small raft. Nobody knew quite what to say. What Judy Clift suspected was unthinkable, unspeakable. Donna Roth would not get back into the raft with Randy. She rode the rest of the way back to their cars in her parents' raft, and Randy paddled the flimsy raft alone. She never lived with her husband again. She had seen something in his face, in the grim set of his jaw, as he steered their raft deliberately against the river rocks until water began to seep in through the holes the sharp edges tore. Donna Clift Roth could not prove that her suspicions were correct. Even her own father looked at her a little quizzically when she talked about her fear of Randy. All she really had to go on was the cold feeling in the bottom of her stomach, the stories that she could not prove were lies, the facts that did not mesh with other facts. Her parents accepted her decision not to go home to Misty Meadows with her husband of 3 months. She moved into the Cliffs' Bothell home with Brittany for a month, and then in September of 1985 she went to Arizona for another month, to think, to find a quiet place where she could sort out what was real, what was only fear, what might be imagination. When Donna flew back to Seattle, Randy was there at the airport, smiling at the gate. Everything would be fine, he said. He was still carpooling with her father. It was all a misunderstanding. He told her that her father had even gone with him on another rafting trip, and nothing bad had happened. Randy had come to pick her up and take her home, but she accepted only a ride to her parents' house. I couldn't go home with him. Not ever. My mother believed me, too, Donna Clift recalled. She told my dad, he's not what he appears to be. When he realized that Donna was not coming back to him, Randy filed for divorce. I would have, Donna recalled, but I had no access to money. It didn't matter who filed, she decided. She would be free of her terror-ridden marriage. Oddly, Randy did not let his third wife go easily. Even though he had instigated the divorce, he pursued Donna. Rather, he stalked her. He hadn't seemed to want her when he had her, but he refused to let her go. He would come into the 7-Eleven where she had found a job and watch her. Often he wouldn't say anything at all, but she was aware of him as he gazed at her, his face inscrutable. Donna found flowers and notes from Randy on her car. He seemed to know where she was all the time. It was ironic. In the beginning, less than a year ago, she had been flattered when he stared at her while she worked and thrilled by his notes and bouquets. Now she found the same behavior threatening. He seemed to be everywhere she looked, where she worked, where she ate lunch, in one of his many cars, following her as she drove. Finally, my mom went to him and told him to leave me alone, and he stopped stalking me for a while. But then he had Greg call me. Leaving Greg behind had been the hardest thing for Donna to do, and now Greg called her often, crying and begging her to come back. If she hadn't been so frightened, she would have gone back, if only for Greg's sake. One day in the fall of 1985, Randy came in once more to the store where Donna worked. He had tears in his eyes as he told her that he had just gotten terrible news. His mother had been killed in a car accident. But that wasn't the worst of it, he continued. My sister got so distraught in the hospital that she shot herself. She's dead, too. I believed him, Donna says ruefully. It was kind of far-fetched, but you never know. I told my mom and dad, and they didn't believe it. She almost went back to him, moved by sympathy for his pain and by her concern for Greg. But Judy Clift talked her out of it. Randy Roth continued to stalk his third ex-wife. In his dark jogging suit or in his mechanic's clothes, he followed close behind her, keeping track of her. She thought she would never be free of him, this man whose attention had thrilled her only a year before. He kept it up until I started dating another man. Once that happened, Randy left me alone, she recalled.
I was with Jerry for 4 years. Randy just went away, and it was almost as if I'd never known him at all. No, that isn't true, because I really loved Greg, and I missed him and worried about him. Randy's divorce from Donna Clift was final on September 24th, 1985. Part 3. 1985. 7. There is an odd synchronicity in the way parallel lives veer to touch one another, change direction, and then come close again and again until they connect and hold for whatever it was that fate intended to happen. Sometimes synchronicity can be heartwarming when it leads lost lovers back together against all odds. Sometimes it can be starkly tragic. 1985 was a watershed year in the lives of a number of people who were, who had been, or who would one day be part of Randy Roth's life. Donna Clift was courted by, married to, and divorced from him, all in 1985. Although Randy had not discussed it with Donna and she found out only through her snooping, Randy had filed a suit against the state of Washington and the Department of Parks and Recreation of the state of Washington in November of 1984. On January 19, 1985, he signed a formal contract with Linwood attorney Ginny Evans, who agreed to represent him and Jelena Amelia Miranda on a contingency basis. Randy maintained that it was negligence on the part of the state and the Parks Department in not providing adequate trail barriers on Beacon Rock that had caused Janice Roth's death. All through 1985, he huddled with his legal advisors in pursuing his claim. Breaking his financial losses down, Randy asked for the following: funeral expenses for the decedent, $541. Cost of selling family home because Mr. Roth could not keep up payments without decedent's contributions, $5,863.62. Loss of consortium for each claimant, $250,000, $500,000. Lost earnings, to be determined. It cost Randy only $500 out of pocket to file the tort claim against the state for $1,186,404.62. If he won, he would have to pay his attorney 1/3 of his settlement. He really had nothing to lose. Randy didn't even know where Jelena was living. He had neither written to her nor sent her presents. He had forwarded none of her dead mother's belongings to her, and so she had very little to remember Janice Miranda Roth by. Still, he presented himself as a fighter on her behalf, anxious to see that Jelena got her due from the negligent state of Washington. He gave her address in Texas, but it was really only the last address he had for Janice's mother, Billy Ray. Neither Randy's second wife nor his third wife had learned much about his history. Both women had met his father, but not his mother or any of his siblings. His mother was apparently dead, either from old age or by suicide. He had told many different stories about her and her demise. If he truly had a brother, David was reportedly in prison for murder. Randy had told both Jan and Donna again and again about his Marine service in Vietnam, and both women had heard him scream at night from the grotesque nightmares that haunted him. Donna Sanchez Roth, Randy's first wife, had apparently slipped completely out of his life, and no one knew where she was. Anything that might have happened in Randy Roth's life before his Marine years was caught somewhere in his memory, either blurred deliberately or repressed when he talked with his ex-wives. In actuality, Randy had never moved very far, at least for very long, from the area just north of Seattle. He had attended Meadowdale High School in Linwood, only a few miles from Bothell, Mount Lake Terrace, and Mill Creek. Although he moved often, he did not venture beyond familiar territory. Although there is no evidence that they ever knew each other, a young man named Tom Baumgartner,
attended Meadow Lake High at the same time Randy did. They both graduated in the early 1970s, but they moved in different circles. During the time Randy married and divorced 3 times, Tom Baumgartner married only once, and for life. In 1976, he married pretty blonde Cynthia Laux. They became parents of 2 cherished little boys, Tyson Jarrett Baumgartner, born on December 15, 1979, and Riley Thomas Baumgartner, August 18, 1981. Tom was a hard worker, taking a job with United Parcel Service and working his way up to provide security for his growing family. He joined the Teamsters Union, and with that membership came both medical coverage and death benefits for survivors. Short of an occasional trip to the pediatrician for the boys, neither he nor Cynthia expected to need Tom's Teamster insurance. Tom also took out life insurance. The Baumgartners' marriage ended in 1985, too, about the same time that Donna Clift and Randy Roth were divorced. But Cynthia and Tom Baumgartner did not choose to be apart. Not yet 30, Tom had contracted Hodgkin's disease, a form of cancer that affects the lymph nodes. Although the often fatal disease was being treated with some success in the mid-'80s, Tom's case was far advanced when he was diagnosed. He was dead in 6 months at the age of 29. The widowed Cynthia Baumgartner and the newly divorced Randy Roth did not meet in 1985, although they shopped at the same stores. Their sons were close to the same age, and they traveled the same roads. Had Randy encountered Cynthia, he undoubtedly would have hit on her. His technique for finding women to date was carefully honed to perfection. Randy seemed to prefer divorced or widowed women in their 20s or 30s, and he scarcely looked at women without children. He liked pretty women, obviously, small women, perhaps because he was so short himself, and he invariably approached shy, dependent women, as if he had antennae that could scope that out without ever speaking to them. Randy Roth must have asked hundreds of women for a date, or rather he sent Greg to ask them. "Would you go out with my dad? He's right over there." Many women, many women said yes. The kid was so cute, and the father smiled so charmingly. Cynthia Baumgartner began to put together the shattered fragments of her world. She struggled to cope with raising her boys alone, something she had never expected to have to do. Tom's insurance and Social Security survivors' benefits made it possible for her to stay home with Tyson and Riley. Many years back, she had worked for Jimbo's Family Restaurant in Linwood, and later as a legal secretary. But that was before the boys were born. Now she devoted a lot of time to volunteer work at her church. Although her heart was broken, she was comfortable financially, and she prayed that time and the strength of her faith would help her overcome her grief. Cynthia had solid family support from her parents, Hazel and Merle Laux, and from her older brother Leon. Cynthia Laux Baumgartner didn't really think about marrying again. It was much too soon after Tom's death. However, her friends knew that it would take a very special man for Cynthia to fall in love again. Her own morals and her religious beliefs dictated that any candidate would have to be either single or widowed. She would not marry a divorced man. Randy Roth had a life to rearrange, too. His heart was not broken, and his divorce had cost him nothing. However, his investment in Donna had not paid off, whatever the payback he had planned on. Donna had once believed Randy's protestations that he was investing his emotions and his future in her. She no longer did. Randy continued to spend his Thursday nights at Ben and Marta Goodwin's, bringing always the apple pie and ice cream, and they all watched The Cosby Show together. Randy was still hurt because Ryan Goodwin had turned him in to Greg's principal and the Children's Protective Service had investigated him. He seemed confused, totally unable to equate his treatment of Greg with the humiliating and painful punishment he told the Goodwins he had suffered as a little boy. a little boy kneeling on a hard floor for hours. And yet Randy's discipline of Greg was ultimately demeaning, and with Donna gone, Greg had no one to take his side once the doors were closed. One night in the fall of 1985, Ben and Randy were in a tavern at Thrasher's Corner when a woman who knew Donna Clift well walked by and recognized Randy. She stopped suddenly, slapped his face, and spat, "You child-abusing son of a bitch!" For once, Randy was shocked, taken completely by surprise by an enemy he had not recognized. "Randy and I both got thrown out." Ben grinned. He was really upset. I had to take him home, wake Marta up, and we both tried to console him. He cried real tears. He said, "Nobody is more important in my life than Greg. Greg is my whole life." And indeed he seemed to be. The Goodwins had seen that women came and went in Randy Roth's life, but Greg remained the one constant. "I think he really loved Greg," Marta Goodwin said. "He really felt bad when that girl criticized him for being a bad father, but he could not grasp that you didn't discipline children the way he did Greg." Greg and Randy had shared their last Christmas with Donna and her family. But on Christmas 1985, the neighbors were back together around the Goodwins' tree. Randy would be 31 the day after Christmas, but he still looked about 25 in the photographs the Goodwins took that year. Their daughter, Brittany, was almost 14, and she clearly adored Randy. When Randy teased her about being too heavy, she dieted until she was thin and weak, and her parents were afraid she would become anorexic or bulimic. Brittany Goodwin would have done anything for Randy. In the autumn of 1985, Randy Mullinax, a King County police detective, had never heard of the man who shared his first name. They were about the same age, and Mullinax was also compact and muscular. But there all similarities ended. Randy, the detective, had a deep and resonant voice, and Randy, the mechanic, spoke in flat, almost expressionless tones. Mullinax was a friendly and easygoing man, sensitive, perhaps too much so for his own good, to the pain of the people whose lives brought them in contact with the King County Police Department's Major Crimes Unit. Even though he was born east of the Cascade Mountains in Yakima, Washington, Mullinax grew up as a Seattle kid. His parents moved to the Boulevard Park area in the South End, and Randy and his brothers all grew up there and graduated from Glacier High School, whose campus later became the King County Police Academy. Mullinax got married when he was 20. He went to work for the County Water District just outside Burien, a small town south of Seattle, and stayed there for 8 years. "I got tired of using my back and standing outside in the rain," Mullinax recalls. He went to college, fitting in classes when he could. "I just took a few electives in police science courses at first, but I got hooked. I changed my major." Mullinax majored in police science at Highline Community College, mastering the intricacies of crime scene investigation, arrest, search and seizure, and constitutional law for police. By day, he checked for broken water mains, and in the evening he learned how to triangulate a crime scene so perfectly that the location of a body could be absolutely pinpointed long after a victim was removed. He learned that blood droplets that have fallen from 3 feet look different from those that fell from 1 foot or 6 feet. And he learned how to tell if glass has been broken from inside force or outside force. He learned about tool marks and skid marks and tire tracks, about rigor mortis and lividity, and the transmogrification of the human body after death. He even had one ex-homicide detective instructor who claimed he had always preferred to work a crime scene alone so he could talk to the body and find out what happened. Randy Mullinax was prepared to be a homicide detective, but first he had to pay his dues. He joined the King County Police in January of 1979, and he worked his way through the usual steps like any rookie, patrolling first the sparsely populated southeast part of the county. then working in a proactive unit on burglaries and larcenies. By the fall of 1985, Randy Mullinax was an integral part of the enhanced Green River Task Force. He had worked on the baffling disappearances and murders of almost 40 girls and women, most of whom had vanished since July 15, 1982, from the strip that runs by Washington State's biggest airport, Seattle-Tacoma International. The first 5 victims had been found floating in the Green River south of Seattle, hence the name. Once a country river that curved past verdant strawberry fields, the Green River was far less isolated by 1982. Boeing buildings covered the good black earth on its east flank, shopping malls on the north, and roads leading up a steep hill to the west crossed Pacific Highway every quarter-mile or so. The media and a number of insensitive citizens almost always referred to the Green River victims as prostitutes or hookers. The additional pain inflicted on their families by this attitude could not be measured. The missing girls were very young, many of them 14, 15, or 16, the oldest in their 20s. Mullinax had a soft spot for children, and as he carried on an increasingly frustrating investigation, he would describe his job as trying to locate young ladies. He was not being sarcastic. The victims had become very real to him, and their almost certain fate pitiable. Victims groups praised Randy Mullinax highly for his tenacity, and especially for his caring attitude. So, in the fall of 1985, Green River Task Force member Randy Mullinax spent his working days and much of his off-duty time following one dismal trail after another, almost all of them in the area south of Seattle. By the time Mullinax found the young ladies assigned to him, however, they had long since turned to bone, hair, and sometimes a bit of connective tissue. It got worse for the Green River Task Force in 1985. Green River victims were discovered as far away as Tualatin, Oregon, almost 200 miles from where they had last been seen alive. One of them had had her skull bisected, allowing the Green River killer to play games with the task force by leaving the rounded calvarium in Oregon and the lower mandible in South King County, Washington. Randy Mullinax would spend 3.5 years in the Green River boiler room investigation with pressure from the media, from the public, from the politicos, and, indeed, from within himself. And yet, in 1993, the Green River murders would still be unsolved. Women all around western Washington walked in fear of the man who had killed so many of their sisters and then disappeared like a wraith. Donna Clift was only one of thousands who shivered at the thought, and Randy Roth had delighted in teasing her sadistically about the Green River killer. When he finally allowed Donna to walk away from him, Randy moved on to new conquests. Many women would move in and out of his life in the next 5 years. He collected them like butterflies, pinning some helplessly on his own display board, discarding others when they did not meet his criteria. He never anticipated that there might be other women down the road, women who would dog his trail, annoy him, perhaps even frighten him, this man who confessed to no fear. Ever. Some might say the fact that a certain trio of women awaited Randy Roth was poetic justice. Perhaps it was only a sign of the times. Gradually, in the last 3 decades, the judicial system had changed. Female cops were no longer relegated to glorified secretarial and babysitting details. They worked in uniform beside the men. Some of them even commanded the men. Female prosecutors were not automatically second in command anymore. 3 women he had not met would one day effect not revenge, but a kind of ironic denouement in Randy Roth's life story. King County Detective Sue Peters would be first. She would work as Randy Mullinax's partner in an investigation totally different, but just as complicated as the Green River cases. Peters grew up close by that river. All popular cops have nicknames, and she would be called Sue P., pronounced Soupy, by the officers she worked with. 5'3" and strong but graceful, with a cap of thick brown hair, Peters is a natural athlete who always expected to be a PE teacher and who still plays softball in season. As a child, she spent her summers in Adams County, far east of the Cascade Mountains. Ritzville, a town that could have been lifted out of the Midwest with its tree-shaded neighborhoods, Main Street, and hot summer days, depends on wheat farming. It is also the Adams County seat, and Sue Peters hung around the jail where her grandmother, Marie Thiel, worked as a deputy. I was fascinated with what went on there, Peters recalls. I asked for all the wanted posters to take home, and I pored over the accident pictures. Once in a while, my grandmother would give me a wanted poster, but she would never give me one of the black and white accident photos. Peters graduated from Kent Meridian High School, south of Seattle, in 1976, and went to Washington State University, where she majored in physical education. She transferred to Central Washington University in Ellensburg and graduated in December 1981. She soon found that there was no great demand for PE teachers. Perhaps the fact that there were already too many PE teachers was not as disappointing as it might have been. Sue had always had two interests, each as natural to her as breathing. Although she had never really planned on a career in law enforcement, it had almost literally been bred into her. When Marie Thiel, now 82, was a deputy, there was women's work and men's work. Women deputies worked with women prisoners and often served as jail matrons. They were not half of the lead detective team working a major homicide case. Sue Peters followed in her grandmother's footsteps and became a King County deputy sheriff, graduating from the police academy in May of 1982. Sue Peters, 3 years behind Randy Mullinax on the county force, began with basically the same duties he had. She worked 3 years in uniform in a patrol car out of Precinct 3 in Maple Valley, and then in plain clothes in a proactive squad. Proactive squads worked whatever the biggest problem in their district happened to be at any given time. In Maple Valley in the early 80s, Peters worked undercover tracking down small-time drug dealers. The fact that she could easily look like a high school girl made her an asset. She also worked the Green River murder cases and in the Special Assault Unit investigating sex crimes. Looking back to 1985, Peters recalls that she was mostly involved in working on a new house she had bought. Other than that, it was not a particularly memorable year. I didn't even find time to play ball that year. In October of 1990, Sue Peters moved into the Major Crimes Unit of the King County Police Department. In the old days, the 60s, the 70s, crime in the county was minuscule compared to what the Seattle detectives handled. King County's major crimes detectives usually investigated 5 or fewer murders in a year, while Seattle's homicide unit averaged 45 to 60. Seattle continued to have 45 to 60 homicides a year, but by the 80s, King County's regular homicides had climbed to 20 to 25 a year. They didn't count the Green River murders. There were just too many of them, Mullinax says. It was as if the Major Crimes Unit had its homicides and the Green River Task Force had theirs, even though we were all in the same department. However they counted, the county homicide rate was rapidly rising to a point where it matched the city of Seattle's. In 1985, both Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax could expect to work their share of murder cases. They would not work as partners for 6 years. Neither had ever heard the name Randy Roth. Part 4. Good Neighbors. 8. Brittany Goodwin was 14 in 1986, and she began to babysit for Greg. She was thrilled to be asked to help. She had had a crush on Randy since she was 13. Nobody thought too much of it. Teenage girls were always mooning over older men. If it wasn't a rock star, it was a teacher or the guy next door. Harmless. The Goodwins trusted Randy, even though they could see that their teenage daughter adored him. Ben began to feel vaguely uneasy first. He thought Randy was encouraging Brittany's attention a little too much. Marta thought her husband was imagining things. "We knew that Brittany was madly in love with Randy," she said. "So we went to him and said, 'Look, this kid is really developing a crush on you. We just wanted you to be aware. Don't show her quite as much attention. Hold back. We need your help on this.'" Randy nodded understandingly. I will. I wouldn't ever touch Brittany." But her parents worried when they saw that Brittany was still mooning over Randy, despite Randy's heartfelt promises to his best friends that he was doing nothing to encourage it. One evening, Brittany came home with a teddy bear that said, "I love you," and went straight to her room. It was a present from Randy. "Marta trusted Randy," Ben recalls. "She still did at that point." "When Ben would start to worry about it," Marta says, "I'd look at him and say, 'Honey, Randy is part of our family, and he knows that Brittany is underage. He knows that's illegal. There is no way that Randy would do anything against the law.'" "I actually said that." "Damn it, Marta," Ben would rage. "I'm her father, and I know something is going on. I don't know what it is or how much it is, but there's something." Randy must have taken it as a compliment that this pretty little young girl thought he was King Randy, Marta theorizes. I guess he thought he could train her to be the type of woman he wanted. But still, we were in a state of denial. Our lives were so intertwined with Randy's. We really didn't think that there was anything sexual going on. He was our friend. Besides that, whenever Randy was with Brittany, Greg and Ryan were always along too. When Brittany was depressed, Randy could always cheer her up. Ben Goodwin was torn. Randy was just about the best friend he had ever had, but Brittany was such a pretty girl, and she was so innocent. He watched over her the way every father watches his teenage daughter, and he was suspicious. He knew what a ladies' man Randy could be. Ben went out to coach baseball one Saturday. He noted that Randy was working on his car in his driveway and called out, "See you later." But Ben had to turn around and go home to get his wallet. As he drove in his driveway, he saw Randy sitting sideways in the driver's seat of his Blazer with the door open. Ben's 15-year-old daughter was standing between Randy's legs and leaning her head on his shoulder. Randy saw Ben coming and tried to push Brittany away, but he wasn't quick enough. Ben jumped over the fence and grabbed his daughter and pushed her toward the house. "I poked Randy in the chest and I said, 'If I ever see you touching my daughter again, I'll kill you.'" Randy knew Ben meant every word, and he downplayed his attentions to Brittany. Shortly thereafter, Randy became very cool to Brittany, leaving her devastated and depressed. Marta and Ben still believed that the relationship between Randy and their teenage daughter had been platonic, although they thought Randy had not used good sense in showering so much attention on Brittany. They assumed her depression was just part of the normal mood swings every teenager goes through. It was not. Years later, when she was an adult, Brittany Goodwin recalled her pain at being abandoned. She had saved one of the many poems she had written for Randy, and rereading it was bittersweet. "My eternal love. I loved you then, and now you're gone. I love you now, and all is wrong. I try to tell you that I care, but you don't seem to be aware that you've become my Mr. Right. I think about you every night. Your love for me has faded away. Now all I can do is pray that someday you'll realize what you are to me, and together we'll spend eternity." It wasn't long before there was a new woman in Randy Roth's life. Just before Memorial Day, Mary Jo Phillips, the mother of 5, was grocery shopping one evening at an Albertsons supermarket. She soon noticed that a good-looking man with a little boy seemed to be waiting in every aisle she turned into. Flustered, she began to nod and smile at them. When Mary Jo left the store pushing her loaded grocery cart, the little boy, who looked to be about 9, followed her out of the store calling, "Hey, lady! Hey, lady, would you go out with my dad?" She did not know that it was a well-worn and effective pickup line. The father, who said his name was Randy Roth, walked up and stood behind his son, Greg. She was charmed, but not enough to give her phone number to a complete stranger, child or not. Finally, Mary Jo Phillips agreed to write down Randy's phone number. She didn't really expect to call him, but she kept it, debating for almost 3 weeks if she should do something so crazy. When she finally did call, she got an answering machine. But she began to smile when she heard the message. It was for her. "Mary Jo," Randy's voice pleaded. "Mary Jo, if this is you, please, please don't hang up. There's got to be a way for me to meet you." Of course, she left her number. Randy called as soon as he got home and invited her out to dinner. When they reached the restaurant, Randy asked her to hold still for a moment as she started to get out of his car. He held a camera in his hand. "Baby," he said, "I just want proof that I was with such a beautiful woman." Mary Jo was touched. Randy didn't even blink when Mary Jo told him about her large family. Rather, he seemed enthusiastic about dating her. She was a beautiful woman, very petite, with long, curly light brown hair, and she usually dressed kind of country, in a plaid shirt, blue jeans, and tennis shoes. Mary Jo was so young-looking, peppy, and active that it was hard to believe she had given birth to 5 children. For their second date, he picked her up on his motorcycle and whisked her almost to the Canadian border 100 miles north. Just for breakfast. Just the 2 of them. Riding behind him with her arms locked around his muscular torso, Mary Jo couldn't help but think she had found the 1986 version of a knight on a white horse. Once again, Randy became the consummate lover. It was spring, and their courtship was swift and romantic. Mary Jo was as bedazzled as his first 3 wives had been. There was, of course, the usual proliferation of flowers, roses and carnations and pots of azaleas, nosegays and sweetheart bouquets. He became the man every woman dreams about, Mary Jo remembers. Randy was totally indulgent with Mary Jo. He combed her hair. He rubbed her back. He even suggested that they try to coordinate their wardrobes so they would match, and everywhere they went, people would know they were together. Randy's relationship with Ben and Marta was back on an even keel. He had apparently kept his promise to Ben not to hang around with Brittany, and they were back to their regular Cosby Show nights and their outings together. Marta watched in bemusement the first time she saw Mary Jo arrive at Randy's house in a big Chevy Suburban. She counted 5 kids as they piled out and played in the yard. After that, she saw Mary Jo and her family often. Randy came to Marta and announced, "Mary Jo will be moving in, and we're going to try and make a relationship." "The children, too?" Marta asked. "How are you going to adjust to living with 5 little children?" "I know about kids," he said calmly. "Besides," he explained, Mary Jo shared custody with the children's father, so they wouldn't be living at his house all the time. 6 weeks after Randy Roth and Mary Jo Phillips met, he asked her and her children to move in with him. She sold most of her furniture, preparing for a new life. She had raised dozens of exotic birds, and she had to sell off most of those, too. Mary Jo's apartment was about 2 miles from Misty Meadows, and the Goodwins followed Randy in his trailer and helped him move Mary Jo's belongings into his house. Randy had always been tremendously strong and lifted the heavy pieces easily. Mary Jo brought a few of her favorite birds and her player piano. The birds were easy to move. The piano was not. Randy and Ben had to rig a pulley set up to move it up Randy's back steps. Brittany with her heart barely healing after Randy broke off with her, had to watch him move yet another woman into his house. No one realized just how much she was hurting, or why. Just as they had when Randy was married to Donna Clift, the two couples socialized a lot. Either Ben and Marta went out to dinner with Randy and Mary Jo, or the Goodwins barbecued in their backyard. They hoped that Randy's relationship with Mary Jo would last longer than his abortive marriage to Donna. Only a year had gone by, and it was summer again, but the roster of players had changed. Randy kept recasting the part of his fiancée/wife. Marta worried sometimes about Greg. He had no stability, no mother he could expect to be there for very long. It wasn't until Mary Jo moved in with Randy that she learned about Janice Miranda Ross' death. Randy told her that the authorities were still investigating her tragic fall. Once again, the actual details of Jan's demise changed in his retelling. Randy told Mary Jo that he and Jan had been climbing Mount Rainier. While they were high up on the 14,000-foot snow-capped peak, he said, Jan's ropes loosened. I was holding her while she tried to retie her ropes, but she slipped out of my arms and fell to her death. Mary Jo, like all his other women, was shocked and saddened. What a terrible thing it must have been for Randy to see. Randy confided that he and Jan had had a troubled relationship. Although he had loved her, they had fought a lot. She didn't appreciate me. None of his women had, he confided, until Mary Jo came along. Donna Clift, the third Mrs. Roth, had been immature, according to Randy. Randy seemed defiant about the law enforcement authorities who were allegedly still tracking him. They were not. If they intend to charge me with anything, they only have a limited time to do so. There is, of course, no statute of limitations on murder. If the Skamania County investigators chose to, they could have charged Randy Roth in his second wife's death when he was 80 years old. Randy told Mary Jo that he had collected insurance money in Jan's death, but that he had spent it unwisely. He wasn't used to having money, and he realized that he should have retained a financial planner. Mary Jo and her children lived with Randy for 4 months. Once she was in his domain, she found him less romantic and much more dominating. He made it clear to her that certain areas in his home were off-limits to her. Perhaps his discovery that Donna Clift had snooped into his papers and belongings had made him cautious. He was adamant that Mary Jo keep out of his things. She thought his demands a little odd, but she went along with them. The house was big, and she had no need to go into Randy's forbidden zones. And she still loved him. It was hard to forget the tender and imaginative lover who had courted her so beautifully. Randy was the boss. He handled everything. He didn't even let her do the grocery shopping. Nevertheless, Mary Jo and Randy made plans to get married. One day, as they parked at one of the huge Fred Meyer stores, he asked her to go to the jewelry department and have her third finger measured so he could shop for a wedding ring. She knew everything was going to be fine with them after they were married. There were a few more things that got in the way of their perfect relationship, however. Mary Jo had owned a rather lucrative daycare center with her ex-husband. After her divorce was final, she explained to Randy that she had handled her own property settlement, including the daycare assets. Randy was furious when he learned that she had not consulted him. He was angry, too, when she gave back to Donna Clift some clothing she had left at the house. Mary Jo realized that she was not to make any decisions on her own, but she still adored Randy. Mary Jo had an almost pathological fear of water, yet she let Randy coax her into going on a raft with him, and without a life jacket. The way he put it, it was a test, a way to prove her love for him. One night, Randy explained to Mary Jo that he had adequate life insurance, and that she needed some, too. After all, they now had 6 children to consider if anything happened to either one of them. Her heart sank. Mary Jo had one secret she had not told Randy. something she had agonized over. She didn't want to lose him now that her life had suddenly become so full of love. Taking a deep breath, she told Randy her secret. She was not eligible for insurance. Mary Jo Phillips had been treated for cancer. She was not actively ill, and she had every hope that she would never have a reoccurrence, but she was definitely uninsurable. She studied his face, and she saw no expression at all. He seemed to take it all right, and he didn't seem concerned about her cancer either. At least, not right away. But within days, Randy began to change toward Mary Jo. Where he had been warm and loving, if controlling, he became icy cold and distant. He never mentioned marriage again. Mary Jo had kept a journal of their relationship. It was so beautiful.
Before the curtain rises on the next chapter, let your imagination rest for a while. Here is a musical space created just for your relaxation. Let yourself drift along with the melody, cast aside all thoughts, and simply enjoy the present moment.
In the beginning that she loved writing down all the wonderful surprises he gave her and all the romantic things he said. Later she wrote in it as a way to help her understand what had happened. When Randy found out that Mary Jo had kept a journal, he told her it was incriminating and ordered her to destroy it. She did not. Finally, Mary Jo had no choice but to move out. Randy clearly didn't want her anymore. She had a heck of a time getting Randy to give her piano back. 9. Although Randy Roth almost always had a job, at Reynolds, at Vitamilk Dairy, at Cascade Ford, at Chuck Olson Chevrolet, and later at Bill Pierre Ford in Lake City, his lifestyle, his lavish homes, and all the adult toys he owned required more than his salary. His W-2s for the 1980s indicated income that could not even have begun to cover his expenses. 1980, $22,412.93. 1981, $33,100. 1982, $28,300. 1983, $16,951. 1984, $29,201. 1985, $30,912. 1986, $24,830. 1987, $26,432. The low figure for 1983 marked the time when Vitamilk put him on an on-call status. But most of Randy's big money had come from insurance payoffs. Within a few months of Jan's death, he had received $107,514.11 from 2 policies, and each month since her death, he had cashed monthly Social Security benefits checks of $419 for Greg as Jan's surviving child, collecting almost $35,000 by the beginning of 1988. None of this money was legally reportable income. Even the money Randy had loaned to Nick Amundi came back to him after Nick had a burglary and collected on his homeowner's insurance. Randy was disappointed, however, in the outcome of his suit against the state of Washington. He had hoped to collect almost $1 million, But after giving depositions, submitting to all kinds of questions, and wasting his time with a couple of lawyers, the suit was dismissed in 1988, and he got nothing. Anyone with an ounce of deductive reasoning could recognize a pattern in Randy Roth's financial affairs. If ever a man believed in insurance, it was Roth. Even when his budget was tight, he had always found money to pay insurance premiums. His thinking was certainly sensible. He was the single father of a little boy, a man who apparently had no idea where Greg's real mother, Donna Sanchez, was, and insurance had paid off for him when he needed it. After Mary Jo moved out, Randy continued to date. His choices were invariably divorcees or widows with children, and he always met his dates cute by sending Greg over as his advance emissary. He still saw Lily Vanderveer, although she didn't seem to be his type. Those who knew both of them said Lily would have done anything in the world for Randy, but neither Lily nor any of his dates mattered enough for him to move them into his home. Randy asked Marta Goodwin once if she and Ben would like to go to a dance with him and a new woman he was dating, and Marta threw up her hands and said, "Randy, I'm not going to get attached to any more of the women you meet. I just get so I really like these gals, and then you get rid of them." Randy laughed. In the late spring of 1988, Randy was coaching t-ball for boys Greg's age. He was always involved in his son's sports activities, Little League baseball or whatever was in season. Some of the other parents called him Super Dad because he got so involved in the kids' games. Some thought he was too rough on the boys, and that he always forgot that games were only games. Dina Clark's son was on Randy's t-ball team. Dina was an extremely attractive young woman, a divorcee who lived in Mill Creek with her 4 children. She had ended her marriage despite the fact that she was expecting another baby. We were roller skating at my kid's school, and Randy Roth started flirting with me. I was pregnant, for heaven's sake, but it didn't seem to bother him at all. Dina found Randy attractive enough, although he was awfully short. I remember he was wearing cowboy boots, and even then he was only about 5'6". He was funny, though, and nice, and he insisted that he wanted to call her. He wheedled her address and phone number out of her. Randy did go to Dina Clark's house. She wasn't home, but the babysitter was. Years later, Dina recalled what her babysitter had reported. She said he stood in the front entrance, and then the phone rang and my answering machine picked it up. It was my boyfriend calling. I guess when Randy heard that, he decided I wasn't available and he just backed out the door. He never called me again. Randy and the Goodwins still lived next door to one another, and as he always had, he occasionally came up with secrets that shocked them. Ben had known Randy 5 years when he casually mentioned that his brother was in prison for murder. "For murder?" Ben gasped. Randy had told Donna Clift about David, but he had sworn her to silence about his brother, and she had never told the Goodwins. "Your brother?" "Yep." "I didn't even know you had a brother. Why don't you ever go visit him? What happened?" "Well," Randy began slowly, "my uncle was driving in Montana, going down the road, and he picked up this hitchhiker. The hitchhiker killed our uncle. About 2 years later, my brother David was driving down I-5 near Seattle, and he got up to about 128th Street. You know, just about where you hit the Everett exit. And he picked up some guy hitchhiking. They were driving along, and this guy starts bragging about some old guy he killed in Montana, and it was our uncle. So my brother killed him, and they convicted David on circumstantial evidence." Ben didn't know what to think. It was a pretty far-fetched story, but then he'd heard Randy tell some pretty good ones before. That was just a part of Randy he had to accept, wild tales out of left field. Randy and Brittany Goodwin were still friends. In fact, As she grew from an awkward 15-year-old to a high school senior, he seemed to take a proprietary interest in her. He frowned on her dates with boys her age. On at least one occasion, he disabled her car by removing the distributor cap so she couldn't join a group of her friends. Finally convinced that Randy wasn't hitting on Brittany, Ben and Marta had relaxed their rules a little. Randy, Brittany, Greg, and Ryan were kind of a foursome. Whether Brittany and Randy were involved sexually or not, something her parents no longer suspected, they were together a lot. He took her and the boys bowling, swimming, and sometimes to a movie, and she listened raptly to all of his stories. In the summer of 1988, he explained to her exactly how he could rob his own house if he wanted to, collect the insurance, and make sure no one would ever find out. She didn't know whether to believe him or not. Randy liked to shock people. During that same period, Randy discussed a similar insurance scam with Nick Amundi. There were ways to do it, and never get caught, Randy insisted. Amundi didn't encourage such conversation. It reminded him too much of the rainy Halloween night when Randy had asked him, "Could you kill your wife if you had to?" In truth, Nick was afraid of Randy, of the way he seemed to turn his imagination and his plans into reality. Randy Roth, for all his short stature, shared a kind of mystique with Charles Manson. He was smart, but it was more than that. Randy's gaze was so intense that it burned into your brain. He was a puppeteer, too, manipulating just the right strings to make his friends do his bidding or to convince them that things were not what they appeared to be. Nick had always been ambivalent about Randy. He admired his guts and energy, but he feared him too. On one occasion when Randy invited Nick to join him for a snowmobile trip into the backcountry, Nick was hesitant about going. He admitted to his wife, Carrie, that he was frightened. He never knew what Randy might do. "If I don't come back," he said, "tell somebody who I went with." In September of 1988, Ben Goodwin had to go to California on business for a week. Ben was a notoriously light sleeper, perhaps a legacy of Vietnam. "Nobody drives into this cul-de-sac at night without my waking up," he said. Marta was the sound sleeper, although she never slept very well when Ben was gone. Then she was unusually alert to even the slightest sounds in the night. Their 3 dogs were kenneled out in the backyard, and they barked if a twig snapped, so that was some comfort. Randy had his German shepherd, Jackson, chained in his yard too. The master bedroom where Marta slept was in the rear of the house, only 8 feet or so from Randy's backyard, and the shed where he kept his tools and his weightlifting equipment. During the week that Ben was gone, Marta Goodwin and several of the neighbors noticed that Randy backed his truck up to his garage every night between 9 and 10, after it was full dark. He loaded it up and then drove off somewhere. No one thought much about it. Randy often spent weekend days at the local swap meet, and Marta just assumed he was planning to sell some of his possessions. Another neighbor saw Randy take several loads away from his house after dark. On September 17th, 2 days before Ben returned, Randy Roth was the victim of a burglary. He reported to the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office that a truck had backed up to his house and stolen his property, valuable mechanics tools, sanders, saws, both of his steel chainsaws, and his craftsman tool chest. Not only his work tools, but also his home appliances were gone: cameras, television sets, Nintendos, and other games, a Kenwood stereo, other music equipment. It was the sort of crime that could put a man who was a truck mechanic by trade out of business. In addition, the burglars had ripped his red wall-to-wall carpeting so that it would all have to be replaced. Snohomish County Sheriff's Deputy Dean Munday responded to the scene. The investigating officer noted a deep groove in the grass of the Roth backyard and figured that the burglar's truck had gone in that way. He saw the broken garage window, The carpet that was stretched and ripped as if something heavy had been dragged across it, scratches on a banister. It looked like a typical residential burglary. There were so many of them in Snohomish County that it was hard for the detectives to keep up with them. Randy asked Marta the next morning if she had heard all the commotion at his place the night before. She had heard nothing at all. He explained that he'd been robbed, and she was shocked. "I was in the bedroom," she said, amazed. "I was watching television until late. I didn't hear a thing. The dogs didn't even bark. That's really scary, to think I was so close." Randy explained that Jackson was passed out on his deck. He was pretty sure somebody had drugged his dog. "He was gone when I got home last night. He came home this morning, dragging his chain. He's just lying there. He won't even respond to me." When Ben Goodwin got home, he went over to see Randy and found him and Greg working on their motorcycles in the shed. "My God, Marta told me you were robbed. Are you okay?" Randy was very calm. "Oh, yeah." "Well, what happened?" Randy pointed toward his yard. "See that track right there? That's where the truck backed in. They broke that window there in the garage, came in and took everything." "Randy," Ben began, "that groove in your lawn is where you and I felled that tree." Randy half smiled. "If that's what the detectives say it is, then that's what it is." Ben was nonplussed. He had a suspicion that he didn't want to have. He knew Randy was probably hurting for money. He had just been terminated from Cascade Ford by mutual agreement, and Randy seemed so calm about losing so many of his things. He explained that he and his friend Max Butts had gone out to dinner and a movie, but that he had gotten home well before midnight. It was too late. Almost everything he owned of value was gone. 16-year-old Brittany Goodwin didn't have to be told the details of Randy Roth's robbery. She already knew. She went to her parents and said, "Don't tell me how Randy was robbed. I'll tell you. Somebody backed a truck into his yard, right? And then they broke out a window in his garage, right? And all of his tools and things are gone. And I'll bet they tore his carpet up too, didn't they?" Ben and Marta nodded slowly. "Well, I'll tell you that there's a storage locker someplace around here that's just packed full of all the things that Randy had stolen. He was so worried about money, and he told me exactly what he could do to get some. But I thought he was only teasing me." When Nickamundi heard of Randy's robbery, he wasn't surprised either, but he knew when to keep his mouth shut. Brittany Goodwin didn't go to the police. She was afraid, and her parents were afraid for her. They were beginning to wonder if the man who had been their friend for so many years wasn't who they thought he was at all. They didn't know what Randy might do in reprisal if they turned him in. Randy had always said, "I don't get mad, I get even." But that threat had seemed to be part of his macho posturing. Now they warned Brittany not to tell. When they thought about it, they realized that bad things seemed to happen to people who crossed Randy. Now they half believed the wild stories that he had told them over the years. He still lived so close to them that they could have tossed a penny onto his back deck with no effort at all. 2 months later, Randy told Ben Goodwin that he had totaled up all his losses for his homeowner's insurance carrier, the Pioneer Insurance Company of Minnesota. By his reckoning, he was out close to $60,000. $60,000! Ben felt the hair prickle at the back of his neck. He knew Randy's tools as well as Randy himself did. He'd always been free to borrow whatever he needed. And now Ben recognized the tool chest that Randy was using. It was the same one he had reported stolen. Ben also noted that Randy seemed to have his tools back. Ryan Goodwin was puzzled to see that the Ross replacement television set was the same brand, same size, same everything as the stolen one. More than that, He and Greg had pasted stickers on Greg's Nintendo game. The new Nintendo didn't have stickers on it, but it had telltale glue marks in exactly the same places where the stickers had been on the stolen game. Besides that, the glue beads were the same shapes as the stickers. Ryan didn't mention this to his parents for a long time. Randy had been so mad at him the last time he told on him. Randy had new carpeting. The ugly, worn red rug that he had hated so was gone. "At least Randy's got rid of that red carpet," Ben said sarcastically to Marta. She frowned and looked away. When Randy filed his claim with Pioneer on November 11th, he asked Ben if he would describe his missing tools to Pioneer's insurance adjuster. Ben agreed, feeling queasy about it, suspecting what he suspected. He didn't want to get involved at all. He didn't want to lie, but he sure didn't want to get on Randy's bad side. The adjuster handed Ben pages of lists of tools, and Ben spent 20 minutes checking off the tools he remembered that Randy had owned. He answered all the questions asked of him, but he didn't volunteer any information. The Pioneer adjuster was ready to leave when Marta asked him a general question about insurance. She had just lost her grandmother, whose insurance policies made her estate a complicated disaster. "I didn't even talk to him after that first 20 minutes, Ben recalls. Nobody mentioned Randy's claim after that, but the adjuster was here for over an hour, mostly talking to Marta and her mother. When I went out in the yard later, Randy walked over and said, 'What the hell were you talking about for an hour and a half with that guy?' It was only about 20 minutes. 'Bullshit, I timed you.'" When Ben finally confronted Randy about the fact that he seemed to have found all his missing tools, Randy looked at him without a flicker of expression and said, "These aren't the same tools." They were neighbors still, but they were never close friends again. "He never really spoke to me again," Ben recalls. Brittany tore up all of the pictures of Randy they had pasted in their albums over the years, all the Thanksgivings, Christmases, picnics, all the outings he and Greg had shared with her family, all those years of being so close. She still kept some secrets to herself. If her father knew what Randy had done to her, she was afraid he would kill Randy. Randy didn't seem to notice that the Goodwins avoided him, or if he did, he didn't care. The friendship was over, on both sides. The Pioneer Insurance Company never attempted to prove that Randy Roth had not even had a burglary. They did, however, take issue with the $58,000 plus that he claimed was his loss. Claims adjuster Shelley Bierman first got suspicious when a receipt of sale that Randy provided for a stolen radio turned out to be a credit slip for the return of the described radio. Further, Roth was unable to provide documentation for many, many items he had lost. The insurance company felt the claims made were highly inflated over what they felt the actual loss had been. Pioneer filed a declaratory judgment action against Randy, alleging that his insurance claim was fraudulent. Pioneer eventually settled with him on October 9, 1990, by paying Randy $28,500 and agreeing to dismiss its court action against him. All parties concerned submitted a stipulation and order of dismissal of claims with prejudice. Nothing about his burglary had gone smoothly for Randy. It had taken 2 years to collect, and he had to pay an attorney $11,000 of his settlement. Part 5. Cynthia. 10. Cynthia Ray Laux was born a precious gift to her parents, Merle and Hazel. They had prayed for 14 years to have a darling little girl to raise with their son. Her older brother Leon was in his teens when Cynthia was born. She was such a tiny little thing. She weighed only 3.5 pounds. One of the delivery room nurses ran down the hall to Merle Laux and asked him if he believed in infant baptism. "I'm sorry," she said softly,
"but we don't think the baby is going to make it."
Merle and Hazel Laux' church did not believe in baptizing children until they had reached the age where they could make their own commitment to Christ. But he bent his head in prayer.
"Lord, don't leave her go now. You have brought her this far. We want her."
The baby lived. After 3 weeks in an incubator, Cynthia weighed 5 pounds, and her parents were allowed to bring her home. She brought such joy and happiness to them. After a scary start, Cindy Laux thrived. She was a beautiful blonde little girl, and she grew up to be a beautiful blonde woman. She was raised in the church, and she did not depart from its teachings. They all attended the Westgate Chapel in Edmonds, Washington regularly. Merle Laux was a deacon. When Cindy and Tom Baumgartner were married in a church wedding, it was a union blessed by both sets of parents. No one ever dreamed that Tom would be dead of Hodgkin's disease in 1985 before he was 30. Almost before he and Cynthia could cope with the diagnosis, the lymph node cancer swept all through his system like wildfire, and he was gone. Cynthia Baumgartner had never expected to be a widow, certainly not at 27. She was quite naturally overwhelmed at the responsibility of raising 2 lively little boys without a father. Her family and Tom's family were there to help, but the enormity of her loss was almost incomprehensible. After 6 months, Cynthia had to do something to fill up her days. She volunteered at her current church, the Silver Lake Chapel. It was, coincidentally, the same church where Janice Miranda Ross' memorial service had been held 4 years earlier. There, Cynthia met the young woman who was to become her best friend, Lori. Lori Baker was a pretty young woman, about Cindy's age, with short dark hair and glasses. She was employed at the Silver Lake Chapel as an administrator, and the 2 women talked a lot when Cynthia did her volunteer work. They had many interests in common. Cynthia wanted to get married again, someday, but it would be a long time before she could imagine finding anyone to compare with Tom. A widow with 2 children is not every man's dream woman. Most men didn't want the responsibility of raising another man's children. Beyond that, Cynthia had restricted the possibilities of whom she might get serious about by ruling out divorced men. She would have to find a Christian man who was single or widowed. But in 1985, Cindy wasn't looking. She just wanted to make a stable home for her boys, who were only 4 and 6. It made sense for Lori to share the house Cynthia owned at 2419 139th Street Southeast in Bothell. She had no mortgage to pay. Tom had seen to that. Both women felt more secure at night, and there was always someone to stay with Tyson and Riley. A month after they met, the 2 women moved in together. Lori paid rent, and they shared cleaning and cooking and friendship. They bowled in a league together, and they were pretty good, collecting trophies. They pooled their money to pay the expenses. They opened a joint bank account for convenience, and they also shared a safe deposit box at the Everett Mutual Bank, box number 2212. Cynthia had a new will drawn up in December of 1985, and she named Lori the executor and her chosen guardian to raise Tyson and Riley if something should happen to her. She stipulated that the house they all lived in was to go to Lori too, so that the boys could be raised in their own home. There were things of Tom's that she wanted the boys to have when they were older: his pocket watch, wedding ring, other jewelry. The will, the jewelry, certificates of deposit, and other important papers went into the safe deposit box in Everett. Cindy didn't tell Lori about the will. It just made her feel better to know it was taken care of, and she trusted Lori implicitly. She saw no need to mention it. She had every reason to believe she would live to be an old woman, and that Tyson and Riley would be grown men who could take care of themselves. The 2 young women and Cindy's 2 boys lived together in harmony for over 5 years. Cindy was active in her church and in Little League. She wanted her boys to be around masculine influence, and they loved playing ball. Merle Laux had worried about his daughter ever since Tom died. She was such a young widow, naive and trusting and comparatively wealthy. "Men may court you for your money," he had warned her gently. "Just be careful." She had promised him that she would be, and for 5 years Cindy was very careful. Tom Baumgartner's father, Jim, talked to Cindy about her remarrying. "You're too young to raise those boys by yourself," he told her. "You should try to find a nice guy to marry, to raise the boys and provide a father image."
"I'm looking," Cindy would say, smiling, "but I can't find any good guys out there. They're all just looking for the same thing, if you know what I mean."
Cindy Baumgartner and Laurie Baker were like family, like sisters. Laurie's mom, Dorothea Baker, taught piano, and Riley had been one of her students for 3 years. His grandparents had bought him a piano. Dottie Baker found Cindy very lovely, very pretty, very happy. Wherever she was, laughter just entered the room. She was just life. Cindy took good care of herself so that she made the most of her natural beauty. She had her hair lightened regularly and her nails done professionally. She dressed in a very feminine way, and her person was as immaculate as her house was. Cindy helped out at Little League wherever they needed her, whether it was as a coach or manning the concession stand. In 1990, she took over the stand. She made sure it was fully stocked and that different parents took turns selling hot dogs, cold drinks, popcorn, and potato chips. Randy Roth was still a coach in the 10 to 12-year-old league. Some of the parents really liked his win-win-win attitude. Some called him Super Dad because they admired him, and some did it in a sarcastic way and were put off by the way he criticized kids for mistakes and shouted constantly. He took Little League so seriously. He was, in fact, the quintessential Little League parent who seemed to have his child in the game not for the child, but to fulfill his own needs. Practice started in March of 1990, 6 weeks before their first scheduled game. In the ensuing weeks, teams would be set up and players assigned to their positions. Randy Roth met 33-year-old Cindy Baumgartner the same way he had met almost every woman who would become important in his life, through his son. At first, they just made small talk when Randy bought things for Greg at the concession stand. Later, it was Randy's turn to help man the concession stand. He and Cindy got along so well that he arranged to work the stand with her every night for a week. The other parents grinned when they saw how attracted Randy was to Cindy. He almost missed meeting her. In the spring of 1990, Cindy was thinking seriously of selling her home and moving to Arizona so that she could live closer to her parents' winter home. Meeting Randy Roth changed all of her plans. Cindy liked him right away. He was handsome, and he was fun. And most important, he really seemed to care about his son and about all the kids who'd turned out for Little League. He was a widower, he explained, and Cindy must have smiled inwardly. No matter how much she cared about a man, she would never have married a divorced man. Randy's approach to Cindy Baumgartner was humble. "I noticed you right from the beginning," he said. "But the way you look, the way you dress, I figured you probably had money. I didn't feel worthy to introduce myself." Before Cindy could protest, he hurried on. "But then I saw you drove an Escort, and I drive an Escort too, and I figured anybody driving an Escort couldn't be rich, so I felt I could introduce myself." When he asked her out the next week, she accepted readily. Laurie Baker and her mother could see that Cindy was really interested in this man. "She told me that she had met Mr. Right, and she was excited," Dottie said. Her idea of a husband was a man who had to be one that had never been married or who was a widower. He said he was a widower. He was just what she'd been looking for. Laurie met Randy when he came to the house to pick Cindy up, and she saw that he was very attractive and very taken with Cindy. He showered Cindy with red roses and phone calls and notes. But Cindy's best friend and her family were concerned. Cindy did have money, Dottie Baker recalled. She did own her home, and her husband had left her well taken care of. This man was just coming into her life way too fast. Cindy was such a sharp girl, level-headed, and just thought about everything carefully. I wondered why she was rushing into this. Cindy was amazed at how much she and Randy had in common. They both had their boys, of course, and the problems of raising them alone. Randy said he'd come originally from North Dakota, just as Merle Laux had. They were both involved in baseball. Neither of them smoked or drank, and they were family-oriented. If Cindy Baumgartner had drawn up a blueprint for the kind of man she wanted for a husband, it would have been the Randy Roth she met in the summer of 1990. They dated, but most of their dates included the boys. Randy was always a perfect gentleman with her, affectionate but never aggressive about sex. They went to the Strawberry Festival in Marysville, just north of Everett, and had a wonderful time. After that, Cindy invited Greg to spend the night at her house. The boys got along. They went skating, to the movies. It seemed the most normal thing in the world for Cynthia to start cooking supper for them all afterward. Somehow they just seemed to fit, as if they were two halves of a family seeking each other. Haltingly, Randy told Cindy about his wife who had died. "She actually died as I was holding her in my arms," he said. "She left me with a 3-year-old boy, and I've been alone ever since, looking for someone like you." Cindy saw they had the same beliefs, the same respect for marriage. Randy told her that he had been thinking about going to church, even though he had turned his back on religion after he lost Janice. "There has to be more to God, but I think I'm getting there." Cindy explained to Randy that he had just met another of her personal prerequisites. For her to love a man, he had to be a strong Christian. "My church means more to me than any man. If you want to go to church with me, fine." "I think that's what I've been looking for so long." He smiled. Cindy's parents, Tom's parents, and the Bakers all wanted Cindy to be happy, and yet they were worried that things were moving too fast. Cindy had been cautious all her life, and now she was absolutely enthralled with a man she had known only a few months. The Goodwins saw that Randy had a new girlfriend, but it wasn't like the old days when he would have brought her right over to meet them. His latest girlfriend was a cute little blonde, they noted, and she often called out a friendly "Hi" over the fence when she visited Randy's home in Misty Meadows. Cindy drove a little black Ford Escort, and they knew Randy had bought one just like it that spring. Randy made no move to introduce them, and there were certainly no more double dates or barbecues. Randy kept Cindy to himself. By the time he started dating Cynthia Baumgartner in the summer of 1990, the Goodwins were almost completely estranged from him. They believed he had faked the burglary of his own home, and they suspected that he had lied to them about many things. Randy was angry because he thought that they had cooperated with the insurance company against him, a misconception on his part. The friendship they had once enjoyed had been based, at least on Randy's part, on deceit. The Goodwins would eventually come to learn that he had broken the most sacred trust anyone could with a parent, and then lied about it as blandly as he lied about everything else he did. And so, as he began his intense courtship of Cynthia Baumgartner, his former best friends could only observe from a distance. "We only met Cindy once over the fence. She was standing in Randy's yard, and he'd gone off to do something. They had just become engaged. She showed us her ring," Marta said. Ben said something, and Cindy looked surprised and said, "Well, what's the matter?" And Ben repeated, "All I want to say is just be very careful. Just be very careful about what you're doing." Cindy Baumgartner looked at Ben Goodwin as if she thought he was crazy, and then she turned and went to find Randy. She undoubtedly found his neighbors a little odd and could understand why Randy wanted nothing to do with them. When the Goodwins learned that Cindy had 2 boys, they were worried. They couldn't imagine any mother allowing her sons to be treated the way Randy treated Greg. Did Cindy know about the garbage can incidents, the rages, the military discipline? They couldn't tell her. They could only hope that she would become disillusioned, as Mary Jo had, and as Donna had, and get out before she was in too deep. But Cindy was in love. She was deeply impressed with Randy's warmth and kindness, with the devotion he showed his son, and with the way he had taken her boys under his wing. Toward the end of July 1990, Randy asked Cindy if she would like to go to Reno with him for a classic car show and parade. At first, she had a sinking feeling. Oh no, was he going to turn out to be like all the other guys she'd complained about to her father-in-law, out for only one thing? Probably. He had just taken longer to ask. Knowing that she might see her wonderful romance evaporate in a moment, Cindy explained to Randy that she would never travel overnight with a man she wasn't married to. Randy's response was that it wouldn't be a problem. They were all getting along so well, and the boys were getting along so well, that he thought they should think about marriage. She wondered if he was proposing. Randy used so many words to say something, where most men spoke in simple sentences, and he sometimes had such a roundabout way of speaking. While she let hope bubble up in her heart, Randy just kept talking about how well their families blended. Finally, Cindy blurted, "Are you asking me to marry you? If you are, the answer is yes." Randy grinned and then immediately called an 800 number for a list of wedding chapels in Reno. They had been dating only a little over a month. Making such a momentous decision in a heartbeat was completely unlike Cindy, but she felt it was the right one. Her parents were visiting in North Dakota. Even her former in-laws, the Baumgartners, were away on vacation. But this was her decision. She wanted to marry Randy, and she wanted to go to Reno with him. It seemed like such a romantic adventure and such a wonderful way to start a marriage. There probably wasn't a debater in the world who could have talked Cindy Baumgartner out of her decision to become Mrs. Randy Roth. Lori Baker and her mother begged Cindy to at least wait until her parents got home. But it didn't do any good. Cindy believed in Randy, and she loved him. She had, of course, no idea that she would be the fourth Mrs. Randy Roth. She believed that she had found a man who had suffered the loss of a spouse, just as she had, a man who had never been divorced, a man who adored her and who would care for her forever. They drove to Reno and walked up and down the street hand in hand, admiring the gleaming, perfectly restored cars from other places in time. It was August 1st, 1990, their wedding day. When they drove home as husband and wife, Cindy tried to find a way to cushion the shock of this sudden marriage for her parents and her former in-laws. The Laukses and the Baumgartners were poleaxed. They could scarcely believe that Cindy had chosen to get married in a gaudy marriage mill, a commercial chapel in Reno instead of in a religious ceremony in a church. They barely knew the man she had married. They worried, but most of all, they wanted her to be happy. Swallowing their disappointment and their concern, Jim and Marge Baumgartner went to Cindy's house to meet Randy and welcome him into the family. Jim moved to give Randy a hug. The older man felt awkward when Randy stood motionless and did not return the greeting. He showed no emotion at all. In fact, he said nothing. A little nonplussed, Jim Baumgartner tried again, inviting Randy and Cindy to come to his house any time and to bring all three of the boys. Randy brushed off the invitation. "After that visit, I asked him many times to come for dinner, but he would never come over," Jim said. "Cindy brought the boys, but she always came alone." Well, maybe it was understandable, Jim decided. Maybe Randy didn't want to be haunted by the memories of Cindy's first husband. Maybe he was just insecure, afraid he wouldn't measure up to the kind of man Tom had been. They had married in such haste that Randy and Cindy hadn't even decided where they were going to live. Either of their homes was big enough to hold the two of them and their three boys, but Cindy's was a little larger, a little more expensive. Either way, either house, they would have to do extensive remodeling to accommodate all of them. And then, of course, there was Laurie, who would have to find another place to live. Cindy didn't want to rush her. Laurie and she had weathered some bad times together, and they would be friends for the rest of their lives. Finally, they agreed that it would be best for Randy and Greg to move into Cindy's house. The newlyweds lived with Laurie and the 3 boys until Laurie found her own place. They got along well enough. Laurie was glad to see Cindy so happy. After a little painting and refurbishing, Randy put his house in Misty Meadows up for sale, asking $175,000. The figure was way too high for the real estate market in the Seattle area in 1990. Although Randy had added the workshop and landscaped the yard beautifully, he really couldn't expect to get $100,000 more for his house than he had paid for it only 6 years before. Maybe he just set a high figure so that Cindy wouldn't notice the discrepancy in value between his house and hers. Cindy was far better established financially than Randy was. 11. After Laurie moved out, Cindy and Randy lived in her house for a while, but then they decided they wanted a place of their very own, a new house in which to start their new marriage. After church on Sundays, they looked at several places and found exactly what they wanted in Woodinville, a small town just south of the Snohomish County line. Woodinville, once isolated, was being swallowed up in the 90s in the huge urban sprawl on all sides of Seattle. In another era, the house they chose would have been a farmhouse. It even looked like a farmhouse, but this house was brand new, a sunny yellow 2-story with multi-paned bay windows, brick trim, and a 3-car garage. It had a little front porch with a railing, and room for a swing and a rocking chair. The lot was huge and surrounded by trees, alders, and farther back, Douglas firs. There were a few ancient apple trees, the last vestiges of the farm the development had once been. The house at 15423 232nd Northeast cost $275,000, a big jump up for both of them, but they loved it so, and it would be the perfect place to raise 3 rambunctious boys. Cindy's home sold almost immediately for $160,000. That sale closed simultaneously in October with the purchase of their new Woodinville house. So it was all Cindy's money that they paid down on the new house. The monthly payment would be $1,400, a hefty amount, but they felt they could manage. Tyson and Riley's Social Security survivors' benefits of almost $1,500 could take care of it. When Randy got his insurance settlement from Pioneer, he wrote a check for $11,000 into the house account, but Cindy wrote him one back for $10,000 right away. They were essentially living on Cindy's money, and in truth, Randy retained control of his insurance payoff from Pioneer, which was only about $18,000 after his lawyer had taken his percentage. It was a big step down from the $60,000 he had sought originally. Randy's house didn't sell at $175,000 or at $149,000. Eventually, he dropped the price to $135,000, and it sold. But he stubbornly refused to throw in the shed he had built in the back. He demanded an extra $1,000 for the structure, or he threatened to have it moved. The buyer wouldn't budge. Apparently, Randy discovered how much it would cost him to move it, because he made a last visit to the Goodwins. Would they pay $1,000 for it? Ben said he could use it, but he couldn't go that high. It was almost Christmas, and he needed the money for other things. Marta bought the shed from Randy for $500 for Ben's Christmas present, and the 2 men who had been best friends but were no longer moved the shed across the property line into the Goodwins' yard. They were like 2 strangers working together now. It seemed odd to Ben Goodwin to think that their camaraderie was completely gone. Refusing to throw the shed into the house deal was a spiteful thing to do to the new buyers, but Randy was funny about money. It meant so much to him that he didn't seem to care what lengths he had to go to get it. After 8 Christmases spent together, The Goodwins celebrated without Randy. It seemed kind of hollow. They kept asking themselves how things could have gone so wrong. They were happy for him that he had a new wife, and they liked Cindy, what they had seen of her. But they were afraid for her, too, and they could not even say why or what it was they feared. Randy had a number of debts. At least, that was what he told his bride. Although he realized almost $50,000 after the sale of his Misty Meadows home, he didn't put any of the money toward the mortgage on the Woodinville house. Cindy's money had made the huge down payment, and Cindy's son's Social Security survivor's benefits was making the monthly payment. Perhaps for the first time in his life, Randy was free to buy all the cars, trucks, motorcycles, and ATVs he wanted. It didn't matter to Cindy. They were a family now, and her assets were Randy's, just as he had assured her that she now shared in everything he owned. He didn't want her to work outside their home. He would work as much overtime as he could at Bill Pierre Ford. Laurie Baker took her papers and valuables out of the safe deposit box she had shared with Cindy, and Randy's name was added. Laurie noted that Tom's pocket watch and Cindy's important papers remained in the box. When they moved to the yellow house in Woodinville in the autumn of 1990, Randy informed Cindy that he didn't want her taking the boxes of things that had been Tom's: clothes, sports equipment, memorabilia, things she was saving for the boys. She asked Jim Baumgartner if she could store Tom's stuff at his house, and of course he agreed. But he felt a chill. He thought it was peculiar that a man wouldn't let his stepsons have the comfort of their dead father's things. Naturally, Jim was afraid of losing contact with his beloved grandsons. But it was more than that. He hated to see Randy Roth calling all the shots. Cindy had been a feisty, happy young woman who made up her own mind. Now she seemed to follow every order her new husband gave her. The Baumgartners had always gone to watch Tyson and Riley play in their Little League games, and they continued to do so. Cindy and the boys were always glad to see their grandparents, but Randy scarcely acknowledged them. He spent his time shouting at Greg, Tyson, and Riley when they made an error or struck out. He routinely refused the Baumgartners' invitations to go out to eat together afterward. It was clear he was deliberately snubbing them. Cindy took her boys to see their paternal grandparents as often as she could. She always had some excuse why Randy hadn't been able to come with them, but Jim and Marge Baumgartner knew. He obviously wanted nothing to do with them. During the fall of 1990, despite Randy's sometimes boorish behavior, Cindy Baumgartner Roth was a very happy young woman, happy in her marriage, happy with her new life. She was kept busy decorating the huge house in Woodinville and driving the boys to all of their myriad activities. She and the boys attended the Foursquare Church in Everett or the Silver Lake Chapel, and sometimes she persuaded Randy to come with them. Cindy chose mauve and blue for her basic color scheme in their new house. It went well with the gray carpet. They bought a lot of new furniture, choosing oak for the coffee tables, the wall units, and the display cabinet for Cindy's doll collection. Where Randy's homes had always been clean, but bare of any decorative details beyond marine gear and sports plaques and photographs, Cindy added many homey touches to the new house. She chose comfortable couches with mauve and blue throw pillows, hanging baskets of mauve or blue artificial flowers, blue candles, and framed prints in the same complementary colors. The decor was country cottage, in keeping with the house, and Cindy delighted in finding new things that made it even prettier, like the straw wall hangings with lace and artificial flowers. The master bedroom had a king-size bed with a ribbon-edged pale mauve spread with a tiny white flower pattern. The pillow shams and the throw pillows matched. Behind the bed, they had a huge wall unit with a mirror and storage units for each of them. In deference to the men in her life, Cindy was glad to let Randy decide what went into the upstairs recreation room. That would be the guys' room. There went the console television, the VCR, the Nintendo, the drum set, the exercycle, the baseball team pictures, the trophies, and, of course, Randy's Marine Corps memorabilia. On the wall, he tacked a bright red Marine Corps banner bearing the legend FMF 3 ENGR BN SPT CO. It didn't match anything, but it made him happy, so what did it matter? In every other house he had lived in, Randy had set about immediately to landscape the yards. Their Woodinville house had no landscaping and offered great possibilities. The yard was scrubby crabgrass, and there was a problem on one side with drainage, but one that could have been fixed with the French drain. There were no shrubs, flowers, or roses. There was only the partial fence of horizontal white boards and 2 giant rocks that sat on either side of the driveway. But Randy made no effort to work in the yard. He didn't plant grass, and he didn't plant a single rose bush. He complained that the yard was a swamp, and he seemed to have no interest in changing that. It was almost as if he didn't plan to be there long enough to bother. Randy left Bill Pierre Ford for 2 months in November and December and took a job in management with Washington State. My job requirements mandated that I work with the public, make inspections of vehicles, make adjustments. The job had a rotating schedule. Sometimes he worked 8 to 4, sometimes noon to 8. I was uncomfortable with the change of schedule, Randy recalled. It was creating a hardship on my family. We were newly married and we had adjustments. I indicated to my employer that I wasn't suited for an office job. Randy recalled later that they were all involved with family and the holidays at the end of 1990. In his memory of the first 6 months of his marriage, nothing was more important than family. He was not about to leave Cindy and the boys alone at night in their semi-isolated country home. Their family time together was so important to him. They were in their new house for Christmas of 1990, their first as a married couple. Actually, Randy and Cindy hadn't even known each other at Christmas of 1989. Many of Randy's friends were surprised to learn that he was married. The arrival of a Christmas card with a picture of the new family was the first clue for most of them that he had married again. Cindy invited Laurie and the Bakers over for Christmas, and they all celebrated together. Things seemed fine. After Christmas, Randy returned to his mechanic's job with Bill Pierre, and to more regular working hours. Cindy Roth was not the kind of woman to spill private secrets of her married life, but the people who knew her well sensed a quiet unhappiness in her that seemed to begin after Christmas. While she had been blissful in the first few months after her marriage, she no longer was. She still went shopping with Laurie Baker every Friday night, but her whole personality seemed muted, diminished. While the women shopped, Cindy's boys went with Greg and Randy and helped clean up the shop floor at Bill Pierre Ford. Dottie Baker, too, noticed that Cindy seemed changed. When she gave Riley his piano lesson at 4 every Wednesday afternoon, as she had for years, she was shocked to see that Cindy was no longer the bubbly, joyful woman she had known. In all the years Dottie had known Cindy, her house had always been spotless. Now, in the first gray winter months of 1991, the house was still neat, but there was dust on the new furniture, and the floors were not as spotless as they had always been. Cindy herself seemed drabber and less well-groomed. She was letting her blonde hair go, and the roots were her natural brown, and she hardly wore any makeup. Cindy had always worn earrings and other jewelry to match her outfits, but she no longer bothered. Cindy didn't explain these changes to Dottie, but the truth was that Randy didn't approve of bleached hair, so reluctantly Cindy was letting it go back to its natural color. Also, Randy was outraged when he found out how much she paid to have her nails done. Cindy had always enjoyed having long, perfectly polished nails. She even had a tiny diamond applied to one, a custom manicure. After her marriage, she still went to have her nails done, but she paid half by check and half in cash, and the color of the polish had to meet with Randy's approval. She paid partly in cash when she had her hair cut, too. That way, Randy wouldn't know how much it had cost. If it occurred to her that they were living in a magnificent house paid for with her money, that they derived a healthy part of their monthly income from her son's Social Security benefits from their father, and that she had money saved on her own and had every right to spend a little of it on herself, she never mentioned it to anyone. Cindy seemed chastened, afraid to speak up, always looking to Randy for approval before she spoke. Any woman who had ever been involved with Randy Roth could have warned Cindy that he was the boss. Whatever else mattered in any relationship he had, the most important thing the woman had to remember was that Randy ran things. He did not believe in women's liberation, and woe be unto any woman who argued about that. Cindy was discovering that, just as all the others had. The romance vanished, and the dictator emerged. Each time she bent a little to accommodate Randy's views, he pushed her a little further. And because she believed in being the kind of wife who made her husband happy, she bent still further. She was not allowed to join a health club because she might meet men there. Randy, however, did join a health club where dozens of attractive young women in their teens and 20s exercised with the men. Randy still left the house whenever he pleased, without saying where he was going. He still spent long hours at Lily's house whenever he took her son home after he had visited with Greg. Cindy was allowed to join the North Shore YWCA to take females-only aerobics classes and join walking groups. Randy deplored excess fat on women. Cindy had perhaps 5 extra pounds around the middle, and Randy never let her forget it. Her walking group met 3 times a week in the morning, and the women walked 4 or 5 miles. To the other members, basically strangers, Cindy seemed cheerful and friendly, and she quickly got into very good shape. She mentioned she was married and had children, but she didn't elaborate. When Cindy signed up at the Y, she stressed to the business office that all mailings must be in her husband's name. "He has this thing about everything being in his name," she said half apologetically. He had been angry when she received catalogs addressed to Cindy Baumgartner. Even a flyer addressed to Cindy Roth rather than Mrs. Randy Roth would upset him. What a jerk, the girl at the desk thought. Has to have his name even on some silly little flyers from the Y. She didn't say anything to Cindy Roth. Randy Roth recalls early 1991 as a hectic but happy time. After the holidays on New Year's, we loaded up the kids and went down to my dad's new place. The next baseball season, 1991, was quite a trial for all of us. 3 boys, 3 practices, 3 different game sites. She, Cindy, would go grocery shopping between dropping the boys off for practice. I would pick up Riley and take him to piano lessons. They all went to a couple of weeks of tryouts and then 2 days of drafting players. They were among the parents who were truly involved in Little League, and they had to cajole and argue to get help from less enthusiastic families. They still needed managers and coaches. Tyson and Riley played their games at the main field complex, and the older boys, including Greg, played at the field on Highway 9 on the way to Everett. Regular Little League games ended in the middle of June, and all-stars were picked by the coaches to go on to the championship competition. Greg was chosen as an all-star, and Randy was very proud. 5 of the mechanics from Bill Pierre Ford joined up to work as a pit crew for local car race competition, too. It was indeed a busy spring. Maybe that was part of the reason Cindy Roth seemed less bubbly and energetic to her old friends and her family. Compared to her old routine, being married to a human dynamo like Randy must have been exhausting. Randy had a schedule that few men could have handled. He wanted things organized, neat, and he was frenetically busy all the time. Sports, racing, work. He wanted his wife slim, trim, and obedient. He spent money, her money, freely, buying cars and other adult toys. He also bought ATVs, 4-wheelers, for all 3 boys, with helmets and gloves to match. One of the things Randy had been concerned about soon after his marriage to Cindy was life insurance. They were married on August 1st, 1990, and in October of that year, Randy approached Cindy about the situation. He was worried about their boys. He told her that he had had $100,000 worth of life insurance with Prudential since 1985. His beneficiary, he said, was his father, Gordon, whom he could count on to care for Greg and, if the worst should happen, for Tyson and Riley, too. Cindy explained that she already had a $115,000 policy on her life with New York Life, all paid up. Randy shook his head worriedly. How far would $215,000 go toward caring for and educating 3 boys? With the rate of inflation and considering the hefty payments on their $115,000 mortgage, Randy felt they were underinsured. The way he explained it, Cindy could see his point. He told her that he hadn't been very happy with his own insurance agent's performance in the past, and she suggested they call her agent Bruce Timm, who represented New York Life. She had been very happy with Tim's sensitivity and professionalism when Tom Baumgartner died. Since Tom had died within 2 years after his policy was issued, there was a fairly thorough investigation before her claim was paid. But it had been patently and tragically clear that Tom had died of rapidly progressing Hodgkin's disease, something the medical records supported, and Bruce Timm had helped Cindy through all the red tape as quickly as he could. When the Cliffs learned that Randy had remarried, Donna and her stepmother, Judy, had an ominous feeling. Although it had been 4 years since the rafting incident on the Skykomish River, Donna still panicked when she thought about it. Judy Clift looked at Donna and murmured, "That poor woman. I have a terrible feeling that she'll be dead within a year." "I wanted to look her name up in the phone book," Donna says. "I wanted to call her and tell her to run, to hide, or just to be careful, or think of some way to warn her. But what would I say? She probably would have thought I was jealous. Oh, how I wish I had." If Donna Clift had called her, Cindy Roth probably would have been mortified. She didn't even know Donna existed. She had no idea that Randy had been divorced after he was widowed. Had she known, she never would have married him. He would have broken the very first rule she had about a potential mate. But there were so many things she didn't know about Randy. As January and February of 1991 passed, the Gulf War seized the headlines, and there was a war of a different kind in the perfect home in Woodinville, Washington. Nobody knew how bad things were. Nobody knew how many terrible secrets Cindy Roth was learning. Her skin and her hair grew duller and drabber, and her housekeeping continued to falter. She had never been sick, but now she was often ill. She had always been happy and optimistic about life. She no longer was. On July 17th, 1991, Cindy gave little clue to her real feelings in a letter to Tom's mother. She explained that Randy's uncle, who had just celebrated his 50th wedding anniversary, had been killed in a tragic accident. The whole family had been in a dizzy state. Randy's father had been working on the hot tub behind the yellow house, but was having trouble getting it wired so the function switch worked properly, Cindy wrote. She thanked Dad Baum for buying all the wires, but insisted that that was far too generous a housewarming gift. Cindy wrote that she and Randy wanted to pay for at least part of the cost. Cindy closed her letter as effervescently as she always did. "Thanks, bunches and bunches. We love you. Give me a call when you get home. We'll work something out to get up to the cabin. August 1st or 4th. We're going to Reno for our anniversary." The Baumgartners were vacationing in the latter half of July, and so were Cindy's parents, Merle and Hazel Laux, just as they had been the year before when Cindy and Randy eloped to Reno. Now Cindy had suggested that she and Randy should return to the place they had been married. Perhaps she was hoping to rekindle the romantic love that had vanished from their marriage. She had not the faintest notion of how many other women had tried to do the same thing. Part 6, July 23rd, 1991. 12. King County Detective Sue Peters was on call for major crimes on the evening shift after the hottest day of the summer, July 23rd, 1991. The temperature had rocketed up to 99 degrees at 4 that afternoon, an almost unheard-of heat wave. In western Washington, summer evenings were usually comfortably cool, no matter what the day's heat had been. But at 7:30 p.m., it was still baking. 5 minutes later, Peters received a call from her sergeant, Spence Nelson, to respond to Idlewood Park on Lake Sammamish on a possible drowning. The victim was a female. That was all the information that was immediately available. Peters went into service, and a Marine unit came on the radio to report that no one involved was left on the scene. Peters drove to Precinct 3, arriving at a little after 8, and called Marine Officer Elaine Hood, who had been on the scene shortly after 911 was notified. Hood said that a woman had drowned in Lake Sammamish. Apparently, she had been rafting or swimming with her husband. At any rate, she had been clinging to a raft when a powerboat raced by and its wake overturned the raft. She said, "The victim was blue. The husband refuses an autopsy." It was the beginning. Sue Peters had no reason to think she was embarking on a particularly unusual case, beyond the fact that the raft had come into shore with water in it and water-sodden items in the bottom. Hood reported that some of the witnesses had reported that the husband's demeanor was rather strange. Drownings on a hot summer day were tragically predictable around Seattle. Unused to hot, sunny days, Northwesterners flocked to lakes and waterways during unusually warm weather, and a lot of them couldn't swim. They leapt into inner tubes, rafts, jerry-built boats, or styrofoam paddleboards without life preservers, and too often they slipped off and drowned in water still cold from mountain snow runoff. Peters jotted down some notes. The victim's name, not yet released to the media, was Cynthia Roth, no age given. Her husband was known only as Mr. Roth. Driving his own vehicle, he had followed the Bellevue Medic 1 rig in which paramedics continued giving CPR to his wife. At Overlake Hospital in Bellevue, the victim had been pronounced dead at 18:35 hours, 6:35 p.m., by Dr. David M. Roselle. There were probably 100 witnesses to the drowning. The park had been packed with people all day. There were lifeguards on duty, sunbathers, swimmers, and 50 to 60 boats zipping around the north end of Lake Sammamish when the drowning occurred. Sue Peters hoped that she could find enough of them to get the true story. Peters started by placing a call to Overlake Hospital. She learned that Detective Larry Conrad of the Redmond Police Department and Mr. Roth had already left the hospital. It was 17 minutes after 8. Roth had seemed in control, although the staff on duty had noted that he did nothing to comfort the 2 weeping children who sat in the quiet room only a few feet from him. The 2 little boys had been seen by a grief counselor, and it was hoped that they and their father would be able to cope with their terrible loss. Larry Conrad was easy to locate. He was at Redmond Police Headquarters finishing his paperwork. Peters could sense immediately that Conrad was feeling hinky about the case. The Roths had apparently been out on the lake in an inflatable raft, he reported. The woman had gone swimming and developed a leg cramp. The raft had flipped as she clung to it, and she had lost consciousness before her husband could pull her into the raft and row for shore to find help. Officers at the beach had gotten the impression that the raft had been swamped by a speedboat. But in Mr. Roth's first statement to Conrad at the hospital, he said he didn't think the boater was at fault, estimating the speedboat was at least 50 yards away from them. Roth said his wife could swim better than he could, Conrad finished. Sue Peters knew that people expressed grief in different ways, and she knew what shock could do. She hadn't met Mr. Roth yet, but she intended to. For the moment, she arranged to pick up any physical evidence, including the raft, as soon as possible. Conrad told Peters that Roth was upset when Dr. Roselle explained that his wife's body would have to be held for the medical examiner's office. But that was the law. Detective Conrad had taken the first statement from Roth, whose full name was Randolph G. Roth. Roth said he had been waiting for someone with some authority, and he seemed relieved to meet the Redmond detective. Conrad noted that Roth's vehicle was an Isuzu Trooper 2, and that the folded-up raft and the paddles were in the rear of the Trooper, and he had seen at least one plastic sack containing wet towels and/or garments. Roth had appeared calm, but both of the boys, who appeared to be about 8 and 10, had cried inconsolably. It wasn't the facts of the tragedy that bothered Conrad, however. It was the affect of the widower. Randy hadn't seemed grief-stricken. The 2 little boys were hysterical, but not the guy. At the hospital, the raft had been taken into evidence, and this had seemed to infuriate Roth. He became very agitated and angry, Conrad told Sue Peters. He said we had no right to take it. Randy Roth had given a written statement to Conrad at a few minutes after 7, repeating the same basic facts of the tragedy. 1 minute Cindy had been alive and clinging to their raft, albeit with a cramp. The next, the raft had flipped over on top of her, and by the time he had righted the raft and pulled her in, she was no longer breathing. He wrote out a statement, Conrad told Sue Peters. I'll get it over to you. Early the next morning, Sue Peters called the King County Medical Examiner's office and asked to have a copy of the autopsy report on the victim. And then she started going down the list of possible witnesses. In any shocking event, different witnesses perceived things differently. She wondered what she might hear from those who saw the blue woman lying on the beach at Idlewood Park the afternoon before. The Redmond Police Department had written the case up as accidental death, Case 91-4177. A possible accident or a possible homicide? All Sue Peters had to go on at this point was a detective who felt hinky about a widower's demeanor. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep her from writing the case off as accidental in the county files. Sue Peters designated it as a death investigation. The King County Police number was 91-225773. Peters would begin by contacting the people who had been at the beach on that tragic Tuesday afternoon, and trying to find the victims' relatives and friends. Peters asked the media relations officers to distribute green flyers on the east side of Lake Washington, particularly in the Lake Sammamish area and beyond. She was seeking anyone who might corroborate Randy Roth's story. It shouldn't be difficult to find witnesses. The tragedy was the talk of the East Side. The Journal American, published in Bellevue, the largest city close to Lake Sammamish, ran the headline, "Woman Drowns in Lake Sammamish," on July 24th. The thrust of the story was that there were so many people in the park that no one realized Cynthia Ross had drowned until they saw the aid units arrive. One witness, Pam Chacoin, was quoted, "There were so many people down on the beach. I don't see how anyone could have seen it. It certainly makes you wonder how these 3 lifeguards will be able to see every accident." The reporter acknowledged that the drowning had occurred far from the area protected by lifeguards and said that the lifeguards had jumped in when the woman was finally brought to shore. Still, there was just the merest suggestion that Cynthia Roth had drowned because the popular park lacked adequate safety precautions and was understaffed. Redmond Police Sergeant George Potts told the paper that the dead woman and her husband had crossed from Idlewood Park to the east side of the lake in their 2-person raft and were swimming when the victim got a cramp in her leg. The husband pulled her into his raft when he got it righted and paddled for at least 20 minutes back to Idlewood to get help. No one had stopped to help the couple, Potts said, but the man hadn't tried to flag a passing boat either. He was intent on getting her back to shore for help as fast as he could. There's a lot of potential here for these kinds of things to happen, especially with a small raft low in the water. They can be easily overlooked by passing boats. Mike McFadden, 19, was one of the guards on duty that afternoon. He told Sue Peters that he had seen the man paddling his raft near Idlewood Park. He was rowing very slowly, facing the beach. That's not the most efficient method of rowing for maximum speed, the young guard commented. Indeed, the man had come dangerously close to the roped-off swimming area, and McFadden had blown his whistle and waved him off. The man in the raft did not, however, indicate at that point that he was in trouble. McFadden saw no other person in the raft. When the man beached his craft, McFadden noticed that he sat motionless in the raft for 2 or 3 minutes. The first time the lifeguard knew anything was wrong was when one of the 2 boys who seemed to be with the man ran over to him. They were so polite and subdued that he was about to send them up to the guard shack for assistance, assuming one of them had a minor cut or some small problem. Then I saw the body and the hand laying on top of the raft, McFadden recalled. I called Code 88, emergency alert, and ran to the boat. The raft had had quite a bit of water in the bottom, perhaps 4 inches, and the woman's condition looked bad. She was not breathing, and her color was the blue-gray of death. McFadden shouted to the man he would come to know as Randy Roth to help him get her out of the raft and onto the beach so he could start CPR. Initially, the man was so detached that McFadden assumed he was in shock. Roth didn't attempt to help resuscitate the woman. He stood off to the side and watched, his face expressionless. The man muttered that a boat had come close to them, and a wave had caused the raft to capsize, and his wife had swallowed water. Once, when McFadden stepped aside to let another guard spell him on the CPR, he was surprised to see Roth calmly folding up his raft. Other guards, including Kelly Crowell, immediately closed the beach to swimmers and joined McFadden as he worked over the woman. Crowell, 28, overheard Roth say that he had already bailed a lot of water out of the raft, leading her to believe that it had been full of water. Possibly it had sprung a leak. She was under the impression that Roth had simply found the drowned woman floating in the water. She had no idea that they were together. The man was too removed emotionally. She didn't realize the 2 little boys were with him either. He made no effort to comfort them. Pam Chacoin had called 911 on her cellular phone, and the Bellevue paramedic team had left for the lake at once. The victims' sons were terribly upset, with tears streaming down their faces. Patty Schultz and her boyfriend, Michael Mann, were at Idlewood Park that afternoon. It was their day off. And had the woman's condition not been so hopeless, their presence might have changed tragedy into relief. They were both highly trained paramedics with the Seattle Fire Department. As they strolled on the beach, Patty's experienced eye picked up the frenzied activity near the shoreline. A crowd had gathered around someone on the ground, and she saw that the lifeguards were working over a woman in a one-piece bathing suit. Her skin color was mottled and cyanotic, and pinkish froth was coming from her mouth and nose. Both Patty and Mike joined in trying to resuscitate the victim. When Patty bent to perform CPR, she saw blood in the woman's mouth, as well as copious amounts of sticky, sweet-tasting pink fluid, which she evacuated from the woman's stomach by forcibly turning her onto her side. Schultz also noticed discoloration around the victim's neck. Emergency medical technicians from the Redmond Fire Department, under the direction of Captain Rudy Alvarez, arrived first. Paramedics from Medic 1 in Bellevue received the 911 call at 5:36 p.m. and were out of the firehouse a minute later, arriving at Idlewood Park at 5:49. Paramedic Mike Helbuck recalled that he leapt from his van and raced to the woman lying on the sand. But his own heart sank at the sight of her. So did that of his partner, Chuck Heights, Jr. Her skin had a bluish tint from the top of her head to her chest. He knew this meant she had been without oxygen for a significant amount of time. "She had a very, very, very low chance of survival when I got there," he said. While paramedics inserted an airway and tried to clear away more of the pink froth that blocked the passage of oxygen to Cynthia Roth's lungs, other onlookers were stunned to see her husband methodically gather his possessions from the raft, clothes, towels, thongs, and pack them into a number of plastic and paper bags. And then he calmly deflated the raft and folded it up. He seemed utterly dispassionate, almost more concerned that he would lose some of his belongings than that he would lose his wife. Indeed, most people, like Kelly Kroll, didn't realize that the man was even with the drowned woman. He seemed to be just another bystander. For 14 minutes, the Medic 1 team from Bellevue worked in vain over the body of Cynthia Roth. She had no heartbeat, no pulse. They gave her 1 milligram of epinephrine and used a vasoconstrictor 3 different times, with no reaction. They tried atropine with epinephrine. Nothing. They tried a bicarb injection. None of the chemical methods that sometimes got a patient breathing and her heart beating again worked. Attaching the leads of the life pack, the paramedics shocked Cynthia Roth's heart. The life pack monitor lead showed asystolic heart activity, absent or incomplete contractions. The shock therapy didn't work either. Finally, they put a cervical collar in place and strapped her to a backboard. They knew in their gut that she was dead, but they continued to do CPR as they lifted her into the paramedics' rig for their speeding trip to Overlake Hospital. The woman was so young, and even in extremis they could tell she was beautiful. When the Bellevue paramedics arrived, Kelly Kroll took charge of the 2 little boys, walking them to the guard shack where they couldn't see their mother. Even an adult couldn't have been expected to cope with such a heart-rending loss. One minute the family had apparently been on a happy outing, and the next they were torn apart. The little boys, who told Kroll their names were Tyson and Riley Baumgartner, were clearly in deep shock, their teeth chattering and their skin pallid beneath their sunburns. It was past 6. The boys had apparently been alone on the beach for hours with no supervision while their parents were on the lake in the raft. They had had nothing to eat except a sandwich offered by the father of some boys they knew. They had no idea how long they had waited for their mother and their dad to come back. It had been a long, long time, and they had begun to get really worried. The Medic 1 rig was pulling out, and Patty Schultz saw the boy's father walk away from the scene, his raft slung over his shoulder. He was strolling. He still appeared to her to be in shock. There was no expression at all on his face. Tyson and Riley hurried to be with him, then walked 20 feet or so behind him. He didn't seem to even notice them. Patty offered to help carry the plastic bags of wet towels, which were so heavy that the children couldn't lift them. Randy Roth told her they were all the things that had fallen out of the raft when it tipped over. She had noticed that the widower had refused to let police drive him to the hospital where his wife had been taken, and Patty Schultz offered to ride to the hospital with the man and his sons. Mike Mann would follow in their car. The man, who she learned was named Randy, agreed. She'd been afraid he would drive too fast or erratically as he trailed the van and its wailing siren to Overlake. But he did neither. His driving was fine. He stayed slightly under the speed limit of 55 miles per hour. Randy explained that he knew CPR and that he had felt for his wife's pulse, but she had none. Schultz wondered why someone trained in CPR hadn't performed it, rather than delaying any resuscitation efforts for the 20 minutes it took him to reach shore. 20 minutes at a time like that could have been important. "How long does it take a person to die without oxygen?" Roth asked suddenly. "How long can someone survive, come back without a heartbeat?" Schultz didn't want to tell him that, realistically, the time was very short, about 4 to 6 minutes. She fudged. "With CPR, maybe 30 minutes. "It's only 4 minutes," he said shortly. If he knew the answer, why had he asked? Sue Peters detected a chilling pattern emerging as she talked to the lifeguards and other witnesses who had been at Idlewood Park on July 23rd. Not one of them recalled that the man in the raft had raced back to shore to get help. Rather, he had seemed to paddle in an almost leisurely fashion, as if he was out for an enjoyable day at the lake. One witness, Christina Baker, a 31-year-old housewife, had been at the park that day with her family and her neighbor's 2 children. She was sitting between the boat launch and the swimming area watching the lake. About a half hour before the man and the blonde woman launched the gray raft, a police boat had come by, directing all the rafts and inner tubes back toward shallow water and away from the dozens of speeding boats far out on Lake Sammamish. She was surprised to see the gray raft head out toward the deep water, and she watched, expecting the police boat to show up and make them go back. She looked for the couple in the raft off and on, keeping one eye on the children she had brought to the lake. She saw the man and woman dive off the raft and splash around in the water, and she noticed arms waving in the air. She remembered thinking how foolish it was to swim in a lake so full of power boats. Christina Baker's attention was then diverted for about 2 minutes. The next time she glanced out at the couple, she saw the man standing in the raft, then kneeling as he pulled the woman aboard. Nothing seemed amiss. Then she saw him sit down and row toward shore. Oddly, she could no longer see the woman. The raft made its way slowly to shore. Baker estimated it must have taken about 20 minutes before it pulled into the beach. Dr. Donald Ray performed the autopsy on Cynthia Ray Roth the morning after she had drowned. Redmond investigators had classified her death as accidental, but Ray was not ready to be so definite. However, his assessment was not much help to King County police investigators. If they were looking for definite evidence of foul play, they weren't going to find it in the autopsy report. The body is that of a normally developed white female, 5 feet 2 inches in height, weighing 129 pounds, Ray dictated. She appears to be in the mid-4th decade of life. Her nutritional status shows mild obesity. Rigidity is 4+ in the upper and lower extremities. Lividity, the pooling of blood in the lowest portions of the body after the heart stops pumping, over the back, not fixed. Light brown to blonde, finely textured curly hair, 8 inches long. Brown eyes. Even in death, Cindy wore eyeshadow. A nasal gastric tube used by the paramedics was in place. There was also an endotracheal tube in her mouth, left by those who had struggled to force oxygen into her lungs. A bit of beach sand still clung to her face. Cindy Roth's fingernails were quite long and perfect, neither broken nor split, and painted pink. 3 small clear jewels were set in the polish of her left forefinger. Her toenails were painted pink, too. There were old marks on her body, the striated stretch marks of pregnancy, and some minor scars on one shin. Ray bent to examine 2 fresh scratches on the left side of her neck. He described them as 2 obliquely directed scratches measuring up to 2 inches in length and separated by a 1/2 inch, and each scratch measuring 1/8 inch in width. The pathological diagnosis is 1. Asphyxia by freshwater drowning. 2. Visceral congestion. 3. Needle puncture wounds of therapy. Another desperate measure taken by medical personnel. Medications injected in a groin artery and in her forearm. Dr. Ray, whose expertise is highly respected, wrote, "This woman's death is due to asphyxia due to drowning. She was recovered from a lake where she was rafting. The death is classified as a possible accident." Peters was perplexed. "Basically, the scenario didn't make sense to me," she recalls. She talked with Dr. Ray and with Bill Hagland, his chief investigator. But they could tell her nothing definitive. Even after they heard Randy Roth's explanation of the events of July 23rd, heard about his delay in getting help for his wife who had stopped breathing, They still had to say the post-mortem had shown only signs to be expected in drowning. Beyond the 2 scratches, everything spelled death by drowning. And that, of course, was how the rescuers at the beach had treated the emergency situation. Having spent less than a year in the Major Crimes Unit, Sue Peters had yet to work a truly memorable homicide case. Most of the murder investigations in any department are routine, if murder can ever be considered routine. Motive, means, manner, and opportunity were usually obvious. Spouses and lovers killed each other out of jealousy or in a drunken rage. Gang members killed each other to look like big men. Victims were murdered during the commission of other, lesser crimes. But this case was already different. Peters requested a computer check on Randy G. Roth, date of birth 12/26/54, seeking any criminal history. Either he was the calmest man in the face of a major disaster she had ever encountered, or things were not what they seemed. Peters read the statement that Randy Roth had written out for Redmond detective Larry Conrad a half hour after his wife was pronounced dead. Roth's knowledge of grammar was rudimentary, and he rarely used commas or periods. His handwriting was unusual, the letters tilting in one direction and then in the other. We arrived at the lake at approximately 2:30 p.m., then started to inflate the raft and inner tubes for the kids, so it was sometime after 3 when we reached the beach. The 2 boys were going to float in the swim area as they had done with their mom twice before. Cindy asked me to row to the east side of the lake where it would be more romantic. I said it looks like a long way. She replied, "With your strong arms, you can do it." We rowed to the other side and paddled around for a while and started back. She asked if I would like to cool off with a swim, and I said okay. We swam for almost 10 minutes, and she said the cold water is giving her a cramp in her leg. I said, "Let's head back." We were on the side of the raft, and she was holding on to the raft, and I said, "Hang on, I'll go around and hold the other side so you can get in." As I was working my way around, a wake from a passing boat about 50 to 100 yards away went by, and the raft turned over on top of her. She coughed once, and I hurried to right the raft, which took about 30 seconds. She was already floating face down, and I couldn't get her into the raft from the water. I managed to climb in and pulled her aboard, and proceeded to row for the beach side where help could be found. On beaching, a lifeguard was summoned by my son on shore, and they started CPR. I think my son, Tyson, who was on shore, and they started CPR. Randy G. Roth. Little things niggled at Sue Peters initially, but they soon seemed bigger. Why hadn't Randy tried to get help from one of the passing boats? Why had he rowed for 20 minutes or more to get his drowned wife into shore? He had told Patty Schultz that he knew a person could go only 4 minutes without oxygen before it was too late. Why had he sent a child to get the lifeguard? For that matter, why hadn't he started shouting for help the minute he got within hearing distance? Peters looked for logical reasons. Denial. Roth could have been so stunned that he had tried to pretend it was all a bad dream, that he had just kept rowing, hoping that at any moment Cindy would sit up and everything would be okay. But the discrepancies warred with the easy explanations. Randy told one rescuer that Cindy had coughed, another that she had gulped. In one version, he was sitting in the raft while she swam. In another, he was swimming with her. On Monday, July 29th, Sue Peters placed a call to the Roth residence and left a message on the answering machine. 9 minutes later, Randy called her. He explained that this was the day of his wife's memorial service. His voice was flat, but he obligingly gave Peters a short tape-recorded statement of what had happened on July 23rd. He was very matter-of-fact. When you interview someone about the death of a spouse, in an accident particularly, they're going to be upset. You're going to be upset, Peters says. If someone had called me about someone in my family only 3 or 4 days after a death, especially on the day of the memorial,
I think I would have said, "Call me later. I can't talk right now." He didn't. He basically just went along with the program. He answered my questions, gave a scenario of what had happened, and he gave long answers to short questions. Randy gave Sue Peters information about Cynthia's parents, the Laux' names, and their phone number. He said she also had a brother, Leon Laux, in Lake Stevens, and gave his phone number. He repeated the events on the lake without a vestige of emotion in his voice. He explained that Cynthia had been cremated shortly after the post-mortem examination. "It was what we both wanted," he said. The Laux' had been upset about that, but Randy had convinced them that he was sure Cindy wanted that, told them that he had called one of her best friends in another state who said that was what Cindy would want, and her bereaved parents had finally agreed. Bracing herself for another sad call, Sue Peters called Merle Laux. This was the second year in a row that Hazel and Merle Laux had returned from their vacation in North Dakota to learn shocking news. Compared to this year's tragedy, last year's surprise wedding seemed minor now. Losing their precious daughter at the age of 34 in a shocking accident was almost more than they could bear. Merle Laux said that he didn't know of any marital problems that Cindy might have had. He knew that she and Randy had a trip planned to celebrate their first anniversary, which would have been August 1st, only 2 days away. He thought they had tickets to either Lake Tahoe or Reno, and Cindy had been looking forward to their trip. Peters asked if Cindy had been able to swim, and he said that she was a very good swimmer. Merle Laux said that he would be able to talk with Peters in more detail later on. He just needed a little more time to adjust to Cindy's death. Shortly after 1 o'clock on the day of Cindy's memorial service, Sue Peters received a telephone call from a young woman named Stacy L. Reese, who explained that she and Randy Roth were co-workers at Bill Pierre Ford. Stacy, a single mother with a young child, was worried and upset. She felt that Randy's behavior both before and after his wife's death had not been that of a loving husband. In fact, some things had shocked her. With Stacy Reese's permission, Sue Peters taped the phone call. Stacy said she had hired on to work in the office at Bill Pierre's Ford dealership in February. Starting in May, Randy had begun to spend an inordinate amount of time coming to the office for coffee or just to talk. She figured he must have come into the office 3 or 4 times a day. He had invited her to lunch at a local hamburger place and had wasted no time in telling her that his marriage was not happy. It was, in truth, not really a legal marriage anyway, only a verbal marriage. He told her that Cindy was obsessive and nasty toward him, and that he did not expect to be with her much longer. He didn't really see how he could go on in such a stifling relationship. At that point, Stacy didn't know whether to believe him or not. He seemed very nice and very unhappy. But on the other hand, married men often played out that kind of line. Stacy had never dated Randy, nothing more than the quick hamburger lunches, sometimes with him alone and sometimes with other employees. He had told her and other Bill Pierre employees that his contract with Cindy was up on August 1st. Juanita Gates, the senior cashier and office manager in charge of accounting at the auto dealership, had noticed that Randy was hanging around the office and had teased Stacy about it. When Juanita asked Randy if he was married, he had answered, "Kind of. Why do you want to know?" Juanita kidded back, "Well, if you invite Stacy and me to dinner, we need to know whether to bring candy or candles." Stacy didn't know what to think. One time, she had gone to an auto race in which the company's mechanics had a car, and she had seen the woman she thought was Randy's live-in. She had pointed the petite blonde out to Juanita and said, "That's the woman who lives with Randy Roth." On Wednesday, July 24th, Stacy had learned that Randy's wife had drowned. The newspaper story had said, "Wife." Stacy wanted to do something to help. At the very least, she felt she should call.
She left a message on Randy's answering machine, and he soon called back. She asked him how he was doing, and he answered, "I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? It was a horrible thing, but a relief, too." But that wasn't all. Stacy told Peters she had received a second phone call from Randy Roth on July 26th. He talked to her about his upcoming interviews with the police.
"They don't think you murdered Cynthia, do they?"
Stacy asked him somewhat nervously. "It's all interpretation," he answered smoothly. On Saturday, July 27th, Randy had called Stacy to ask her if she would like to go to Sunday breakfast with him and his boys at the House of Pancakes. Since Cynthia's memorial service had not even been held yet, Stacy declined. Randy seemed a little more worried about what the police were thinking and told Stacy he was afraid the police might be coming to arrest him that very weekend. Although she didn't say so out loud, that made Stacy Reese even less interested in going to breakfast with him. He was beginning to sound like a man who was coming on to her instead of a grieving widower. She was worried enough that she thought she should contact someone working on the case. When Sue Peters hung up, she was troubled too. How could a man who had lost his wife only a day before talk about her that way? A relief? Cynthia's drowning had been a relief to him? Marta and Ben Goodwin learned of the death of Randy's fourth wife by reading the funeral notices in the paper. They were stunned, but there was no mention of how she had died in their paper. They attended the memorial service.
"Quite frankly," Marta said, "I wanted to know what had happened. Had she had cancer or something?"
It was only near the end of the minister's eulogy that Marta felt icy chills as she heard his words. "Who could have known that on that beautiful sunny day Cindy would drown?" Marta clutched Ben's hand. They didn't dare look at each other. They were both remembering the day Ben had said to Cindy Baumgartner, "Be careful. Just be careful." After the service, they saw Randy standing at the end of a long hallway, leaning against the wall. He was smiling faintly. Marta found Greg eating cake in the church basement. She gave him a hug, and he grinned at her. "My new mom and my dad went out on the lake, and she drowned." He said it as if it was business as usual. He had become so used to the comings and goings of mother figures in his life that he was inured to the pain of loss. He has lost so many new moms, Marta thought, that he doesn't even react to tragedy anymore. He just thinks this is the way things are. 13. On July 30th, Randy Mullinax joined Sue Peters in the investigation of Cynthia Roth's death. The case was spreading out like a spider web. There were far too many strands for a lone detective to follow up. They would work partners on the investigation into what had seemed to be an accidental drowning, but no longer did. They had never worked together before. They would turn out to be naturals. They went over the case together, memorizing details, highlighting incongruities. On August 1st, they would interview Randy Roth in depth. August 1st, Randy and Cynthia's first wedding anniversary. In a matter of a few days, Sue Peters had found out things about Randy G. Roth that she suspected he would never have wanted her to know. It wasn't just his blatant flirtation with Stacy Reese and his cold statement about Cindy's death. It wasn't that Randy had not even bothered to notify Cynthia's parents and brother of her death and had let them hear it on the 11 o'clock news. It was more than his almost complete lack of emotion. More than the long, long time he had taken before he called for help for Cynthia. No, Randy seemed to have had a whole other life that Cindy either did not know about or had found out about in the months before she drowned. Cynthia Baumgartner Roth could no longer speak for herself, but her friends could, and Peters's phone had begun to ring almost from the moment the first newspaper stories of Cindy's drowning hit the stands. One friend told Sue that Randy had been alone with another of his wives when she died in an accident. She didn't know the details, but she thought Cindy had become aware of the tragic incident. Her kids were her top priority, and it would be very unusual for her to leave them alone on the shore, playing in the lake without supervision, the woman added. Very unusual. Mary Jo Phillips, who had expected to be Mrs. Roth number 4, called to tell Sue Peters about the man she had almost married. She said there had been a first wife who was Greg's real mother and who might be living in California. Apparently no one had seen or heard from her in years. That wife had come before the wife who slipped off a rope on Mount Rainier. And then there had been Donna Clift, the wife who came after the mountain tragedy. Mary Jo believed that Randy had been investigated in his second wife's death and that he had collected a couple of $100,000 in insurance over that. Mary Jo and Randy had actually broken up, she said, because she was uninsurable. From the moment he found out she had been treated for cancer, his ardor cooled rapidly. There was more. Randy doesn't like women and little girls. Randy has a military background. He worked in Vietnam, and he has gone through 3 months of brainwashing on killing people and mutilating women and children. Randy supposedly had a brother in prison for murder, and he himself had been investigated for a tool theft. Randy Roth was perhaps, Sue Peters pondered, much more than a simple diesel mechanic with a flat personality and a monotonal voice. He had clearly touched many lives and left most of them diminished in one way or another. She and Randy Mullinax could not arrest a man for showing no emotion over his wife's drowning, but they might be able to arrest a man whose past was riddled with blatant lies, bizarre coincidences, and suspicious circumstances. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax weren't even positive that Randy Roth was Randy Roth. They half expected to find he had half a dozen aliases, that they had stumbled upon a kind of modern-day Bluebeard with a trail of dead wives. Sue Peters could not find a death certificate for a Jan Roth in either King County or Pierce County. When she called the Office of Vital Statistics in the state capitol in Olympia, she learned that there had indeed been a Janice Miranda Roth who had fallen to her death, not from Mount Rainier, but from Beacon Rock in Skamania County. It had happened in November of 1981, while the victim was hiking with her husband, Randolph G. Roth. Peters learned that Jan Roth's date of birth was July 26, 1952. Her birthplace was Texas, and she had lived at 6207 227th Southwest, Mount Lake Terrace. That would have made her 29 when she died. According to vital records, Jan Roth had died of a depressed skull fracture. Like Cynthia Roth, her remains had been cremated immediately after autopsy. That death, too, had been classified as an accident. Either Randy Roth was a most unlucky man when it came to wives, or Peters and Mullinax had found the end of a thread that they could follow to an elusive and terrible truth. Peters found that Mike Grossi was still with the Skamania County Sheriff's Office. Grossi remembered the case very well indeed. He had interviewed Randy Roth himself in his Mount Lake Terrace home, but the widower had been unable to explain just how his wife might have fallen backwards off the trail. Grossi said he and the rescue people had tried to duplicate the circumstances of Jan Roth's fall, but they had had no difficulty at all keeping their balance on the same trail up Beacon Rock. They had never figured out how she had fallen, or if she had fallen from the spot her husband pointed out. Grossi promised to forward a copy of his investigation at once. Peters and Mullinax could not help the excitement they felt. In a detective's world, this case was like finding a pebble, polishing and examining it a little, and discovering that it was a diamond. Certainly they were out to see that Cynthia Baumgartner Roth was avenged, if avenging was indicated, but they also suspected they were on the trail of a man who had gotten away with murder, quite literally, for a long, long time. One of Sue Peters's callers had mentioned that Cindy's very best friend was a young woman named Lori Baker. In fact, the caller said, Cindy and Lori had lived together for more than 5 years after Tom Baumgartner died. On July 31st, Randy Mullinax and Sue Peters went to interview Lori Baker at the Silver Lake Chapel, where she worked as a church administrator. Lori described her long friendship with Cindy Roth and her dismay, shared by Cindy's relatives, when Cindy decided to elope with Randy only a month after she began dating him. Cindy had always been a cautious woman, and it had been completely out of character for her to elope to Reno. Lori was as devastated by Cindy's sudden death as the rest of the people who had loved her. Like Leon, Cindy's brother, Lori had had to keep calling Randy to learn even the most minute details of the tragedy. Randy hadn't called any of them voluntarily. Friends had heard a report about the tragedy on the radio, and she had hoped against hope that it wasn't true. She had finally reached Randy at 10 o'clock on the night Cindy drowned. I called Randy and asked to talk to Cynthia. He said that wasn't possible. I asked him why, and he told me. Randy told his dead wife's best friend about the wave that had hit Cynthia in the face. I really got a lot of water out of her, he explained, referring to his efforts to save Cynthia while they were still out on the lake. The shock was so great that Lori had hardly been able to speak to this man who had been married to her best friend. Lori explained to the detectives that she had paid Cindy $300 a month rent during the time she shared Cindy's home. They had also shared a safe deposit box in Everett. After Cindy got married, Randy's name was added to the list of those who could have passkeys. Lori believed there should be a will on file for Cynthia Ray Baumgartner. Cindy was the type who would have seen that her boys were provided and cared for. Lori Baker also provided Mullinax and Peters with a list of Cindy Roth's friends, people who might be able to tell them about the woman she had been. The two King County detectives headed up to the Snohomish County Courthouse. They read Thomas A. Baumgartner's will and saw how well he had provided for his wife Cynthia and for his sons, Tyson and Riley. Public records can be a treasure trove for detectives. Peters and Mullinax discovered the $1 million suit that Randy had filed against the state of Washington in the accidental death of Jan Roth and saw that it had been dismissed. They reviewed records, now dusty, on the death of Janice Miranda Roth in November of 1981. And so, when Randy Roth came into King County Police Headquarters at 7:45 on the morning of August 1st, 1991, the two detectives who greeted him already knew a great deal about him, far more than he realized. It was the first time they had seen him in person. They noted that he was a good-looking man, quite short but very well buffed, with bulging biceps, broad shoulders, and a trim waist. He appeared to have tremendous upper body strength. He was clearly a man who took good care of his body and was proud of it. He was at least 4 or 5 inches taller than Cindy Roth had been and 30 pounds heavier. As always, he wore contact lenses in his brown eyes to correct his extreme myopia. Randy Mullinax asked the questions, and Sue Peters took notes as Randy Roth talked about his background and once more repeated the events of 9 days before. We obviously knew things about him that he didn't know we knew, Mullinax recalls. Mullinax asked Roth nuts and bolts, simple questions. But Roth seemed incapable of giving a short answer. We could ask him one pretty basic question, and 10 minutes later he would still be rambling on about it. Roth had a ponderous way of speaking. If asked a question like, "Did you and your family swim often?" he would answer, "That would be the type of activity in which we would participate for our recreational needs." He seemed incapable of a simple yes. Perhaps he was stalling, filling the air with enough words to block out troublesome questions. He didn't realize the extent of what we knew, Peters says. At that point, we knew about Jan's death. We'd already researched all of that. That was one of our things, to ask him real casual questions. Randy, Mullinax, would ask him how many wives he had had, and then ask him to talk a little about each wife. So it was just kind of out of the blue. How'd she die? And he'd describe it. It was cat and mouse, but the mouse didn't realize how well prepared the cats were. He'd lie, Sue Peters remembers, and we would know it. But he didn't know we knew. There were at least 4 or 5 lies that could help us in a trial. Randy Roth lied particularly about the amount of insurance he had taken out on his wives. He seemed to believe that there was no way for the investigators to check that out. Indeed, Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax did not know just how much insurance was involved, not at that point, but they had every intention of finding out. Some of the subjects' evasions and exaggerations were immediately obvious. Others would grow, like Pinocchio's nose, as the detectives continued their probe. He repeated essentially the same story he had told the Redmond police. He and Cindy had rowed to the far shore of Lake Sammamish, and she had suggested they go for a swim to cool off. She had had a cramp in her leg, and he had instructed her to hold on to the ropes on one side of the raft while he steadied it from the other so she could climb in. A boat had gone by, and its wake had flipped his raft. Cindy had been trapped underneath for 30 to 45 seconds, he estimated. He had heard her gulp just once. When he got the raft righted, she was unconscious and floating face down. Randy was just as calm talking about Cindy's death as he was about describing his occupation. While they were working on her, there was no oxygen in the building. They couldn't get oxygen to her because it wasn't available. The paramedics took control, and I just watched. They gave her a shock. I thought they were going to use cords to jump her or bump her to get her going. I talked to the Redmond police, and then they hauled her away to Overlake Hospital. Both detectives noted that Randy talked of his dead wife as if she had been an inanimate object, as if he were talking about a car engine that didn't work any longer. He recalled that he had deflated the raft with the help of one of the boys, and he thought a paramedic had helped too. That would have been Patty Schultz. He didn't know her name, but she went to the hospital with them. A doctor came in and said they couldn't revive her. He recalled talking to a social worker and a detective who had taken his raft away. We left, and I asked the boys what they wanted to do. I decided to take them to Burger King, and then we went to rent videos to watch at home. The boys seemed to be pretty good, but the little one, Riley, cried. I didn't want to really talk to them about what happened. I was looking for a distraction. That's why I rented the videos. Do you remember what you rented? Mullinax asked. One was Short Circuit 2, and the other was Weekend at Bernie's. I can't remember the third one. The two detectives exchanged glances. Weekend at Bernie's was a black comedy about a wealthy man who dies at his beach home and whose corpse is carried from place to place, propped up, buried in the sand, thrown off a speeding boat, and posed to look as if it is alive. It seemed at the very least a most inappropriate selection for two little boys to watch for distraction after having just seen their mother's drowned body. We got home around 8:30 or 9, and we all took showers and then watched TV. Did you notify anyone that Cynthia had died? Randy shook his head. Cynthia's parents were on the way back from North Dakota, and I didn't think to call anybody. The next day I was just sitting around the house, and Cynthia's girlfriend Lori and her brother called and left messages on the answering machine. In the same flat voice, Randy Roth said he had called Leon Laux back. He said he'd heard it on the radio and wanted to know if it was true. I told him it was, and that the services were set for Monday morning. I told him that we both had decided we wanted to be cremated when we died. Although the Laux family had wanted to bury their daughter, they went along with the cremation. Cynthia's dad took her ashes, I think. Did you and Cynthia have wills? Mullinax asked casually. No. We didn't have one together. I don't know if she had one. She told me that she didn't, and her friend Lori was there when she said that.
Mullinax and Peters kept perfectly straight faces. Randy talked on.
We really didn't talk about Cynthia's past. That was her private life. We just talked about softball practice, the kids at school, how she felt bad because the kids had more respect for me than her, and because they liked me better. I raised the boys, he said with a trace of smugness. Asked again about his life insurance policies, Randy acknowledged they had one, but only to pay off the house if one of them died. Randy thought it was for about $200,000. They owed nearly $120,000 on the Woodinville house. He didn't really know about any other policies that Cynthia might have had, but he said they were each other's beneficiaries, and his father was his alternate beneficiary. Randy said he had called the life insurance company on Friday, July 26th, on Monday, July 29th, and again on Tuesday, July 30th, to find out what to do to put in his claim. It was Cynthia's idea, you see, to get life insurance so our home would be paid for in case of an accident. It was a familiar tune, but Mullinax and Peters didn't know how familiar yet. Randy hadn't let any grass grow under his feet before he tried to collect on Cindy's insurance. They listened as Randy explained that their house had cost $275,000, and they had both sold their previous homes to use as the down payment. The mortgage is in both of our names. We have combined finances, a joint checking account since our marriage. I also opened a savings account and put $500 in. Actually, we didn't talk about our finances much. Randy told the detectives that he had realized a $50,000 profit from his house, which he had put down on the new house. He wasn't sure how much Cindy's profit from her house had been, but they were. It had been $160,000, the total down payment on the Woodinville house. Whatever he had done with his $50,000, he hadn't contributed toward buying the house. I plan on raising Cynthia's boys, but it won't be easy because that's two more.
Randy sighed.
You've been married before? Mullinax asked casually. Yes, to Donna Roth in 1975. We were married for 5 years. Donna just didn't like being committed. She had a daughter from a previous marriage. This would have been the first Donna. Donna Sanchez Roth, Greg's mother. Randy said he hadn't talked to her in several years, but that she did have visitation rights with Greg. Jen was my second wife. We were married for 9 months. She died in a hiking accident in Skamania County in 1980 or so. When they asked him about Jan's fatal plunge from Beacon Rock, Randy described it, stressing that there had been eyewitnesses. He implied that 6 or 7 people had been standing right beside him when Jan fell. He himself had been walking 8 or 10 feet behind her. She was dead at the scene. There had, he admitted, been a police investigation and he thought an autopsy. I felt like I was being watched for about 3 weeks. Did anyone see what happened? Mullinax asked. Well, yes. They were right there, Randy answered.
We knew there were no witnesses, Peters says. So it was okay, here we go. Randy Roth was lying again.
Randy's third wife, he explained, was another Donna. He thought he had married her in 1985, but he wasn't sure of her maiden name. He had met her at Christmas time, married her in May, and she left in September. The second Donna, according to Randy, hung around with a wild crowd and was involved in drug deals. She slapped her daughter around, and I asked her to leave, and we got a divorce. Very immature. Very. I think she went to Utah or Colorado to live with her former husband.
Until he met Cynthia in 1990, Randy said, he just dated casually and had no thoughts of marrying again. He had had no insurance policies.
You have male friends? Mullinax asked. My best friend is Max Butts. I met him in 1985 or 86 at the Bellevue dealership where I worked. Cynthia was real social, but I just had a couple of friends.
Randy explained that he and Max, his 3 sons, and Brad, Lily Vandeveer's son, all went motorcycling together. Cynthia's friends had been a woman named Sally who lived in Colorado, the women from her aerobics class, Pam, the fingernail lady, and Lori Baker, who Randy said was probably his wife's closest friend. Randy said that he grossed about $3,000 a month in his present job at Bill Pierre Ford and had cash assets of about $20,000 and $4,000 in the bank. He added to his income by buying and selling cars. Cynthia had her money spread around, and he supposed she had perhaps $20,000 or $30,000. He had no idea how to access Cynthia's money. Randy said his only debt was $1,000 on his Visa card. All of his motorcycles and ATVs were paid for. He said he had purchased the last 3 vehicles after his latest marriage for Cynthia and her sons. Asked about his criminal history, Randy rambled into a story of a girlfriend he had in 1974 before he went into the service. When he returned, he met Donna Sanchez, broke up with the first girl, and that ex-girlfriend set him up. Snohomish County Police had charged him with second-degree burglary. I wasn't locked up and didn't get any jail time. I lost my voting rights. Mullinax asked Randy about his family. He said his father, Gordon, lived in eastern Washington, and his mother's name was Liz. He had 3 sisters, Lisa, Debbie, and Darlene. His brother's name was David. He offered no additional details about his family. Asked to recall the events leading up to the day that Cindy Roth drowned, now only 9 days past, Randy did so in his odd, stilted way. He seemed to make a real effort to sound intellectual, but his vocabulary was not unusually large, and he crowded as many words into a sentence as possible. He never took the easy way to say anything. Cindy had been ill, he remembered, the week before she drowned. She had suffered stomach and head flu. She had been either in bed or on the couch through the week. But she felt better by the weekend. She had been anxious for him to take a half-day off so that the family could enjoy a picnic at Lake Sammamish. And that was what he had done on Tuesday, July 23rd, hurrying to finish up an engine rebuild so he could spend the sunny day with Cindy and their 3 boys. Who could have believed that Cindy's plans for a wonderful family day could end in such heartbreak? Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax had picked up quickly on the fact that whatever bad things had happened in Randy Roth's 37 years, they had always been somebody else's fault. Donna Sanchez didn't want a commitment. Jan wanted to go hiking on Beacon Rock because it would be romantic. Donna Clift ran around with a wild crowd and took drugs. Cynthia wanted to go to the lake and row across because it would be romantic. Whatever it was, Mullinax recalls, he always tried to diminish his part in it. It was always the women's idea. It sounded as if all the women in Randy Roth's life had manipulated him. He was the innocent single father of a little boy who had only tried repeatedly to build a happy family, only to have all of his families break up because the women involved spoiled things. At the end of the 2-hour interview, Mullinax asked Randy Roth if they might take his fingerprints. They needed major case prints to prove that this man in front of them really was Randy Roth. Fingerprints would answer that question. They could run an AFIS, automated fingerprint identification system, check, and find out exactly who he was. Randy readily agreed to be printed, but he balked when they asked him if he would take a lie detector test. That didn't surprise them. They knew he had also refused a polygraph after Jan's death. "I'd have to talk to my attorney about that," Roth said. Randy Roth had retained George Cody, one of Seattle's most competent criminal defense attorneys. He was obviously ready to dig in his heels and make a stand. The interview was over, but the investigation had really just begun.
14. Randy Roth had told a number of women about his brother, the murderer. He had not been so forthcoming during his interview with Mullinax and Peters, so Peters placed a call to Gary Singer of the Washington Probation and Parole Department. Singer entered the name in their computer system and found a David M. Roth, born on June 6, 1957. Singer said that David Roth was indeed serving time for first-degree murder. The conviction had come out of Snohomish County. David had a brother named Randy and sisters named Darlene, Debbie, and Lisa. David's mother's name was Lizabeth, and his father was Gordon. Either this was a series of amazing coincidences, or Randy Roth and David Roth had to be brothers. This was one of Randy's stories that appeared to be true. While Randy was a very short man, David was extremely tall, well over 6 feet, and his mugshot showed a face pockmarked with scars from teenage acne. The details of Randy Roth's younger brother's crime were similar, but not identical, to the version of that murder that Randy had described to his wives and girlfriends. On August 13, 1977, David Roth, who was 20 and living in Linwood with his mother, had been stopped for a minor traffic violation in Gold Bar, a tiny hamlet in the western foothills of Stevens Pass. While Officer Fred Vanderpool was searching Roth's 1963 Chevrolet, he found a .22 caliber Marlin rifle and a clip with 59 live rounds in it. David was arrested on a concealed weapons charge. He seemed to be an amiable enough young man, and he was booked into the Snohomish County Jail for only 2 days and then released. On August 14th, a couple waded into a thicket of blackberries near Mariner High School in the 200 block of 120th Southwest in Everett. Intent on filling their buckets with the abundant crop of sweet wild berries, they almost didn't see the still figure lying in the underbrush. It was a woman, fully clothed, and she lay face down with her arms at her sides. Snohomish County detectives found she had been strangled and shot in the head 7 times. She had been dead only about 24 hours when she was found. Her wounds would make it difficult to identify her. She was young, probably under 20. Detectives checking missing persons reports and dental records found no matches. David Roth's arrest on August 13th and the discovery of the girl's body the next day did not seem to be connected. However, David went to a friend's home after his release from jail and talked about how he had killed a girl. He said he had been driving near the Boeing Company's Everett plant when he saw the young woman hitchhiking. He said he picked her up, and they bought some beer and then drove to the woods near Mariner High School to drink it. After they had consumed most of the beer, David told his friend he had tried to have sex with the girl, but she had resisted, and he had strangled her with an elastic cord. Then he took the rifle from the trunk of his car and shot her repeatedly in the head. David Roth's friend went to the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office 4 days later and told them what he had heard. Because a records check had shown that David was to appear in district court on August 22nd for a pre-sentencing interview on a possession of marijuana charge, Snohomish detectives planned to arrest him there. But David Roth did not appear. In fact, he remained a fugitive for more than a year. He was finally arrested on January 18, 1979, in Port Orchard, Washington, across Puget Sound from Seattle, and he confessed to the arresting detective during the 90-minute ferry ride back to Seattle, although he later recanted his confession and pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. He was convicted in Snohomish County Superior Court in Everett in November of 1979. The physical evidence against David Marvin Roth was solid. The bullets found during his arrest in Gold Bar were the same make and caliber as the 7 slugs in the victim's body. More damning, the bullets' land and groove markings proved that they had been fired from David's rifle and no other. He was sentenced to life in prison. In Washington state, that meant he would become eligible for release in March 1997. It was apparent that David Roth had not known the dead girl, and no one had ever come forward to identify her. She was still listed in Snohomish County files as Jane Doe, and her body was buried in a pauper's plot at Cypress Lane Cemetery in Everett. Snohomish County investigators and court personnel recalled that Lizabeth Roth, an avowed devout Catholic, had attended David's murder trial holding her rosary and praying under her breath continually. Lizabeth and one of her daughters were chastised many times by the judge for disrupting the courtroom. Anonymous threats were made against the judge and court officers who were issued bulletproof vests to wear during the trial. The trial had been so bizarre that Snohomish County authorities had doubled up on guards in the courtroom. Lizabeth had fired David's court-appointed attorney Mark Mestel, one of the area's best, after jury selection was complete. Since David had confessed to the murder of the unknown dead girl, Mestel wanted to plea bargain for second-degree murder, but Lizabeth wouldn't hear of it. A defense psychiatrist testified that David Roth had an abnormally close relationship with his mother. The King County detectives wondered where she was now. Was she dead, as Randy had claimed? There were no records showing that Lizabeth Roth had been killed in an accident or that one of her daughters had committed suicide by her bedside. There was no male hitchhiker who had bragged about murdering an elderly Roth relative in Montana. Sue Peters found that Lizabeth Roth was alive and well, and relatively young at only 52. She was not the aged mother that Randy had described to the Goodwins, not the old woman who lived in a nursing home, nor was she apparently the drug addict that he had told Donna Clift about. One thing was certain. This was turning into the most convoluted, grotesque case that King County detectives had seen in years. Peters and Mullinax were on the run constantly. All the facets of Randy Roth's life were akin to the thousands of beads of mercury that burst from a broken thermometer, slippery, minute, and often impossible to grasp. And when one bead was grasped, it often separated into 2 or 3 or 4 more. The King County detectives wanted to be sure they had all the mercury back in a container. On August 2, 1991, Randy Mullinax and Sue Peters located Cynthia Roth's will on file in the Snohomish County Courthouse. According to what they had learned so far, Randy Roth had had a Svengali-like control over all his wives. Certainly he would have wanted Cindy to change, in his favor, whatever will she might have had before she met him. But that had not happened. The detective suspected he had not even known about Cynthia's 1985 will. By the time Randy asked her about a will, she might have already had reasons to be secretive about her financial assets. Much to her surprise, Laurie Jean Baker had been named executor of Cindy's will. She had promised that she would serve as Tyson's and Riley's guardian, but she had thought that was just one of those things that young parents talked about in abstract terms, not believing it would ever come to pass. The will stipulated that if Laurie could not or would not serve as the executor, then Cindy's father, Merle Laux, would be the backup. Cindy had designated that her silver, china, and crystal was to go to her beloved mother, Hazel Laux, or, if my mother does not survive me, I bequeath my silver, china, and crystal to Laurie Jean Baker. Cindy had directed that a trust be set up with the Everett branch of the Seattle First National Bank for her 2 sons and any other children she might bear or adopt in the future. With Laurie designated as guardian, she wanted her boys to have a live-in mom, as they had always had. It is further my desire that the trust also operate to benefit the legal guardian of my children to provide minimum benefits to said guardian to assure the fact that said guardian be able to stay home with the children and not be forced to work outside of the home full-time. It is my express desire that the guardian of the children be able to provide a satisfying, meaningful home life for my children without the duress of working out of the home. However, my primary desire is to provide for the children as the first priority of this trust. Laurie Baker was perfectly willing, happy to take care of Cindy's boys. She loved them, and they had all been like family for many years. The will had been signed on December 12, 1985, and as far as Peters and Mullinax could determine, there had been no subsequent will to replace it, nor had any codicils been added to it. Glancing over the will, Laurie remembered something that she had forgotten in the days immediately after Cindy drowned. Before they were married, she told Sue Peters, Cindy asked Randy if he would sign a prenuptial agreement. He wouldn't do it. He said that would show mistrust on her part, and she backed down. Laurie remembered, too, that Cindy had been disturbed because one of Randy's former neighbors had advised her to be very, very careful of Randy. That would have been Ben Goodwin. She hadn't been deterred from her elopement, but she had wondered why anyone would say such a thing about Randy. Laurie furnished Sue Peters with the name of Cindy's insurance agent, Bruce Timm. Tim was on vacation until August 6th, but Mullinax and Peters were kept busy in the meantime tracking down Randy Roth's other insurance claims over the years and his criminal record. There was nothing big-time. The second-degree burglary charges, a robbery of a gas station where Randy had formerly worked, and an accident investigation. Randy had reportedly been the victim of a few burglaries, notably the $60,000 burglary of 1988. His former best friend, Nick Amondi, had also suffered at least 2 burglaries of insured items. So had one of Randy's relatives. One of the vital questions that had to be answered, and soon, was just how easy it would have been for the wake from a passing speedboat to tip over Randy Roth's gray Super Caravel Sevalor raft. On August 5th, Sue Peters, Randy Mullinax, and detectives Ross Nooney and Mike Hatch went to Idlewood Park. Hatch had his own 17-foot speedboat and 2 lifeguards, Greg Isaacson, 17, and Linda Bear, 20, whose height and weight approximated the Roths, sat in the inflated raft. The investigators located the area on the east side of the lake where Randy said he and Cindy had gone swimming. With the lifeguards in the water holding on to Randy's raft in the positions that Randy had described, Hatch revved up his Mastercraft water-ski boat until the waters of Lake Sammamish churned into good-sized wakes. "I was trying to create as large a wake as I could," Hatch recalled. "My instructions were to try to flip the raft." Nooney videotaped each pass the speedboat made as it moved closer and closer to the raft. Although the swimmers were buffeted around and took sprays of water in their faces, the rubber raft didn't even come close to tipping over. It remained completely stable, even when the boat passed within a few feet of it. In fact, the only way the lifeguards were able to flip it over was to put their full weight on the near side and then reach across and deliberately pull the far side over on top of them. Linda Bear said later, "I don't believe that raft could flip if the boat was even 20 yards away. Even 5 to 10 yards away the wake might have rolled over my head, but it wouldn't flip the raft. In my opinion, the raft was very stable." Moreover, Linda said, when the raft was purposely tipped over and she was underneath it, there was a large air pocket between the raft and the water. She could breathe just fine. She was a lifeguard, but she was recuperating from an automobile accident, so she wasn't in top shape. There would be other tests, but this first reenactment left the King County investigators wondering how a boat 50 yards away could have overturned this raft with its wake. And if the raft had tipped over, why had Randy Roth still had 3 bags of towels and clothes with him when he rode into shore? Had he taken time to dive for them when his wife wasn't breathing? Surely not. Also, he had said that Cindy was floating when he managed to flip the raft over. But drowning victims don't float, not at first. The police were going to need experts in water safety to sort it all out, but for the moment nothing matched up with Randy Roth's version of Cindy Roth's death. Randy Mullinax talked with New York life agent Bruce Timm on August 6th. Timm said he had handled Tom Baumgartner's life insurance policy. His company had paid Cynthia $200,000 when Tom died. She had subsequently put down $10,000 to pay up a $100,000 policy on herself, one that would benefit her sons. That policy is now worth about $115,000, he said. Bruce Timm said he had gone to the Ross Woodinville home in October of 1990. He remembered that Cynthia looked happier than I had ever seen her. What took place during his discussion with Randy and Cindy would be remembered differently by Tim and by Randy Roth. According to Randy, it was Tim who suggested how much insurance they needed, using a matrix that took into account their income, the mortgage, and the number of children. The amount needed for each of them was, he recalled, either $250,000 more than they already had, on the low end, or $350,000 on the high side. Bruce Timm recalls, however, that it was Randy who suggested the amount. Tim agreed that it was Cindy who called and asked him to come out to Woodinville to talk about insurance for herself and her new husband, Randy Roth. They had decided on the $250,000 policies, naming each other as beneficiary. Because they were both young, the monthly premiums were less than $50 apiece a month. Randy had suggested that his father should be the adult beneficiary who would look after the boys if both he and Cindy should die. "My father is 25 years younger than Cindy's," he explained. Later, Cynthia had called and asked Tim to put Randy on her $115,000 policy, too, in place of Tyson and Riley. "I want to make Randy my beneficiary," she insisted. Tim was shocked that she would take her sons' names off and questioned her. No, you don't understand," she said. "I need to do it. My husband has already changed his policy to my name." Bruce Timm delivered the $250,000 policies on March 11, 1991. Mullinax totaled up the insurance and found that Cynthia Roth, dead, had been worth $365,000. At this, his calculation was short. Mullinax didn't know that it was really $20,000 more than that. Her husband, Randy Roth, had insured her life for that amount with Allstate using his Sears card. $385,000. If Cindy died, Randy was her beneficiary. If Randy died, Cindy believed she would be his. And she was, at least on the larger policy. But Gordon Roth's name had never been removed as beneficiary for Randy's $100,000 policy. Although Randy assured Cindy that he had changed his policy from his father's name to hers, he never had. It was a mistake, he would say later. He had called his agent repeatedly asking for change of beneficiary forms, but all he ever succeeded in doing was changing his address from Misty Meadows to Woodinville. Cynthia's sons stayed with Randy for the first day or so after their mother died. But by early August, Tyson and Riley Baumgartner were staying with Hazel and Merle Laux in their Marysville home, a quiet little town north of Everett, or nearby with their uncle, Gary Baumgartner. Randy and Greg were living in the Woodinville house. Mullinax and Peters wanted to wait as long as they could before they talked to the boys. Sometime soon they would have to. The little boys, who were now completely orphaned, were eyewitnesses to the events surrounding their mother's drowning. In the meantime, Randy Mullinax and Sue Peters had more than enough to do. There were dozens, scores of witnesses, friends, and acquaintances who wanted to talk about Cindy and Randy Roth. For some, it was as if they had seen a freight train roaring down the tracks toward an unknowing victim and been helpless to stop it. Others had tenuous ties to Randy Roth and seemed to need to talk about him. Each of his wives had to have talked to someone who might remember vital information. And people seemed to be coming out of the woodwork with tips, information, advice, psychic feelings, and remembrances of Cindy or Randy. Donna Sanchez Roth did not come forward, however. She was still missing. She had apparently moved completely out of both Randy's and Greg's lives. Peters and Mullinax wondered if she was even alive. Jan Roth was dead. But Randy Mullinax located Donna Clift at a dry-cleaning shop where she worked. He found a shy woman, a frightened woman, who was nothing at all like the wild party girl Randy had described. Donna gave him a statement about the wonderfully romantic courtship of Randy Roth, which was immediately followed by an icy cold marriage.
I never went back to live with him after he tried to drown me.
Drown her? Mullinix's ears stood up. Donna assured him that her mother and father could verify the terrifying incident on the Skykomish River back in 1985. As indeed they did. Judy Clift said she was saddened but not surprised to hear that Randy's latest wife was dead, drowned. So Donna Clift was alive, but where was Donna Sanchez Roth? Had she, too, taken out way too much insurance before she and Randy parted? Sue Peters canvassed the homes on the east side of Lake Sammamish, hoping to find someone who had seen Randy and Cindy Roth at the far end of their romantic raft trip. After 12 contacts, she got only one hit, and that one was indefinite. One man thought he remembered seeing a gray raft 25 or 30 feet from shore with 2 people sitting in it, but he couldn't say if they had been men or women. He hadn't seen the raft tip over, he was sure of that. Randy had called Lori Baker and told her that he was too bummed out to use the tickets that Cindy had bought for the trip to Reno. Then why had Randy and a small boy appeared on July 26 at Mill Creek Travel to pick up the Reno package? Debbie Erickson, the travel agent who had sold the tickets, recalled to Randy Mullinix that it was Cindy who had paid for the tickets on July 12th. She had read about Cindy's drowning in the paper and had expected Cindy's widower to ask for a refund. But only 3 days after her death, Randy Roth had seemed in good spirits, and he never mentioned that he didn't need the tickets any longer. He only asked if the vouchers he received were the equivalent of a ticket. Cindy Roth's friends remembered how excited she had been about her upcoming wedding anniversary and the second trip to Reno. Evidently, Randy intended to use his tickets. He could no longer celebrate his wedding anniversary, but that did not seem to deter him. In the offices of Bill Pierre Ford, Juanita Gates heard Stacy Reese answer her phone a few days after Cindy's memorial service. Stacy talked for a few minutes and then hung up, setting the phone back in its cradle as carefully as if she held a snake. She turned to Juanita with a peculiar look on her face.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You'll never believe it. That was Randy, and he wanted me to go to Reno with him.
Stacy had muttered a shocked no to Randy's invitation. Detectives learned later that Randy had then called his old standby, Lily Vandeveer, and invited her to go to Reno with him, saying he already had the tickets. But for once, Randy couldn't seem to get a date. The tickets went unused. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinix were getting a feel for the kind of existence Cynthia Roth had lived during the last 6 months of her life. She had been a sweet, vulnerable, trusting woman who believed in God and in her fellow man. She had waited 5 years for the right man to come along, and she had fallen in love with Randy Roth. She had to have been a woman of pride. Even her own family apparently hadn't known how bad things were. She had talked a little to Lori Baker, but not much, and Dottie Baker had known Cindy well enough to sense trouble. Pam Neighbors was Cindy's manicurist, the nail lady Randy had referred to, and one of the very few people Cindy confided in. Pam had been aware of Cindy's entire relationship with Randy, from its beginning to its sudden ending. Pam told Sue Peters that she and Cindy had talked as she worked on Cindy's nails, and they had become good friends. In the summer of 1990, Cindy had raved to Pam about the wonderful new man she had met. He met her criteria. He was a widower who really liked kids. Cindy had decided to date him. After the marriage, Pam met all 3 of Cindy's boys and assumed that Greg was the child of Randy's wife who had died. Pam remembered Cindy as darling, a cute little girl. She was adorable, absolutely adorable, bubbly and happy, and she never said anything bad about anybody. Angelic. You can't imagine. Any man in his right mind would have been thrilled to have somebody like her. The manicurist recalled to Sue Peters that the Roths' marriage had started out wonderfully, that Randy had seemed completely oriented to being a family man. They went camping. He was going to teach the boys to hunt, archery. They did everything together. He was basically the kind of man that Cindy had wanted. Did Cindy ever mention life insurance to you? Pam shook her head. How did you find out about her death? The hairdresser who originally referred her to me had read it in the paper. She called me and asked me if I knew, and I started checking around. I couldn't get an answer. I called the house, and all I got was a recorded message for 2 days. I finally got a hold of him about Wednesday or Thursday of the week after her death, and I just asked him. It was a short and emotionless conversation. I asked if it was true, and he said yes, and I said, "Well, what happened?" And he said, "Well, she died in a drowning accident." I didn't know what to say because he was so expressionless. Pam had offered Randy any help she could give. He just said, "No thanks, bye." Pam Neighbors, like most of Cindy's friends and relatives, was surprised to hear that Cindy had drowned. She had been a good swimmer and very athletic. It was to become a more and more familiar story. Incredible but familiar. Cindy had drowned accidentally. Randy bought the boys hamburgers, rented a movie about how funny a dead body can be, and immediately went on with his life. On July 26th, Randy had turned in 3 slightly used ATVs to Aurora Suzuki. He bought new model LT160 Suzukis for a total price of $5,389.70. He planned to raise all 3 boys, his own and Cindy's, and he wanted to start out their new life with the very best toys. He sold another ATV to a private citizen, explaining that he no longer had a need for it. "My wife was in an accident," Randy said sadly. "She was in the hospital for a long time, but she didn't make it." If all of Randy's financial juggling had worked out, he would probably never have had to work again. He believed that he was the beneficiary of Cynthia Baumgartner Roth's insurance policies. That was $385,000 going in. He expected the house would be in his name only. A $275,000 house with $160,000 equity was nothing to sneeze at. He already got $419 a month for Greg on Jan's Social Security account. If he could find a way to double dip so that Greg could get money from Cynthia, too, it would be at least that much more. Add to that the $1,500 that Tyson and Riley got from their father's Social Security, and it didn't take an accountant to see that Randy expected to have at least $2,500 a month coming in from survivors' benefits. If he handled the $385,000 in life insurance better than he had managed Janice's insurance payoff, Randy would have it made. He could spend all his time buying and selling cars, auto racing, and whizzing around on 4-wheelers. As Randy geared up for his new life with his 3 sons, he was totally unaware that Lori Baker had been appointed guardian for Tyson and Riley, and that they would not be coming home to live with him. The $1,500 a month in Social Security survivors' benefits that the 2 boys collected on their father's account would now go to their legal guardian. 2 weeks after Cindy died, Lori Baker called Randy about getting into their jointly held safe deposit box. He insisted he knew of no box. With the help of a bank officer, Lori opened box number 2212. It was empty. A copy of Cindy's will should have been in the safe deposit box in the Everett Bank, but it wasn't there. Nor were Tom's wedding ring, his pocket watch, his other jewelry, or the CDs Cindy had owned. A check of bank records showed that the last person to enter the box was Randy G. Roth. He had signed the register 2 days after Cindy died. Since bank customers are offered privacy as they enter their safe deposit boxes, no one could say what Randy might have taken away with him. Tyson and Riley continued to stay with their grandparents, but Lori hoped to have them with her as soon as possible. In the meantime, Randy assumed that the boys would be with him. He knew how to raise boys. He had said that often enough. The Marines had taught him how to be a man, and he would teach Greg, Tyson, and Riley. 15. Although Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax were working overtime, they still found it hard to keep up with all the interviews and investigative work that had to be done. They were building an incredibly complex circumstantial evidence case, but they needed more than that. On Matlock and Perry Mason, circumstantial cases don't need to have all that much substance, and invariably, eyewitnesses burst into the courtroom at the crucial moment. In real life, cases without solid physical evidence were squeakers. Even eyewitnesses were not the strongest weapons available to the state's case. They could be wrong or tainted, or they could, and often did, misperceive what they had seen or thought they had seen. It took prosecutors with real guts to go for a circumstantial case. It was much easier to get a conviction with blood and fiber matches, fingerprints, ballistics, and other convincing kinds of physical evidence to show to a jury. When the suspect was related to the victim, and especially when he lived in the same house with her, most of those prime areas of physical evidence were useless. Circumstantial cases needed 3 or 4 times as much backup in court. The King County team knew where they wanted to go, and they believed they were right in homing in on Randy Roth. When he told his potential girlfriends that police were checking him out, he was telling the truth. The police certainly were checking him out, daily and constantly. The King County Prosecutor's Office, headed by Norm Mailing, had been following the Roth investigation avidly. The prosecutors wanted to confront the constant widower in court, but there were still too many unanswered questions. If Roth should be charged with murder and acquitted, double jeopardy would attach, and he could never be tried again. If, as Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax suspected, the man was a modern-day Bluebeard who courted, seduced, married, and then killed women all within the space of a year's time, he had years ahead to cause untold tragedy. He was only 37. Somebody had to stop him. The investigation had been difficult from the beginning, and it wasn't getting any easier. There are times when a case comes in and you say, "I've got him," Randy Mullinax recalled. "I don't think that happened this time. It seemed every step we took opened a door to a lot more questions." Indeed, it did. Insurance questions, burglary questions, and murder questions. The King County detectives had had conferences with Lee Yates, a senior deputy prosecutor. In his decades with the prosecutor's office, Yates had prosecuted some of the most difficult homicide cases the county had ever come up against. Indeed, he had once taken a man to trial not once but twice for the strangulation murders of his wife and infant daughter. Lee Yates won, but he knew all too well the difficulties encountered in the investigation of an intra-family murder. When Yates prosecuted race car driver Eric Haga in 1973 and again in 1975, it was for a double murder that had occurred in the Haga family home. Fingerprints, hair, fibers, even the necktie and the satin ribbon from a teddy bear that were used as garrotes were no good as evidence. They all belonged in the home. Randy Mullinax and Sue Peters went to see Senior Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Marilyn Brenneman. Brenneman's office was sometimes referred to as the Office of Last Resort, the Special Operations Unit. Brenneman had been the first woman assigned to the unit, and the possibility that a female would enter such heady territory had obviously been unforeseen. Her key wouldn't fit the restroom door. The unit usually dealt with police departments' intelligence divisions, working the most complex and unpredictable cases. Brenneman was in her element. She thrived on cases that challenged her, and she enjoyed walking the tightrope where one misstep could send her plunging down. Although she had been the first woman assigned to the Special Operations Unit, she was not the last. By 1993, there were 3 women, Brenneman, Susan Story, and Kate Flack, and 1 man, Dwayne Evans, working cases in special operations. Marilyn Brenneman had paid her dues and could usually decide whether to take on a case or not. She listened as Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax outlined what they had discovered about Randy Roth and his many unfortunate wives. She was fascinated. She wanted it. There were so many hidden areas, and the case offered the possibility of bringing what appeared to be a truly wicked man into the courtroom. Whether the Roth case would be a boon to her career or an albatross around her neck remained to be seen. On August 7th, Detective Joe Lewis and Stan Chapin came on board to lend a hand. Lewis's first job would be to create a comprehensive summary of the investigation for Marilyn Brenneman. Always a hands-on prosecutor, Brenneman wanted to play catch-up in a hurry. The King County detectives had stacks of reports and scores of witness statements. Brenneman would commit them to memory until every detail of the Roth case would become second nature to her. Joe Lewis would also try to locate Cindy and Randy Roth's bank accounts, CDs, and maybe the missing jewelry from her empty safe deposit box. Chapin would attempt to determine the whereabouts of the first Mrs. Randy Roth, Donna Sanchez. Cindy Roth's eagerly anticipated first anniversary had long since passed, but there were no celebrations, only tears. Randy Mullinax and Sue Peters had delayed talking with her orphaned sons as long as they could, but by August 8th, it was time. They arrived at the Merle Laux residence in Marysville at 2:30 that Thursday afternoon. They talked to Tyson first. At 11, he was a slender, handsome boy and very polite. He wanted to cooperate with the detectives. That was clear from the beginning of their interview. Asked how he felt about Randy, Tyson said he was pretty nice and that he had enjoyed playing baseball in Little League and going four-wheeling with Randy, whom he referred to as Dad. "Do you remember the day you all went to the lake?" Mullinax began. Tyson did. He recalled that his mom was in the bedroom getting ready to go. He thought the lake trip was his mom's idea, and he remembered that she and Randy had talked about it the day before, Monday. Randy had never been to Lake Sammamish, but he and his brother had gone with his mom a couple of times. He didn't know just who had wanted to take the raft. They had all been rafting in the Skykomish River the weekend before, and had even taken Greg's friend Brad with them. "You wore life jackets on the river?" Tyson nodded. "All of us did." They didn't take a picnic the day they went to Lake Sammamish. Their mom had fixed their lunch before Randy came home, peanut butter and jam sandwiches and milk. At first, just Randy and their mom were going to Lake Sammamish, but then their mom had asked the boys if they wanted to go, and the boys said they did. Tyson and Riley had asked if they could take their little raft, but their mom had said no. They loaded up their stuff when Randy came home and arrived at the lake, Tyson thought, about 2 that afternoon. They pumped up their inner tubes and the big raft. He and Riley stayed in the swimming area, and Randy and their mom told them to keep their inner tubes in the shallow water. They were going to the other side of the lake and check it out, Tyson said. He remembered there were some bags in the raft with lotions, towels, clothes, and maybe a Diet Pepsi. The boys swam in the shallow water until they got cold, and then they saw a friend and got out to sit in the sun to warm up. "I saw Randy about halfway out in the lake, and he was coming back," Tyson said, adding that he couldn't see his mother in the raft anymore, only his dad. When Randy docked the raft, he told Tyson and Riley to get a lifeguard, but don't make a commotion. Their mother, Randy said, had had a cramp in her leg. Tyson did as he was told, but he couldn't understand. His mother had been a much better swimmer than his father. Randy had told them what happened after they got back to the house with the movies he had rented for them. He said he did CPR on Mom and yelled for help, but no one in the boats would stop to help them. Peters and Mullinax had now heard yet another version of Cindy's drowning. Asked what kind of father Randy was, Tyson said he was very strict. He spanked the boys about 3 times a week with a belt. He often made them do 200 squat thrusts when they had done something he didn't like. Greg got punished just as often as he and Riley did, and in the same manner. They usually got in trouble for fighting or for forgetting to put their clothes in the wash. Randy also got mad if they put the silverware in the wrong compartment in the dishwasher. His mother and Randy had had fights about once a month, and once Randy had been angry because his mom had driven the red trooper. It was Tyson's feeling that Randy just wanted to forget about what had happened to their mom. On the Saturday after she died, Randy took them to the swap meet, and they sold Randy's old couch, a red dresser, a stereo, and a television set. They also sold his mother's bike. The day after his mom drowned, Tyson remembered, Randy began to get rid of her things. He emptied the refrigerator of all the food she liked. And he put Mom's clothes in the corner and he threw out all of her makeup. Riley Baumgartner was almost 10, a curly-haired, stocky little boy with an outgoing personality. He, too, liked Randy and felt Randy had been good to him. He takes us four-wheeling into motorcycle shops. The whole family went to a demolition derby on July 4th. Riley also thought it had been his mom's idea to go to Lake Sammamish on that bad day. He and Tyson had stayed in the swimming area while his mom and dad took the raft out. Their parents hadn't told them how long they would be gone. It seemed to Riley that they were gone about 2 hours. His mother was a good swimmer and had never had any problem before. He had seen Randy coming back alone. He was wearing his sunglasses and looking down as he rowed toward shore. Riley and Tyson ran out to meet them, and Randy let the air out of the raft right away. Riley didn't know what had happened to his mom until he heard Randy explaining it to a policeman at the hospital. Afterward, it was Randy's idea for them to go out to eat and rent some movies. The next day, his dad started getting rid of his mom's makeup. He packed it up and had us haul it to the garbage can. Then he made a big pile of Mom's clothes in his room on the floor. Riley also related that Randy's punishments were hard. If he did something bad, he had to do exercises, bends, and thrusts. But Riley admitted that he guessed he usually deserved the punishments that he got. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax talked to Leon Laux next. Older than Cindy by almost 15 years, Leon was still baffled by what had happened. He thought that his sister was happy with Randy. He had found out about her death when another relative saw the story on the KIRO-TV 11 o'clock news. When he finally got Randy on the phone, Randy had been very calm and said the boys were doing fine. His voice revealed no emotion, but Laux didn't believe he was in shock. Randy was the same way at the funeral, he said, no emotion at all. He had given Leon still another story of how Cindy died. He said he hadn't tried to call for help because there was no one around, but he had tried to give Cindy CPR. My sister has been swimming since she was 8, Leon said. She never had a cramp before. The detectives talked to Merle and Hazel Laux. The Lauxes had been surprised the year before to learn that Cynthia was going to marry Randy Roth in Reno. She had been seeing him only about 6 weeks. Randy took care of all the wedding arrangements. Cynthia had handled all of her own finances. The Lauxes knew she had set up a trust fund for her boys and had made some investments. They hadn't known about her will, and Randy had told them he didn't think she had one. Cynthia had told her parents that Randy was a Vietnam veteran and that he had bad dreams at night. Merle Laux said that Randy had told him he had also served in the Marines in the Philippines. He told me he was trained to be tough and never show emotion. The Lauxes had noticed that Randy became increasingly nervous in the second week after their daughter's drowning. He was convinced that the police were coming to get him. He had been scared before his interview with Peters and Mullinax. He had shown up at their house after being out all night. He told us he didn't want to go home because if he went to jail, he would have to sit there all weekend. Hazel Laux had gotten a phone call from a woman who said Randy had invited her daughter to go to Reno with him. She said she was afraid for her daughter. Mrs. Laux didn't know who the woman was, but she knew he had also invited Lily Vanderveer to go with him. I asked him, "Why did you do this?" And he said, "I also asked my mother, I asked Max, and I asked my younger sister to go, but I decided to stick around." Like Janice Miranda and like Donna Clift, Cynthia had truly cared for Greg and had felt sorry for him because he didn't have his true mother with him. Hazel knew Cynthia had tried to give Greg a hug now and then, and he had appreciated it, but he always pulled away when Randy came into the room. Randy hadn't had the sensitivity to explain to Greg what had happened to Cynthia. Mrs. Laux said she heard he had handed Greg a newspaper article about the drowning. Randy told Greg that if he never saw him, Randy, again, he was to call 2 telephone numbers Randy gave him. When the Lauxes asked to view their daughter's body, Randy warned them not to because she looked swollen. But Merle Laux had insisted. His daughter didn't look swollen at all. There was no outward sign of what had killed her. Randy didn't want her ashes, the cremains. He just left them at the church, Merle Laux said. He didn't want any of the cards people sent either. He didn't look at the flowers. There were no tears in his eyes. He just split from the church after the services. Randy had told the elder Lauxes still another story about the tragedy on the lake. He said the raft just went over on us, not only on her. Sue Peters checked with the Linwood Police Department for any records they might have on Randy Roth. He had grown up there, graduated from high school there, and had 2 arrests in the Linwood files. August 25, 1973, robbery. February 14, 1975, robbery. On August 14th, Peters talked to a lawyer retained by the Pioneer Insurance Company in reference to a burglary claim Randy Roth had reported. She learned that Randy had asked for $60,000 and received a payoff of $28,500. The Pioneer Insurance Company had also filed a suit against Randy over the claim he had made after his home was burglarized in the fall of 1988. He had countersued, and both suits had been dismissed, with prejudice, on October 9, 1990. Insurance claims popped up repeatedly in Sue Peters's and Randy Mullinix's retrospective on Randy Roth's life. They traced him back a decade, 2 decades. Randy's motorcycle was stolen. Insurance paid off. Jan's car was stolen and then found stripped with no engine. Insurance paid off. Nicomondi, Randy's one-time good friend, had had 2 burglaries. Insurance paid off. Jan died. Insurance paid off. Randy had a burglary. Insurance paid off. And now Randy fully expected several insurance companies to pay him $385,000 in Cynthia's death. Randy wasn't spending much time in the big yellow house in Woodinville. Perhaps there were too many haunting memories. Greg was living at Lily Vanderveer's house with Lily and Brad. Randy spent most of his evenings with Lily. Her mother was frantically worried. She called Sue Peters and warned her that she feared Lily will be next. But Lily Vanderveer would brook no criticism of Randy. She had stood by him before. She was not about to desert him now. The headlines in Seattle area papers were discomfiting, both to Randy Roth and to the current women in his life. Bellevue's Journal-American ran this headline on August 7, 1991. Police. Drowning might be homicide. It was no longer a secret that the King County Police Department's Major Crimes Unit was investigating Cynthia Roth's drowning. The article in the Journal-American mentioned Janice Roth's accidental fall to her death a decade earlier. Randy Mullinax would say only, "We are very, very interested in this entire thing. And right now, we're particularly interested in anyone who may have been videotaping on the lake that day and may have videotaped anything about the incident, a couple in a gray raft, or even the rescue efforts." Randy Roth, asked for a statement by reporter Cheryl Murfin, said he was shocked and confused that police had called him in for questioning. I was emotionally and mentally shocked to have the police call me in for a statement, and I was devastated to hear them tell me that the case was being investigated as anything more than an accident. I don't feel I have any concerns at this time. I volunteered the information about the 1981 investigation to the police. I didn't have anything to hide. 2 days later, Randy called his own press conference. With his attorney, George Cody, beside him, they told reporters this would be Randy's last word to the press. Looking stressed as his attorney repeated what had happened on July 23rd on Lake Sammamish, Randy occasionally added further explanation. Cody said the Roths paddled their 6-man rubber raft to the east side of the lake. They were swimming when Cynthia got a cramp in her leg. A powerboat 75 yards away had caused such a severe wake that it hit Cynthia full in the face and then flipped the 60-pound raft over on top of her. Cynthia had been asphyxiated. In answer to the investigators' questions about the length of time it had taken Randy to get help and about his failure to wave for help, Cody said that Randy had tried to wave for help. He had no explanation for why Randy had told police that he had not done so. Cody pointed out that Roth had collected only a moderate life insurance payoff on Janice, but he refused to say how much. He also described as small the $235,000 in insurance that Cynthia had and that his client stood to collect. The amount, of course, was too low by $150,000. But $250,000 is hardly small to most people. Randy said they had been forced to send Cynthia's children out of town because they were being hounded by the media. Asked if he might ever marry again, Randy pondered that eventuality for the press. It is impossible to deal with that idea at this time. He added that he and Cynthia would have celebrated their first wedding anniversary only a week before. He described Cynthia as warm, outgoing, and personable. Randy Roth looked directly into the cameras of Seattle's 4 major television stations, KING, NBC, KOMO, ABC, KIRO, CBS, and KSTW, Independent. And viewers saw a handsome young man who seemed earnest and truthful. He had lost the woman he loved, and he was confused and miserable that his troubles were being exacerbated by a vindictive police investigative team. Both Cody and Roth pleaded for friends and relatives of Cynthia's family to step forward to defend Randy's character. Randy proclaimed that he felt in no way responsible in the deaths of either his second wife or his fourth wife. George Cody, referring to Cynthia's drowning, said, "One would assume if there was any evidence of foul play, witnesses would have come forward then or since then." Background checks on Randy Roth with his former employers were producing interesting information. The jobs that he had left by mutual agreement, according to him, had usually been terminated because he converted company gas or company products to his own use. Just when the investigators had almost come to believe that Randy's first wife was probably dead too, Detective Stan Chapin found Donna Sanchez Roth. She had last been heard from in California, so Chapin checked the Department of Licenses in that state and found a listing for a Donna Sanchez in Brawley in Imperial County, close by the Mexican border. Lieutenant Bob Kuhn of the Brawley Police Department remembered Donna Sanchez. She was a police officer for a while. I think it was for the Imperial County Sheriff's Office. Donna's first husband, Silas Sanchez, taught at Brawley High School. Apparently, Donna had gone back to her former husband. Records there showed that she had worked as a jailer from 1987 to July 7, 1991. She was alive. At least she had been up until 2 weeks before Cynthia Roth drowned, and there was every reason to think she still was. When she left the Imperial County Sheriff's Office, Donna Carlson Sanchez Roth had left a forwarding address in Washington State. By working through a series of her relatives, Chapin finally located her at a teenage crisis counseling facility in Washington where she presently worked. He left a message for her there, asking her to call him. Late in August, Donna called Stan Chapin. Unlike Randy's other wives, Donna Sanchez did not have a bad word to say about him. She had been married to him for exactly 5 years, from July 4th, 1975 to July 4th, 1980. He had been a take-charge kind of man, but she hadn't minded. It had made her feel secure. Their parting had been amicable. He kept Greg, but she had visitation rights. She had custody of her daughter by her marriage to Sanchez. When Sue Peters met with Donna Sanchez, she saw a very pretty, small woman with a perfect figure. Donna number 1 looked remarkably like Mary Jo Phillips. She, too, had a kind of country sense about her, and she seemed remarkably naive for a woman who had worked as a jail guard for years. She was very quiet and very polite. If Peters thought Donna Sanchez might talk more freely when she was interviewed by a female detective, she was disappointed. Randy's first wife really did seem to hold no grudges or bad feelings toward him. She still believed that Randy had gone to Vietnam and participated in secret missions.
"Those missions weren't even documented," she said, lowering her voice. "They were too secret."
The end of her marriage to Randy had come as a complete surprise to Donna Sanchez.
"It was right out of the blue. We came home from church, and Randy just said, 'We're getting a divorce.'
Although she had not wanted the divorce and would have liked to keep her son with her, Donna said she had given up custody of Greg willingly. She had visited her son from time to time in Randy's homes, and she never had known what had gone wrong with their marriage. There were no recriminations. In fact, Donna asked if it would be okay for her to call Randy and see how he was. Sue Peters shrugged, thinking, "Do what you've got to do." Whoever Randy Roth was, he had an almost hypnotic power over women, at least at first, and with this, his first wife, his spell lingered. 16. Senior Deputy Prosecutor Marilyn Brenneman has never been a woman to whom things came easily. Brains, yes, and an ebullient sense of humor, but she has fought hard for the respect she merited in her career. Were it not for the fact that she is basically a human dynamo, she might have given up years ago. She jokes that she would choose Meryl Streep to play her if Hollywood ever made a movie of her life. Streep could do it, but she would have to quadruple her energy level. There is a physical resemblance. Brenneman and Streep have the same kind of offbeat beauty. Her chestnut hair is too thick to control. It invariably falls over her left eye, and in trial she tosses her head impatiently to clear her field of vision. Raised on one of the small coastal islands off Georgia, St. Simons, Marilyn Brenneman went to school on the mainland in Brunswick. She embraced the law after she saw To Kill a Mockingbird. "I grew up in a family who didn't hold any of the political beliefs that everyone else in town did," Brenneman remembers. She is enthusiastic about everything and talks as fast as she thinks, although she has lost all traces of any Southern accent. "I thought being an attorney would be the most wonderful career possible." There was some delay about that, however. Always there was the subtle prejudice that women law students and attorneys find rising up like an invisible wall. "I wanted to be Atticus Finch, the lawyer in Mockingbird, but people suggested I should train to be a legal secretary." Brenneman left home at 17 after she graduated from high school in Brunswick and went to a business college in Florida. "I got married at 18 and had my first child at 19. Married to an Air Force pilot, she put her lawyer plans on hold for a while. When her husband left the service, he took a job with the state of Florida, and Brenneman went to the University of North Florida to get her undergraduate degree. When it was time for her to go to law school, she and her family had moved to Washington State, and she was delighted to find that the University of Washington had an excellent law school. By her third year of law school, Marilyn Brenneman had 2 young boys. She was separated from her husband and was working as a law clerk. She got good grades, but not the best grades. Who had time to go to the law library? But she made it. When I applied for the prosecutor's office in 1978, the man who interviewed me said, "How are you going to handle this job with 2 children?" Knowing what she had gone through to get her law degree in the first place, Brenneman snapped, "Well, a lot better than I'd handle welfare." She got the job. Within a short time, that question was no longer permissible in job interviews. In 1991, as a prosecutor, remarried and now the mother of 4 boys, Brenneman had not come to her position in the Special Operations Unit without a struggle. She never lost sight of her ambition to be a working part of the law, despite the first marriage, which didn't work, and the second marriage, to an attorney, which worked wonderfully, despite all the juggling of jobs and babies. But she had made it. In the spring of 1985, when Donna Clift was marrying her perfect man, Marilyn Brenneman's youngest child was a year old. Her oldest was 19, and she was working days and nights to close down a teenage nightclub known as the Monastery. "I don't believe in coming in on a case in the end," she explains. "I try to be there." Sitting in the dark on stakeout at 2 or 3 in the morning with surveillance officers, Brenneman was appalled to see that youngsters who looked to be only 12 or 13 were going into the seamy club that sat hard by the I-5 freeway. Further intensive investigation uncovered child prostitution, drug sales, and pornography. Hampered by the brass in some law enforcement agencies who wanted to do it their way, which appeared to Brenneman to be agonizingly slow, but encouraged by outraged parents, she was instrumental in closing down the monastery forever. "When I think back," Brenneman muses, trying to remember 1985, "my fall was relatively quiet in comparison. The monastery case took months, and my cases that came after had to seem more routine." By the spring of 1986, Marilyn Brenneman would find herself completely paralyzed from the neck down, a victim of Guillain-Barré disease. When her symptoms first began, she was frightened, wondering if she would ever be able to move again. She knew there were many diseases that she might have. "I went down fast, but once I was diagnosed and knew what I had, it wasn't too bad. I was lucky. I was only in the hospital fully paralyzed for a month." Most sufferers of the malady eventually recover completely. Some remain paralyzed. Brenneman was indeed one of the lucky ones. She had doctors who explained every facet of her illness to her, and she was encouraged by their confidence in her. She did recover, and even her sense of humor came through intact. She never said, "Why me?" She had seen too many people with permanent afflictions. Beyond that, Brenneman would always remember the bonus of love and support she got from the cops she had worked with, the other prosecutors, a huge circle of friends who rallied around her in a way she never could have imagined. Most of all, she had a family unit so strong that she could always count on them. Her teenage sons and her husband were rocks who never let her down. She never had to worry about what was going on at home and who was taking care of Adam, her youngest. Although her personality, her sense of self, was stronger, perhaps, than that of the single mothers who had fallen in love with Randy Roth, Marilyn Brenneman had been where they were, alone with young children. Like Cynthia Roth, like millions of other mothers alone, she had had 2 little boys and been single, half hoping to find a full-time dad for them. When she finished reading the case summary that Joe Lewis had prepared for her, Marilyn Brenneman was anxious to find some way to get Randy Roth into court. On August 19th, Detectives Mullinax, Peters, and Lewis met with Marilyn Brenneman and Dr. Donald Ray to discuss the autopsy findings on Cynthia Roth. It still seemed impossible that she could have drowned so quickly, made only that one sound, a cough or a gulp, depending on which version Randy Roth gave, and then been gone. Ray was puzzled, too. They had all questioned whether Cynthia might have been drugged, But the Washington State Toxicology Lab's report had come back with no sign at all of alcohol or drugs in Cindy Roth's system. The only item the drug screen produced was caffeine. Nobody drowns because of having too many cups of coffee. Then why? Why would a healthy young woman, a strong swimmer, have simply taken one gulp of water and drowned? Ray explained that he was still convinced that Cynthia had succumbed to asphyxia by drowning. He had found absolutely no internal or external indication of trauma, nothing beyond the 2 slight scratches on the victim's neck. However, he said it would be relatively easy to drown someone without leaving any sign at all of forced drowning on the victim's body. The answer to all their questions might lie in that last statement. Randy Roth had bragged to any number of people that he knew how to kill someone without leaving a mark on the body. Was Randy Roth truly a deadly killer, trained by the Marines to steal into Vietnamese villages and kill every man, woman, and child? Was the stuff of his nightmares based in fact? Every one of his women had described his restless nights, the way he had cried out during his bad dreams. They had all seen the odd weapons he kept near him always, the baseball bat studded with nails, for instance. It was difficult to separate Randy's fabrications from what had really happened. Some might call him an exaggerator, some a storyteller, and some an outright liar. But one enormous lie had already been punctured. It was really only a matter of simple arithmetic. Ben Goodwin had always been suspicious about Randy and the Vietnam War, especially when he saw that Randy had the plaque for meritorious service exactly like the one he had seen on Ben's wall. He wasn't sure how old Randy really was, but he suspected he was younger than he claimed to be. Randy Mullinax looked at Roth's birth date, the day after Christmas 1954. The Gulf of Tonkin incident that really inflamed the situation in South Vietnam had occurred in August of 1964, when Randy Roth was only 9 years old. Action in Vietnam was totally over by March of 1973. Randy graduated from high school 3 months after that. How could he have fought in Vietnam and gone to Meadowdale High School in Linwood, Washington at the same time? Detective Stan Chapin had checked with the National Archives and Record Center in St. Louis, Missouri, to see if a Randolph G. Roth had ever been in the Marine Corps. He handed Sue Peters a copy of Randy Roth's military records, a very thin folder. Roth had been in the Marines all right, but that was in late 1973 and 1974. Randy Roth had never even been in Vietnam. It was obvious that all his knowledge of Vietnam had come from the books and magazines he collected so avidly. His only overseas duty had been on Okinawa, where he worked as a file clerk. He had never seen any kind of war action. He was mustered out of the service because his mother said it was a hardship to have him gone. He was needed at home. Randy Roth had certainly never been a member of any elite secret unit trained to kill in mysterious and bizarre ways. If he was having nightmares, they were being caused by something else. Tyson and Riley Baumgartner never returned to live with their stepfather. They had left with little more than the clothes on their backs a few days after their mother drowned, and almost everything they owned was still in the big new house in Woodinville. Knowing that she probably was not going to receive a hearty welcome, Lori Baker nonetheless called Randy and tried to make an appointment to get the boys' things. He wasn't cooperative. Lori and her brother Harlan went to the house, but Randy wouldn't let them in. He said he was sleeping. It was Labor Day weekend, beginning Friday, August 30th, when Lori, Harlan, and Dottie Baker, accompanied by Gary Baumgartner, went to rent a U-Haul trailer to pick up Cynthia's and the boys' belongings. Apparently, everyone else had things to move that weekend, too, and all they were able to rent was a full-sized truck. "I guess Randy thought we were going to take their furniture, too," Lori recalled. "We weren't. That was just the only truck we could get." Randy Roth was quietly furious. He had finally learned that he was not going to be Riley and Tyson's guardian, and he was not happy about it. He let the Bakers into his home only grudgingly. Dottie Baker had seen the house go downhill for a long time. During the long, sad spring, Cynthia had kept it picked up, but it hadn't been as sparkling as Cynthia had always kept her home. Now, as they moved a few items aside, Dottie could see dust and dirt that had been building up for months. It looked as though Cynthia had simply given up, as if nothing had mattered to her anymore. Randy had collected the things Cynthia had specified in her will, but he had jammed his dead wife's most valued possessions into black plastic garbage bags willy-nilly, with no concern at all for protecting them. Many of Cindy's and the boys' things were crushed and broken. Tyson and Riley had pictures and posters that were ruined. Even Cindy's shoes had been jammed in and smashed. When Tyson and Riley asked if they could go into Greg's room to get some of their Nintendo games, Randy blocked their path. "You have no business in Greg's room. How do I know you won't try to take his things? You can only go in your room." Their bicycles were gone, and so were their baseball cards and their BB guns. Randy wouldn't let them take the gloves and helmets that they had worn when they rode the four-wheelers. "They go with the four-wheelers," he said shortly. Randy grew more and more agitated until his angry voice rang through the house. He pulled Lori Baker aside. "You have ruined my scenario," he raved. "The boys haven't had a father for 7 years, and I plan to fill that spot. Now you will get the Social Security money and all the other benefits she, Cindy, had on the side, and go off, and you probably won't even have to work. How am I going to live?" Appalled, Lori Baker just stared at him. His scenario? What about Cynthia's life? What about the scenario she had hoped for? When Dottie Baker asked if they could take Riley's piano, Randy came unglued, and they didn't push it, even though his grandparents had bought the piano for Riley. They gathered up as many of the boys' clothes and possessions as they could and left hurriedly. They had seen that most of Cynthia's decorative touches had been ripped from the walls. Why? It looked as if Randy had tried to erase every sign that Cynthia had ever lived there. Randy put the house up for sale. He had apparently counted on the boys' Social Security survivors' benefits to pay off the mortgage, and now he knew he wouldn't be getting that money. Although he and Cynthia had paid $275,000 for the house in Woodinville, and it was still in mint condition less than a year later, Randy set the price at only $225,000. He obviously wanted to be rid of it quickly. DPA Brenneman had questions about the effect of speedboat wakes on the rubber raft belonging to the Roths. She asked that the lake experiment be repeated. On September 4th, 1991, the investigative team again took the raft to Lake Sammamish. This time a detective, Laura Hoffenbacher, who was not a particularly strong swimmer, put herself in Cynthia Roth's place, and Sergeant J.K. Pewitt played Randy Roth. Once more, speedboats crisscrossed the lake, deliberately trying to overturn the raft. Sergeant Robert Klein provided his speedboat with officers Mark Fern and S.L. Gallimore crewing, and they roared by the Sevalor raft, trying their best to tip it over. They could not do it. Randy Roth said he had gathered up the family's belongings that had fallen into the lake before he rowed for shore with his unconscious wife. Detective Joe Lewis carefully placed a plastic bag with clothes in it in the water. It floated. Next, Lewis tried a beach towel. It sank in 5 seconds. Continuing to duplicate items Redmond detectives had seen in Randy Roth's vehicle on the night Cynthia drowned, Lewis took 5 pieces of clothing in a brown paper shopping bag, thong sandals, a department store plastic bag with 2 pieces of clothing, and a plastic bag with towels, and placed them in the raft. Then he deliberately overturned it. He counted off 24 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds less time than Randy had said the raft had been overturned, and then turned it upright. The bags of clothing and towels were strewn about in the lake and were already sinking. They were also separating and going off in many directions. The only way Lewis could retrieve them was by using a long grappling hook and by diving underwater to grab those sinking the most rapidly. Only the plastic bag and the brown bag were still floating. Everything else was sinking toward the bottom. He never found the thongs. Randy's version of Cynthia's drowning just didn't add up. Possible reasons to believe drowning was other than accidental. 1. The raft wouldn't tip over, no matter how many speedboats chopped the water into strong waves. 2. When the raft was forcibly tipped, an air pocket remained underneath. 3. When the raft was forcibly tipped over a second time, the towels, clothes, thongs, and bags, which Randy had brought back sodden but intact, sank so quickly that one man could never have retrieved them all. And if his wife was drowning, why would he have even tried? 4. In his desperate attempt to right the raft, pull his unconscious wife from the water, retrieve all the items from the water, why had Randy not lost his prescription sunglasses? He was wearing them when he rowed back to shore. He was still wearing them in the quiet room of Overlake Hospital when he was told that his wife was beyond saving. He was so nearsighted that he couldn't see to drive, or to row, without them. Randy was still in sporadic contact with Stacy Reese, even though he and Greg had moved out of the house he had shared with Cynthia and into Lily Vandeveer's residence. Stacy told Randy Mullinax that Randy Roth had seemed definitely upbeat over the past few weeks. He apparently felt that the police were no longer fixing their suspicion on him. "My attorney told me that no news is good news," he had chortled to her. He said he had taken a polygraph test and that he had to pay for it, but he didn't tell her the results of the test. It sounded as though Randy's attorney wanted him to take a private lie detector test before he submitted to one administered by the police. "Randy's going to sell his house," Stacy said. "He's going to move north." How far north? Mullinax wondered. He didn't want to have to trail Randy Roth all the way up to Alaska if he and Sue Peters ever did get enough probable cause to arrest him. And that was a big if. On September 19th, Marilyn Brenneman, Randy Mullinax, Sue Peters, and Joe Lewis traveled to Skamania County. They met with Mike Grossi, who was now the undersheriff, and then followed the trail up the massive monolith. They climbed almost 3/4 of the way up the looming rock to the spot where Janice Roth had fallen to her death almost exactly a decade earlier. They found the shortcut between the two switchbacks, and Joe Lewis videotaped the terrain while Randy Mullinax described the area on tape. Up this high, the leaves had already begun to change. It was beautiful, but chilling, as the investigators gazed down. They were so high they viewed the landscape and the river below as if they were looking down from a plane. What must it have been like for a woman reportedly terrified of heights to feel herself sliding, and finally slipping over the edge? That was assuming that Janice had slipped, as Randy Roth had said. If she had been pushed, she would have been plummeting down, halfway there before she realized what had happened. Now a crew of detectives and a deputy prosecutor were recreating that day after Thanksgiving 1981. It wasn't easy, tracking down the sheriff's men and women, the rescuers, and interviewing them 10 years later. There is no statute of limitations on murder, but if Skamania County had not been able to find enough probable cause to bring charges right after Jan's death, there was no reason to think King County could do so a decade later. The one thing they had going for them in 1991, possibly, was a similar occurrence, a commonality, a pattern. Randy had bragged to Stacy Reese that he wasn't worried, that nothing seemed to be happening in the investigation of Cynthia's death. But he was whistling in the wind. Randy Roth certainly had good reason to feel nervous as the summer of 1991 eased into autumn. At the request of DPA Marilyn Brenneman and the King County detectives, George Cody appeared with Roth at Sue Peters's office in the King County Courthouse. Randy was prepared to take a lie detector test. Polygrapher Norm Matsky advised Roth of his constitutional rights. He asked his preliminary baseline questions. Then he asked Randy Roth to briefly explain to him what had happened on July 23rd, the day Cynthia drowned. George Cody objected. His client had, he said, already answered those kinds of questions. Suddenly, the lie detector session was all over. "This is a witch hunt," Cody said. "We will not continue." Cody and his client walked rapidly out of King County Police Headquarters. Even so, Randy had no idea how closely Mullinax and Peters were walking behind him. He was a man who had never served more than 14 days of jail time, who had collected on a number of insurance policies and never had to give a penny back, who had even let the U.S. government support his only child with survivor's benefits on a woman he had been married to less than a year. Randy was ready to move on to the next chapter of his life. He had told some of his confidants that he planned to leave the area entirely. He had told others he simply planned to move one county north into Snohomish County. He had never left Greg behind before, but he had never been this spooked before. Now, Greg was armed with 2 phone numbers to be used in case of emergency, and Randy had settled his son in with Lily Vanderveer. If Roth rabbited, there was no telling if King County authorities could ever find him again. 17. It was October 1991. Unaware that Marilyn Brenneman had prepared a certification for determination of probable cause for his arrest, Randy Roth went to an office of the Social Security Administration on October 2nd. Robbed, he felt, of Tyson's and Riley's benefits, Randy had come up with another thought. Very quietly, he had made application to Social Security on Greg's behalf, asking for $768 a month in survivor's benefits. He knew from his experience with Janice that he had been married to Cynthia just long enough for Greg to qualify as her son. He explained to Candy Bryce, the Social Security Administration interviewer, that Greg's mother had drowned 2 months earlier. He did not mention that Greg was already collecting Social Security survivors' benefits after the death of another of his mothers. Indeed, he said he had been married only twice, to Cynthia and to a woman named Donna Clift. He completely omitted any information on his other 2 wives, Janice Miranda and Donna Sanchez. When Bryce asked if Cynthia Roth had any other surviving children, Randy said no. Had Cynthia been married before? Candy Bryce asked. Yes, Randy answered smoothly. Her first marriage ended in divorce. Clearly, Randy Roth did not expect to be arrested. If he had, there were many things he would not have done, not the least of which was to make the rather unfortunate application for double Social Security benefits for Greg. There were also things he might have done. He might have moved or hidden items that were not technically his own. But he was cocky. More than 2 months had gone by, and it seemed obvious to him that the cops were chasing their own tails. They didn't have anything on him. They had no way to prove anything, and they never would. He was wrong. On October 8th, 1991, the Honorable Laura Inveen issued search warrants directing law enforcement personnel to search for and seize specified items of evidence pertaining to the crimes of murder and theft from the defendant's residence at 15423 232nd Avenue Northeast, Woodinville, King County, Washington. Each item of evidence was supported by probable cause and described with sufficient particularity to satisfy the mandate of the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution and Articles 1 and 7 of the Washington Constitution. The first search warrant was for items that could be connected to the drowning of Cynthia Roth: clothing, footwear, thongs, towels, documents, financial records or writings, and for tools and other items that Randy Roth had claimed were stolen in his 1988 burglary report to Pioneer Insurance. Everything was in place. But first, there was the matter of the arrest of Randolph G. Roth. It was 10 minutes after 9 on the 9th day of the 10th month of 1991, a Wednesday morning. Sue Peters, Joe Lewis, Randy Mullinax, and Sergeant Frank Kinney arrived at Bill Pierre Ford on Lake City Way. Sue Peters, who had begun this investigation on the baking hot evening of July 23rd, now officially arrested Randy Roth for the murder of his wife. Randy was shocked. He stared straight ahead as Peters read him his rights under Miranda. He stated that he understood those rights, and he declined to make any statement. He also refused to provide the detectives with a handwriting exemplar, and he would not sign a voluntary consent to search of his home. At that point, Peters provided Roth with a copy of the search warrant. His jaw set. He said nothing. Just as he had been forced to give up his raft for a police examination, he now was legally bound to let detectives search through his house. Apparently, he had not thought of that. Roth, in his mechanic's coveralls, requested his street clothes, and Mullinax asked his supervisor to get his shoes, jacket, shirt, and pants out of his locker. Maybe Randy expected to be bailed out and wanted to have his street clothes ready. As the two detectives transported Randy Roth south on the freeway toward the King County Jail, they noticed a truck following them, the driver apparently talking to someone on a cellular phone. At length, Mullinax pulled over onto the shoulder and forced the truck to pass. He recognized Randy's best friend, Max Butts. By 9:45 that morning, Roth had been booked into the King County Jail, and Peters and Mullinax drove to Woodinville to assist in the execution of the search warrant. They were, understandably, elated. They were perhaps halfway home. A police investigation rarely ends with the arrest. Conscientious detectives are usually looking for evidence right up to and during a trial. Randy Roth was 37 years old, and he had apparently been keeping secrets for most of his life. The two detectives had every reason to expect every room in his house to hold answers, clues, keys. Maybe Cynthia had stumbled onto some of those answers, and maybe it had led to her death. They were about to find out. 18. Even on real-life cop shows on television, patrolmen and detectives always seem to be bursting through front doors and yelling, "Freeze!" At the big yellow house, there was no need to burst through the door. There was no hurry. Sergeant Frank Kinney, Joe Lewis, and Bill Bonaire waited at the house for Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax to return from booking Randy Roth into jail. They looked at the scrubby yard that had never been landscaped and wondered why a man with the energy and obsessive need for order that Randy had never bothered to at least throw out some grass seed. He had complained that the place was a swamp, but that seemed an exaggeration. They could see where someone, possibly Randy, had dug a trench for a drain tile and filled it in with gravel. Someone, maybe Cindy, had placed planters with geraniums, nasturtiums, and marigolds on the front porch and in front of the triple garage. But Cindy had been dead for weeks, and no one had watered the flowers or picked off the dead leaves and blossoms. They were going to seed. While Kinney, Bonaire, and Lewis waited, they took pictures of the exterior of the empty house for the case file. When Mullinax and Peters arrived, they inserted a key in the front door and called out, "Search warrant, King County Police." No one answered. Like most search warrants, this too was executed in a silent house with silent rooms. There was the thinnest layer of dust on the new oak tables, and a staleness in the air from windows and doors shut too long. There was no sound in what had once been Cynthia Roth's dream home. There were no living occupants. The only eyes left to follow the detectives as they worked were those of Cynthia's dolls, some of which still stood on pedestals in the tall oak display case at the bottom of the stairs. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax had come to know Cynthia Laux Baumgartner Roth as well as, perhaps better than, they knew the living people in their own lives. They had talked to 100 or more people about her. They had also come to know and sincerely like her parents, Merle and Hazel, her brother, Leon, her children, Tyson and Riley, and her best friend, Lori Baker. They had talked to her husband. But this was her house. Her essence remained in these rooms, despite the fact that her widower had apparently tried to throw out all traces of her. The furniture she had chosen was still here. This was the house to which she had come full of hope, bubbling over with happiness, with a firm belief that she and her children would live here until she was old with the man she loved. Even though she was gone, the two detectives who had spent their every waking hour thinking about her for the past 11 weeks felt somehow that walking through her house was almost an invasion of her privacy. But they had to do it. There might be clues here that would explain what had led up to her death and let them see that her killer was convicted of her murder. Dust motes floated in the sun that streamed through the multi-paned windows as Sue Peters searched the family room. Randy Roth apparently never threw any paperwork away. Peters collected stacks of it, including newspaper articles and miscellaneous papers which she found in a green plastic garbage bag. She found 4 books on the Vietnam War and photographed them. It wasn't hard to figure out where Randy got the material for his war stories. She knew he had told some of his other women that he was actually the subject of Vietnam books. All lies. At 5'3", the smallest member of the search team, Peters burrowed into a crawl space underneath the house. She saw several cases of Motorcraft motor oil from Bill Pierre Ford. The other detectives were finding Bill Pierre items, too. It looked as if Randy had brought home enough stuff to open his own garage. There were hundreds, thousands of dollars worth of auto parts. They had suspected that Randy might have taken unauthorized stock home from work, but nothing like this. The Bill Pierre and Ford items were not listed on the search warrant. The investigators would have to ask for an additional search warrant. Frank Kinney found a VCR tape in the family room. Someone had taped television coverage of Cynthia's drowning. Joe Lewis bagged into evidence papers, tax records, real estate articles, an address book, bank records, telephone records, insurance, miscellaneous records, blank checks, keys, beach towels, women's thongs, and Cynthia Roth's financial and tax records. Lewis also located scores of tools. They looked remarkably similar to the tools that Randy had reported stolen in his claim to Pioneer Insurance after the burglary in 1988. As the searchers moved from room to room, Randy Mullinax took photographs. His search area was the master bedroom. It was still furnished, but it seemed empty of life, as if Randy had left only the most basic items to make the house more saleable. The only tender touch was a teddy bear on one shelf of the wall unit. The bear wore a sweatband. Mullinax found Cynthia's wallet and checkbook. There was no identification in the wallet, but the check register appeared to have been written by Cynthia. The last check had been written to a Safeway store for groceries on July 23, 1991, the day of her death. There were several packages of condoms next to the bed, and a small magazine featuring letters about sex under the bed. Randy had told many women he'd had a vasectomy. If he had been faithful to his new wife, he should not have had any need for condoms. The next 2 bedrooms were completely bare, except for some empty suitcases in the closets. The 4th bedroom held the peculiar weapons that Randy had always kept close by, clubs with nails driven into them. In the closet of that room, Mullinax found a black rubber diving suit. If Randy Roth couldn't swim very well, what was he doing with a wetsuit? The upstairs rec room contained photo albums with photographs of Janice, Jelena, Randy, Greg, Cynthia, and Lori Baker. There were more clippings about Vietnam. Next to the albums were a number of Marine Corps patches, They were brand new. The sales slips were close by. Mullinax perused the slogans on the patches. Served and proud of it. POW-MIA. They are not forgotten. Republic of Vietnam Service. 3rd Recon BN. Swift, silent, deadly. Randy also had patches from Korea, the Philippines, Camp Pendleton, Camp Delmar, 29 Palms, and Okinawa. The man who had served in the Marines for only a few months as a clerk had not gotten over his obsession. He had told the lies so many times to so many people that he might actually have believed he had served in Vietnam. More likely, the stories in the patches were a part of his con technique. The older he got and the more remote the Vietnam conflict became, the better he might be able to carry off his swift, silent, deadly stories. But not in jail. You can't con a con. According to her sons, Randy had dumped Cynthia's makeup, blush, lipstick, mascara, and eyeliner, her perfume and nail polish, and most of her other beauty products into the garbage the day after she died. That was probably true. Mullinax found no cosmetics. In the upstairs bathroom closet, he did find numerous family photographs. Precious pictures that had obviously belonged to Cynthia Roth. There were framed pictures of Tyson and Riley from their earliest babyhood to more recent pictures. There was a picture of the Laux family, Hazel, Merle, Leon, and a 6-year-old Cindy, that looked as though it had been taken in the early 60s. There was a plaque from Little League that read, "Special thanks, Coach Cindy Baumgartner." And Mullinax found other plaques as well. Everything had been tossed carelessly into the bathroom closet. Those mementos should have gone to Lori or to the Lauxes. Cindy's pictures were there, too. The country pictures of ducks and teddy bears, her country brooms decorated with lace and flowers, her woven baskets, so many of the little touches that she had placed around the house. Randy had told Stacy Reese that he had gotten rid of all that fucking mauve. Well, he had, most of it. He'd dumped it in the bathroom closet or thrown it in the garbage. Mullinax searched a little outside utility shed and found 2 steel chainsaws, one 20-inch and one 16-inch. Those were 2 of the items that Mullinax remembered Randy had reported stolen to Pioneer. Either he had replaced everything he had lost, or he had never lost it at all. Randy Mullinax found another crawl space. This one was locked. Gaining access, he found more oil, more auto parts whose boxes read Bill Pierre. It was a wonder that they had enough equipment back at the Ford dealership to do business. Bill Bonaire leafed through a thin book, no more than 40 pages long, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He had found it in Randy's macho rec room. It was a very old book on Japanese martial arts that described in detail how to kill someone with your bare hands and never leave a mark. Most of the illustrative diagrams showed techniques to be used around the head and neck. The detectives were all getting hot and dirty as they swarmed over the yellow house, its outbuildings and crawl spaces. Clearly, Randy Roth had not expected to be arrested on that October day. Aside from the stuff he'd thrown away, sold at the swap meet, and dumped unceremoniously into the baker's U-Haul truck, Randy seemed to have hung on to everything. Sue Peters moved into the triple garage. It was about 12:50 p.m., and she had been searching steadily for 2 hours. There was a little 4-drawer brown file cabinet in the garage. It didn't look important. It seemed to be stuffed with more paperwork. Searching through it all was a little like preparing to do income tax, digging through receipts, checks, letters, and miscellaneous junk that should have been organized months before. In the second drawer, Sue Peters found a wadded-up clump of what looked to be sheets of typewriter paper. She was tempted to toss it. "I don't know why I bothered with it," she would say months later. "It looked like garbage. Do I want to bother with this?" I dinked around with it, and I saw Randy Hates Cindy, and I said to myself, "Holy cow!" If Cynthia Roth had been standing right behind Sue Peters and reached out to touch her lightly on the shoulder, Peters could not have had more of a sense that she had finally broken the code. Cindy hadn't been the kind of woman to complain to friends or to her family. Peters had learned by now that Cindy was proud and private and tried her best to make things work out. But they had not. Staring down at the crumpled sheets in her hand, Sue Peters could almost hear Cindy's voice as she read her words. Randy does not love Cindy. Randy hates Cindy. Randy hates Cindy's face makeup. Randy hates Cindy's blush. Randy hates Cindy's lipstick. Randy hates Cindy's blonde hair. Randy hates Cindy's ugly toes. They're the ugliest toes he's ever seen. Randy hates all of Cindy's 5 or 6 different perfumes. Randy hates Cindy's cold feet. Randy hates Cindy's cold hands. Randy hates Cindy's fingernails. Randy hates Cindy's dolls in every room. Randy hates Cindy's pink feminine things in every room. Randy hates Cindy's peach feminine things in every room. Randy hates Cindy's pictures. Randy hates Cindy's furniture. Randy hates Cindy's drawers because they aren't real drawers. Randy hates the way Cindy drives because she'll wreck the cars and trucks. Randy hates the way Cindy cooks most of the time. Randy hates the way Cindy buys groceries too many times every week and spends too much money. Randy hates the swamp that Cindy made him move to. Randy hates Cindy's hose. Randy hates Cindy's things. Randy hates Cindy's money. Randy hates Cindy's independent nature. Randy hates the way Cindy grinds her teeth. Randy hates the way Cindy picks up his papers all the time. Randy hates the way Cindy uses all the hot water to fill the huge tub for a bath. Randy hates that Cindy drinks coffee. Randy hates that Cindy eats more than all of the boys. Randy hates how Cindy decorates a house. Randy hates Cindy shopping. Randy hates Cindy leaving the house at all. Randy hates Cindy driving the trooper. Randy hates Cindy's pants. Randy hates that Cindy likes to eat because she'll get fat. Randy hates that Cindy made a cookie for Valentine's Day and not a cake. Randy hates if Cindy wants to help or volunteer anywhere. Randy hates Cindy having Lori over to our house. Randy hates coming home from work instead of shopping or doing other things. Randy hates not being able to go shopping alone all the time. Randy hates telling Cindy where he goes. Randy hates Cindy's monthly thing and putting up with her each month. Sue Peters sat back on her heels. The document was written as if it were a desperate poem. The writing scrawled more with each line, and she could imagine the writer sobbing as she wrote. The words had been set down in black ink with a forceful hand. Cynthia Roth, the bubbly, giving, friendly woman, had clearly been reduced to someone who had no self-confidence left, whose every move, thought, action, and behavior had irritated the man she had loved so much. Randy Roth had beaten her down until she had little left. Nothing she did had pleased him. And yet Cindy had still held out that last hope, that their anniversary trip to Reno would somehow renew their marriage and bring them back to the place in their hearts where they had been in the summer of 1990. There was no date on the poem. It had to have been written after Valentine's Day, 1991. Cindy had not yet met Randy Roth on that holiday in 1990. Her friends had seen that Cindy had seemed quietly unhappy after her first Christmas with Randy. The insurance papers had been delivered in March. Yes, Cindy had realized full well that Randy no longer loved her. But had she been afraid of him? Afraid for her life? Probably not. If she had been, she would not have climbed into that raft with him and headed so far, far away from the crowd on the beach at Idlewood Park. She would have not left her sons alone on the beach unless she expected to be back in a very short time. As Sue Peters sealed the desolate poem into a plastic bag and labeled it, she thought of another little note she had found in her search, a note written in the same rounded cursive script. Cindy Roth had, like all the others, believed that Randy's nightmares were triggered by his horrible experiences in a faraway Asian war. And she had been trying to help him. Peters looked at the note. Tuesday night, 7:30 p.m. Tell Randy about Vietnam vet meeting. Post-traumatic stress disorder? Peters looked at the little shrine that Randy had built for himself in the front hallway. There was a picture of him in marine dress blues, a very handsome, solemn young man gazing straight ahead, and a gold-framed display of 2 Marine Corps emblems. And beneath that, the bronze plaque for valor awarded to Sergeant R.G. Roth. Bravery and valor? Hardly. Sue Peters knew that Randy hadn't earned the plaque, that he had copied one he had seen in Ben Goodwin's house. She plucked it off the wall, handed it to Joe Louis, and said, "Put this in evidence." It had been a very long day. She had arrested Randy at 10 minutes to 9 that morning, and it was now 6:30 in the evening. "Wait a minute," Peters said. She went upstairs and got the red scrapbook with the Vietnam articles in it and handed that to Joe Louis, too. 19. As late as it was, the King County search team contacted Rick Doss from the Bill Pierre Ford Agency and asked him to come and take a look at the auto parts, motor oil, and other items that might have come from the dealership. Doss arrived and made an inventory list of possible stolen agency items. The police secured the residence at 20 minutes after 7, and by 8, Sue Peters and Bonaire were downtown, placing all the items they had seized in the evidence room of the King County Courthouse. Search warrants are precise in listing what detectives may remove. In the execution of the first warrant, the King County detectives had seen countless items that clearly belonged to Bill Pierre Ford. They immediately asked for a second warrant listing those items. The second search warrant was issued. In lay terms, that meant that the King County detectives had the right to go back into the big yellow house and seize the motor parts, oil, gaskets, almost anything with Bill Pierre stamped on it. Before they locked up the Woodinville house on October 9th, Kinney, Lewis, Bonaire, Mullinax, and Peters had carried and dragged the items that looked as if they had come from Randy's employer into 2 of the 3 garages. They photographed the stuff, but they couldn't really know how much it was worth, where it had come from, or if Randy was authorized to have it in his possession. The manager at the dealership that employed Randy Roth had no record that Randy had ever paid for the still-boxed products in the Woodinville home. Armed with their second search warrant, detectives listed 95 items as they removed everything from coil springs to motor oil, gearboxes to steering fluid, brake parts to radiators, and almost everything else a man might need to rebuild cars at home. It looked as though Randy had never left work without taking something unauthorized along with him. Max Botts arrived while the detectives spent their second day logging evidence. He picked up the Roth's dog and the motorcycles that were parked behind the house. Sue Peters released the 95 items that belonged to Bill Pierre Ford to Dick Tutino of that agency. The news of Randy Roth's arrest hit the papers on October 10th, 1991. The next day, the specific charge of first-degree murder was announced. His bail was set at $1 million. Marilyn Brenneman's probable cause document ran 18 pages and contained information that fascinated both the press and the public. For the first time, they learned about the many, many women in Randy's past, some dead, others only disenchanted. The accident on Lake Sammamish no longer seemed to be the result of a bitter twist of fate. George Cody hastened to remind the media that the case against his client was purely circumstantial. Randy Roth, he said, was fully prepared to defend himself against the charge. Cody maintained that suspicions had been directed toward Roth solely because tragedy had struck him twice, that the King County prosecutors had no smoking gun surprises in the documents filed by Marilyn Brenneman. He called the evidence against Roth a circumstantial web that in no way changed his own determination to enter a plea of not guilty. He was ready to proceed to trial. Lizabeth Roth, who had always been a shadowy, almost mythic figure in Randy's discussions of his background, called Sue Peters. Mrs. Roth explained that she was Randy's mother, and that she had been watching reports of his arrest on television and felt the situation was unreal. "Randy was heartbroken when Cynthia died," she said urgently. "When I hugged him at the service, he almost broke into tears." Lizabeth Roth explained that her family was extremely religious and that they were not killers. "Well," Peters said cautiously, but there was no way to be tactful about her next question. "What about your son David Roth? He's in prison for murder, isn't he?" "He got a bum rap," Lizabeth Roth said indignantly. "It was a setup. He confessed by force and the FBI is looking into it." Randy Roth's troubles piled up. Chris Jarvis, chronicling Roth's daily troubles for the Journal American, reported that Roth was also under investigation for theft from Bill Pierre Ford, his employer. Randy had the murder charge and the $1 million bail hanging over his head in King County Superior Court, and Seattle District Court records showed that police had reason to believe he was also suspected of stealing more than $1,000 worth of auto parts from Bill Pierre. The actual total was $2,254. Pioneer Insurance refiled charges of insurance fraud connected with the 1988 burglary of Randy's house. Randy Mullinax and Sue Peters had found too many of the things he had claimed losses for: the 2 steel saws, the Craftsman tool chest, a stereo set. For most people, it is a good idea to save receipts. For Randy, it had meant disaster. It was easy for investigators to match the dates on the receipts with the items squirreled away in and under the Woodinville house. Whatever had disappeared in 1988 had miraculously found its way back into Randy's possession. Bill Pierre Ford fired Randy. That was the least of his troubles. On Saturday, October 12th, Randy Mullinax received a phone call from one of Lily Vandeveer's relatives. She had reason to believe that Randy had called Lily from the King County Jail. Randy gave her a long list of things he wanted her to remove from his house right away, the woman said. Mullinax immediately placed the empty yellow house under surveillance all weekend, but nobody appeared. It might have been too late. The same informant called him back to say that she thought Lily and a man named Max might already have taken things from the house that Randy didn't want anyone to know about. "I think they took them to store someplace in Snohomish County," she said. "I heard, too, that Randy gave Lily $25,000 before he went to jail." Max Butts had had an appointment with Mullinax at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, but he hadn't shown up. On Monday, the detective went to the body shop where Max worked. Butts pulled in driving Randy Roth's Ford pickup. He didn't seem particularly happy to see Mullinax. Randy Mullinax noted that Randy Roth's toolboxes from Bill Pierre Ford were in the back of the pickup. Butts didn't want to talk to Mullinax at all, saying he had been advised by Randy's attorney not to. "Is George Cody your attorney?" Mullinax asked. "No." "Well, I think it's very important that you talk to me about any involvement you may have had in picking up some of Randy's belongings from his house over the weekend." Mullinax studied Butts. He saw the man was torn between loyalty to his best friend and saving his own neck. His neck won. Max Butts admitted that Randy had called and given him a list of things that he wanted out of his house. He was afraid stuff that belonged to him might be taken away while he was in jail. He wanted his personal papers and other things stored for him. I took them to my house. Mullinax called the office and spoke to Sue Peters. She had just received a call from Rick Doss at Bill Pierre. Max Butts had picked up Randy's toolbox, but he had also returned some large items that belonged to the Ford dealership. He had explained to the mechanic who helped him unload the equipment that Roth had borrowed it, and Max was now returning it for him. The items were a Walker 1.5-ton bumper jack, a Weaver Acra-Speed wheel balancer, and a Hunter Strobe wheel balancer kit. Mullinax had seen all three of the items when he participated in the first search. The jack was in the crawl space, and the wheel balancers were under the front porch. Rick Doss said that Randy had never had permission to take either the jack or the balancers. Occasionally, mechanics could borrow the heavier equipment overnight, but it was always due back the next morning. Randy had never asked. For a man who claimed to be as clever and competent as Randy Roth always had, his frantic return of stolen items was a little silly. He was charged with first-degree murder, and he was worrying about theft charges. But then, the theft charges were backed by physical evidence, while the murder charges really were circumstantial, just as George Cody said. Could Marilyn Brenneman convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that Randy Roth had deliberately drowned Cynthia Roth? Could she find legal precedent that would let her bring the accidental death of Janice Roth into her courtroom? Winning or losing might all come down to that. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax had sensed from the very beginning that Randy Roth frightened the people whose lives touched his, that there had always been about him a subtle threat of danger. He was the man in black who prowled alone at night, the man with the nail-studded clubs hanging from his bed, the self-proclaimed expert in karate, and the man who had carried out such vicious killings in Vietnam that he screamed out in the darkness of his dreams. And, of course, 2 of his 4 wives were dead, and violently dead. Once Randy Roth had been arrested and was languishing in jail with $1 million in bail keeping him there. Witnesses began to speak more freely. Their fear of Randy might very well have been subliminal. He had spent most of his life perfecting his own brand of mind control. Laurie Baker had never been afraid of Randy. She had been afraid for Cynthia, but more afraid that Cindy would be hurt emotionally than physically. Marilyn Brenneman and Randy Mullinax went to Laurie's home to talk with her. They showed her the 4-page poem that Sue Peters had found in Cindy's little storage chest in the garage. If anyone could recognize Cindy's writing, it would be Laurie. Laurie read through the words that showed how sad and diminished Cindy had been in her last spring. She nodded. "Yes," she said, "it was Cindy's writing. She told me about writing this, all the things that Randy hated about her. I didn't know that she had saved it." Laurie would be an important witness in the case against Randy Roth, and she talked with Marilyn Brenneman about the close friendship she had had with Cindy Baumgartner. Combining their households had seemed like a good idea back in 1985, and it had been. Cindy hadn't needed Laurie's $300 a month rent, but Laurie had insisted. They maintained a bank account together to pay the household expenses. Laurie had agreed to be the boy's guardian, but she had not expected to be the executor of Cindy's will. "I remember when she told me that a man had asked for her phone number while she was working at the concession stand for Little League," Laurie said. "That man turned out to be Randy Roth." Laurie recalled when Randy and his son Greg had come to dinner at the house she shared with Cindy. Laurie had not had a chance to say much to Randy during the very short time that he and Cindy had dated. Cindy and Randy had eyes only for each other. Laurie found Randy Roth pleasant enough, but his courtship was rapid and constant. She remembered that Randy kept asking Cindy to take overnight trips with him. That was something that Cindy would never have done unless she was married to a man, Laurie explained. Cindy had been troubled that Randy was not a churchgoer, but she had been sure that she would be able to get him to attend church after they were married. Things had not gone well after the marriage, even though she told no one but Laurie. Cindy had confided shortly after the honeymoon that her sex life with Randy was not very good. Randy had not proved to be the ardent lover she had waited for. After so many years of celibacy, it had been a disappointment. Cindy had expected that this would be a complete marriage, with both spiritual and physical love. Cindy had felt disloyal even in voicing her disillusionment about her almost non-existent sex life. Randy had been such an impetuous suitor that she had expected him to be a warm and exciting lover, and he had not been.
Within weeks of their wedding, Laurie said sadly, Cindy was having second thoughts.
Cindy Roth had been independent for almost 6 years, and she had come to value her freedom to come and go. But she told Laurie that Randy wanted her to stay in the house all the time. His insistence that she was not to do anything on her own had quickly made Cindy feel suffocated. She was frustrated and annoyed once when she found her car wouldn't start. Laurie came over to help and found that someone had deliberately disconnected a wire under the hood. "I hooked it back up," Laurie said, "and she could at least do her errands." Randy had operated under a double standard. He could join a health gym, but he didn't even want his wife to join an aerobics class if there were men in it. Laurie recalled that Cindy had been highly suspicious of Lily Vanderveer. When Randy took Lily's son Brad home, he would often be gone for hours. Cindy didn't trust Lily and Randy. She had begun to drive Brad home earlier in the day, so that Randy had no excuse to make the trip. She hadn't been able to understand why the older woman seemed to have such a large place in Randy's life. By the spring of 1991, Cindy had begun to mention to Laurie that she had thought of leaving Randy, but Laurie knew she never would have.
Her religious beliefs were too strong. She wouldn't have considered divorce.
"Do you know if Randy ever asked her for a divorce?" Marilyn Brenneman asked. Laurie shook her head.
"I don't think so. Cindy would have told me."
Now that they knew they would be going to trial, Marilyn Brenneman needed to learn as much as she could about Randy Roth, every relationship, every detail, even those that seemed innocuous enough on the surface. Randy Mullinax was curious that Max Butts would run so many errands for Roth. What was he to Randy Roth? Laurie had met Max several times. He was always trailing in Randy's wake.
Cindy noticed it too, Laurie recalled. She said it seemed like everywhere they went, Max showed up.
He had told Laurie that he didn't think Randy would marry Cindy. When he came to her house looking for Randy on the weekend the pair had eloped to Reno, Max had seemed terribly upset to hear that news. Mullinax had seen that Roth always had had a younger male friend who was totally impressed with him, someone to run and fetch for him. Once it had been Nick Amandi. Now it was Max Butts. Amandi was ready to tell the detectives anything they needed to know. He had broken away from Randy, while Butts was still clinging to his hero. Laurie Baker said that Greg had been very fond of Cindy, although he was careful not to show how much he liked her when his father was around. Cindy hadn't known why, except that Randy was so much into Marine-style macho behavior. Real men didn't show their feelings, and that went for boys, too. There was one thing that Laurie had never known about. Cindy had never told her about the way Randy disciplined the boys, Greg and her own 2 sons. After Tyson and Riley moved in with Laurie, however, she realized with dawning horror just how bad things had been. "He made them do squat thrusts as discipline," she told Brenneman and Mullinax. "They told me once that they were doing them in the driveway on a cold night, and he turned the hose on them because they weren't doing them fast enough." Tyson had told Laurie that Randy picked him up bodily once and threw him across the room so hard that Tyson's head made a dent in the wallboard. All 3 of the boys had to help Randy clean the shop at Bill Pierre Ford on Friday nights. They didn't mind that, but inevitably they never worked fast enough to suit him. To hurry them along, Randy had turned the high-pressure cold water hose on them. They had to finish cleaning and ride home with wet clothes, Laurie said. What might have been a lark in the summer was miserable in the winter. Cindy had saved Greg from serious injury at least once, the boys had told Laurie. His father had been about to throw him headlong into the stone fireplace when Cindy intervened. Marilyn Brenneman and Randy Mullinax talked alone to Tyson Baumgartner, and they got a more fully rounded picture of what life had really been like in the picture-perfect yellow house in the country. Cindy's older son said Randy had insisted that he and Riley watch videos of Platoon and Hamburger Hill. Both Vietnam War movies were full of gruesome battle scenes. When the boys tried to turn away from the bloody action, Randy insisted they watch it all. Randy told us that he had to do a lot of the things we saw when he was in Vietnam, Tyson said. On some nights when Randy was angry with Tyson or Riley, he took out his rage on their mother. He would drive off in a spray of gravel and not come home until the early hours of the morning. Or he would grab Cindy's arm so hard that she had bruises shaped like finger marks the next day. Tyson remembered the shop nights at the car dealership all too well. Randy and Max, who invariably accompanied them, would laugh at the sight of the boys when they were caught in the needle-sharp spray of the high-pressure hose. The boys had just about frozen working in January or February in soaking wet clothes. Asked if he remembered his stepfather ever bringing home supplies from the car dealership, Tyson nodded. He had seen Randy bring home oil and air filters and the jack that Randy Mullinax had found under the house during the search warrant sweep. He said he needed the jack to work on the Escort. He put the oil on the shelves in the garage. Tyson said that he had even seen Randy bringing home entire engines. One was still wrapped in plastic in a crate. He didn't know what had become of those big items. He had asked Randy once if he bought the things he brought home, and Randy had said sarcastically, "No, I did not buy them." Cindy Roth's little boys were slowly coming out of their nightmare months with a stepfather who had never served in Vietnam, but who behaved like a cruel Marine drill sergeant. They had tried very hard to get along with him because their mother wanted them all to be a family. Sometimes Randy had done fun things with them, but mostly they had walked softly and jumped to do his bidding. So had their mother. 20. 1985 had been a turning point year for Cindy Baumgartner, Randy Roth, Sue Peters, Randy Mullinax, and Marilyn Brenneman, and for Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Susan Story, who was chosen to be the other half of the King County prosecuting team. Because of what happened in that single year, none of them would ever be quite the same again. But, of course, not one of them had realized it. Watershed moments are only recognizable in retrospect. When Donna Clift left Randy Roth in 1985, he became a single man and, in his own mind, a widower again. Cindy really was a widow. The two of them seemed meant, through some grim synchronicity, to meet and to marry, but for all the wrong reasons. Donna Clift would berate herself forever after for not calling Cindy to warn her. Ben Goodwin would wish he had been more convincing when he did warn her. But nothing helped, and Cindy was dead. And now the most compelling murder case in King County in decades was going to trial. And it would indeed be a squeaker. In the fall of 1985, Susan Story was starting her last year of law school at the University of Puget Sound and working for a Tacoma law firm. Tacoma was a big city compared to Lewiston, Idaho, where she was born. She didn't stay very long in the town on the Washington-Idaho state line. Story's childhood was peripatetic. She lived in Spokane, Seattle, and New Providence, New Jersey. She went to high school in Seattle and undergraduate school at the University of Washington, where she was an outstanding member of the crew team. In 1985, Susan Story had served a summer internship with the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office in Seattle, and they had offered her a job when she graduated from law school in the spring. "I jumped at the job," Story remembers. "I knew I wanted to practice criminal law." Fledgling prosecutors don't get to handle much heavy-duty criminal law in the beginning, but Story knew that. After Susan Story graduated cum laude from UPS, she moved to Seattle and started at the King County Prosecutor's Office in October of 1986. Her first assignment was in a district court in Renton, a Seattle suburb. Next, she worked in King County Juvenile Court. I didn't come downtown until right about the end of 1988. Dark-haired, with clear blue eyes, Story shares Sue Peters' love for softball and served for a time as assistant commissioner of the Emerald City Softball Association. In her first 5 years with the King County Prosecutor's Office, Story moved steadily up to handle headline cases, including the Hung Tran Asian gang case, in which the accused attempted to be tried as a juvenile after terrorizing and robbing families in his neighborhood. Forensic anthropologists used X-ray technology to determine Tran's age. He was not a juvenile. Another memorable case for Story was the trial of the Queen Anne axe murderer. Numerous homes in the historic Queen Anne Hill district of Seattle were broken into at night. At first, the pattern seemed bizarre, even kinky. The intruder would rearrange the furniture, write on the walls, or leave an axe inside the house. And then things turned deadly. A 60-year-old woman was murdered with an axe as she slept. Detectives arrested James Cushing, who had no permanent address and rambled the streets of Seattle. He had become fixated on the Queen Anne neighborhood. Susan Story won a conviction despite Cushing's insanity defense. Marilyn Brenneman and Sue Story had long since discovered, as had all female prosecutors, that the distaff members of the prosecutor's office bear an extra burden in the courtroom. Like all effective prosecutors, they had schooled themselves to remain dispassionate about the defendant, no matter what abhorrent crimes he or she might stand accused of. But it hadn't been that long since the lead prosecutor was always male, although he might be assisted by a female DPA. In the courtroom, the woman prosecutor still had to remember to walk softer, to speak softer. You never hear a male attorney being described as strident, Brenneman says, smiling, or bitchy, or worst of all, put them together and you have strident bitch. Males don't have to think about keeping their voices modulated. We speak softly and calmly because we're aware that women can be fair game. Eventually this will go away too. Petite female prosecutors could sometimes talk a bit louder and be a little more sarcastic, but Brenneman and Story are tall women and noticeable in the confines of the courtroom. Sometimes their height helps. Sometimes it's a drawback. Brenneman, at 5'9", is heartened to see one of Seattle's more massive defense attorneys in the opposite corner. She laughs, remembering when she was about as pregnant as a woman can get with her last child. Facing off with Tony Savage, one of Seattle's largest and most sought-out criminal defense attorneys, Brenneman quipped to the judge, "If this trial isn't over soon, I'm going to be bigger than Tony." She made it with a few days to spare. Susan Story, flushed with victory after a homicide trial, was chastened by a juror who murmured, "I know he was guilty, but did you have to be so mean to him in cross-examination?" Although it was not deliberate, there was a certain poetic justice now in the fact that out of the prime detective prosecutor team that stood against a man accused of seducing and killing women, 3 of the 4 members were female. Sue Peters, Marilyn Brenneman, and Susan Story. Randy Mullinax was the lone male. Randy Roth had demeaned and abused females most of his life. He hated little girls. He was the embodiment of the kind of man who preferred his women to stay in their place, barefoot, but not pregnant. Now he would face 2 smart, strong, and savvy women in the courtroom, while a third, Sue Peters, would be sitting at the prosecution table as a friend of the court. Mullinax and Susan Story took aerial photos of Lake Sammamish and Idlewood Park. The game plan would be to recreate for the jury the events, the ambiance, and the scene at the park on the day Cynthia Roth's life ended. It would not be a simple task to take that blistering hot summer day at the lake into a small windowless courtroom, to fill the jurors' senses with the sounds, sights, smells, and emotions of that awful day. But they were going to do it. Cynthia Baumgartner Roth could no longer speak for herself, She could not say what had happened on the far side of the lake as her little boys scanned the water for some sight of their mother. But there were ways to reconstruct. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax had steadily built a wall of probability, human memories and impressions, documents, expert opinion, similar transactions, and motivations. That wall would always have one stone missing, Cynthia herself, but it was strong enough to hold without her. 21. Contrary to a layman's view, even when a suspect has been arrested and charged, the investigation is not over. The detectives who had tracked and trapped Randy Roth worked harder, if possible, after he was arrested than they had before. He was a man whose whole life had been deliberately secretive as he carried out his schemes. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax continued to burrow into the quagmire that was Roth's past, conferring constantly with Marilyn Brenneman and Susan Story about the man they would come up against in court. Randy Roth had never, apparently, simply lived his life. He had played wicked games with everyone around him, delighting in keeping them off balance, in deluding and deceiving. Roth was a paradox. He seemed to have lied even when telling the truth might have been easier. He was not a master at Taekwondo, or a Marine hero, or a tender lover, or a caring father, or a score of other things he claimed to be. He was, they were convinced, a cold and calculating con man, and a killer who could walk away from his murders without a scintilla of remorse. He didn't know the meaning of the word, but he was smart, not educated smart, but street smart. Before Roth went to trial in the spring of 1992, the quartet who would face off with him had to find his Achilles heel. They suspected that his weakness lay in the very behavior that had given him power, his lies. Given enough time, a lie invariably comes home to roost, and Randy Roth had an endless flock of lies circling him. By sheer coincidence, Randy Roth was charged with first-degree murder exactly 1 year to the day after the Pioneer Insurance Company had paid him $28,500 on his burglary claim and dismissed its court action against him, with prejudice. Sue Peters and Randy Mullinax had found 2 solid witnesses who told them that they knew about the burglary before it ever happened. Both witnesses were afraid of Roth, however. Pioneer Insurance agreed not to make any move to vacate its 1990 court action until Roth was behind bars. The witnesses who could help prove Randy had faked his burglary feared retribution. Pioneer's lawyers promised the King County detectives they would not contact the witnesses until it was safe to do so. On October 9, 1991, with Randy Roth safely in jail, Pioneer filed its motion to reopen the case against him. One of the frightened witnesses was Nick Imondi. He signed an affidavit that his one-time best friend, Randy Roth, had told him in the summer of 1988 that he was thinking of robbing his own house. The second witness was Brittany Goodwin. She had given a statement to Peters and Mullinax a month after Cynthia drowned, but she would not sign it until she knew Randy was behind bars. Brittany was the daughter of the man who had been Randy's best friend for almost 8 years. Both Ben and Marta Goodwin had loved and trusted Randy, and they had been disillusioned. But even at the end of their friendship, they had not realized how deeply he had betrayed them, or for how long. Brittany had been in grade school when the Goodwins met Randy, but she blossomed into a very pretty, if shy, teenager. From the time Brittany was 13, she had a crush on Randy. She didn't know how old he was, and he would never tell her. "Let's just say I'm in a box that's over 17 and under 35, he would tease. While it is more normal than not for teenage girls to have crushes on older men, it is not normal for adult men to encourage that immature adulation. At first, Randy had only seemed so handsome and so much fun. Brittany was full-breasted early and could have passed for 17 or 18 when she was 4 or 5 years younger. But she was really only a child when Randy began to flirt with her. There was no way she was equipped to deal with his exploitation.
"He'd always help me clean up after he came over for dinner," she said. "He would pinch me on the bottom or rub against me when he was putting the dishes away. That was the way it started."
Brittany was kind of jealous when Randy married Donna Clift, and then when Mary Jo moved in. Brittany Goodwin had never been out with a boy. She was a sitting duck for a man like Randy Roth. He defined who she was, how she would act, how she would look, even how much she would weigh. And he did it so subtly that even her parents berated themselves when they grew suspicious.
"The thing was," Brittany recalls with bitterness, "is that the boys were always with us. Greg and my brother Ryan would go along when Randy took me anywhere. That made it look innocent, and Randy planned it that way." Although Brittany's weight was within normal limits, Randy always complained that she was too fat. She was not fat, she was large-breasted, but her waist and hips were slim. More than most teenagers, Brittany felt insecure and imperfect. Slyly, Randy became a sinister Pygmalion to the 14-year-old girl who lived next door. "He wanted me to be thinner," she said. "He told me that every 5 pounds I lost, he would give me a reward, like take me skiing or inner tubing, or he would buy me a new bathing suit. I tried, but I couldn't lose enough to suit him. I decided that if I threw up everything I ate, I would get thin, so I stuck a pencil down my throat and I just threw up all the time. I was really getting emotionally screwed up trying to be what Randy wanted me to be."
Randy kept an eye on everything Brittany ate. He could go all day and not eat anything but an apple. He couldn't understand why I needed to eat. That was when all my problems with food and my body image started. With Randy. While her parents believed Randy was taking an avuncular interest in Brittany, he was actually grooming her to be his lover.
"He wanted me to be more worldly. He wanted me to eat different foods, meet more people, and act grown up," Brittany said.
"He wanted me to be 30, but I wasn't 15 yet." Brittany turned 15 on February 7, 1987. On Valentine's Day, while Marta and Ben Goodwin were out of town, Randy took Brittany and the boys out to dinner, and then seduced his best friend's daughter. He promised Brittany that he would marry her when she was 18. "He liked to talk about what my folks would say if they knew we were in love," she remembers. "He would say that maybe we could tell them we were getting married when I was 17 and a half. He told me that I would never have to work, that he would spoil me." Perhaps because he knew that Brittany was completely in his power, Randy showed her more of his life than he had other women. He took her, along with Greg and Ryan, to visit his father in Vancouver, Washington. While the Goodwins trusted him, he sent the boys away so that he and Brittany could be alone.
"I think Greg knew about us," Brittany said, "but Randy told him he better not say anything. If Greg told, Randy would go to prison, and if he ever got out, he'd come back and get him for telling. Greg never told."
Randy also took Brittany to see his mother. Elizabeth Roth was in the hospital in Bremerton, Washington, recovering from gallbladder surgery. Randy didn't say much to his mother, and Brittany didn't know what to say either. He took her to see his sisters, too. Brittany was surprised at the way Randy's mother and sisters looked. They all wore thick blue eyeshadow and dressed in a way that seemed kind of trashy to her. Randy's physical affair with Brittany was more convenient for him when she began to babysit for Greg. It was almost impossible for her to control Greg. If she told him to go in his room, she would look toward the street 5 minutes later and see that Greg had crawled out his window and was outside playing. But Randy could make Greg mind. "We were all afraid of him," Brittany remembers. "We all had to do what Randy said. If I didn't push in my chair after dinner, we all had to do push-ups or bends and thrusts. It seemed kind of funny to me that Randy made love to me and then treated me like a child. If Brittany ever argued with him, Randy would refuse to have sex with her. And at the same time, he made her feel even less desirable than he usually did. Greg got most of the punishment, though. He was pushed into a freezing shower if he lied, or he had to stand with both hands on his bed, his pants around his ankles, while Randy beat him with his belt. Randy took Brittany to Parents Without Partners dances, she said. I don't know how he explained me. I guess I looked old enough. There were a lot of young women there, and I was jealous. If I didn't learn a dance step on the first try, Randy got mad. If I chewed gum, he'd tell me not to act like a teenager. But I was a teenager. Randy kept Brittany completely off balance all the time. He bought her a promise ring, and she believed he meant it when he said he would marry her. He would leave a single rose on her car windshield, or at the end of her driveway where she would see it and know it was from him. When she babysat, Randy would pretend to drive away, then park his truck down the street and sneak back to spend the night with her. But she knew he was seeing other women, too. She found notes from them, and condoms. He only laughed when she questioned him. Randy particularly enjoyed touching Brittany when her father was so close it was dangerous. If Randy and Ben were working on a car, Randy would wait until Ben's back was turned, and then he would blow Brittany a kiss or rub his hand over her breast. When the families went camping together, as they had for years, Brittany slept in a little tent a few feet from her parents' trailer. Randy liked that. He liked to sneak in and have sex with me so close to where they were sleeping. Brittany learned soon enough that Randy didn't necessarily keep his promises. She became less afraid of him, but more depressed. Mary Jo or Lily would drive up to Randy's house after 11 and stay until 4 or 5 in the morning. She says, my bedroom window was on that side, and I stood there all night watching his dark house, trying to look in his bedroom window until I saw them leave. Randy seemed to take pleasure in tormenting Brittany. He flirted openly with other women when she was with him. There was one woman who came to a wrestling match that Ryan and Greg were in. She had on those black mesh stockings, and Randy was all over her saying, can I come over to your house and count the holes in your stockings? He knew that made me feel bad, but he always acted like that anyway. She met Lily's daughter, Dawn, at school, and Dawn stared at Brittany, astounded. You like Randy? Don't you know he was in trouble for killing his wife? Brittany asked him about it, and he explained that Janice had died in a terrible accident. He said they were on a trail and her foot slipped on a rock and she fell off. He cried when he told me about it. I only saw him cry twice. That time, and one time he was really worried about money. He told me that he might lose his house because he just didn't have enough money. He thought maybe he could turn it into a duplex and rent out the top half. He really cried hard because he needed money. Randy Roth's tears came easily when he viewed his dismal financial situation, but he became annoyed with Brittany for crying when one of her favorite aunts died of cancer. I was sitting on the lawn crying, and he told me to quit crying, just quit crying. Death isn't important. Get on with your life. For Randy, death was not important. Money was. Randy Roth seemed obsessed with youth. He wanted Brittany to see him as young. He liked to race young guys in his hot cars. And he was so worried about going bald, Brittany recalled. He'd put this hair formula on his head so his hair would grow back. But it never did. During the first year of their physical affair, Randy Roth could have told Brittany Goodwin he had hung the moon, and she would have believed it. During the second, she tried tentatively to break away from the man who wanted to run her whole life, but who wanted his freedom to do anything. Breaking away wasn't easy. He was always there, right next door. As always, the Roths and the Goodwins had Sunday breakfast together every week. As always, Randy sneaked pinches and pats behind her parents' back to validate some dark control he had over her. and them. Brittany was bound to Randy by her own insecurity, her passion for the first and only lover she had ever known, and by a vague fear that he could hurt her if she went too far away. When she was 16 and about to start her junior year in high school, she yearned for more than a clandestine affair. She didn't want to be 30. She wanted to be 16. She didn't want to sneak around and hide from her parents anymore, and she knew Randy lied to her far more than he ever told the truth. Although Randy's constant criticism of her appearance would damage Brittany's self-image for many years to come, she stopped being so afraid of him when she turned 16. I got just a little bit more independent and not so scared. On the first day of 11th grade, Brittany walked to her car. It was a red Ford Fiesta. Randy had the same model, only his Fiesta was burgundy. She unlocked her car, but as she slid behind the steering wheel, she saw that someone had pulled all the wires loose from behind the dashboard and left them dangling like strands of spaghetti. Frightened, she turned the key and pushed the accelerator. Nothing happened. Randy hadn't wanted her to go to the first day of school where she might meet boys her own age, and now she couldn't get there on time. Even though Randy Roth had held Brittany Goodwin in an invisible cage for 2 years, it was he who broke up with her. She does not recall the scene with her father in the driveway, but she does remember a phone conversation that might have triggered the beginning of the end. I was upset, and I called Randy. My dad was just walking in Randy's door, and he heard Randy's side of the conversation. Randy hung up quickly, and so did I, but I think my father knew it was me on the other end of the line. Even after the affair ended, Randy remained close to Brittany. He always told me Semper Fi, and he always signed his notes the same way, always faithful. He wasn't, ever, but he let me know he would never really let me go. Long before the summer of 1988, Randy had told Brittany in detail how he planned to burglarize his own house. If we ever split up, he warned, what I've told you has to stay between us, or I'll come and get you. She believed him. Even when Brittany was in love with another man, Randy would put his arm around her and flirt with her